Here, on the banks of the Nile, it tumbles over rocks that have seen empires rise and fall, and it whispers through trees that remember a time when this was the very edge of the world. It was here, in this misty East Tennessee valley, that a man came and took the river's name for his own, branding himself into the landscape forever. They called him Nolichucky Jack. But was he a hero, a rebel, or a king in buckskin? Today, we're going to follow the current back in time, because these waters hold a story of fire, blood, and ambition that shaped the very soul of Appalachia. Let's go back to 1773. Imagine this valley not as a quiet, settled place, but as the raw, bleeding edge of a new continent. This was a world of towering hardwoods and shadow-filled hollows, where the law was whatever a man could enforce with a long rifle and a steady hand. The settlements here, places like Watauga and Holston, weren't towns. They were clusters of raw log cabins huddled together for warmth and safety, islands in a vast, untamed wilderness. This was land that was promised by God, but forbidden by a king across the ocean, and more importantly, it was the ancestral hunting ground of the Cherokee. Into this crucible walked John Sevier. He wasn't born of these mountains. He was a man from Virginia with a hunger for land that was sharper than any axe. When he arrived and built his home on the Nolichucky, he didn't look like a mountain-born brawler. He was handsome, charming, with a gaze that could disarm a rival or win the loyalty of a stranger in a single glance. He had the easy smile of a man who knew deep in his bones that you'd follow him, that you'd trust him with your life. But those who looked closer saw something else. Beneath the charisma was a core of cold, hard steel. This wasn't just a farmer looking for a homestead. This was a born leader, a speculator, a man who saw this forbidden land not just as a home, but as an empire in the making. He was building a life here with his wife and children, but every nail he hammered was an act of defiance against a distant government and a declaration of war against the people who had called this place home for centuries. The air itself was thick with tension. To the west, Cherokee leaders like Dragging Canoe watched the endless stream of settlers and swore a blood oath to drive them back across the mountains. To the east, the whispers of rebellion against the British Crown were growing into a roar. Sevier and his neighbors were caught in the middle, squatters on stolen land, poised on the brink of a war that would force them to choose a side. They had come seeking freedom, but they had found themselves in a powder keg, and John Sevier was the man holding the match. To really understand what forged John Sevier from a simple settler into a legend, you can't just look at maps or read treaties. You have to feel the weight of the times. I'm holding a piece of that weight right here in my hands. It's a trade tomahawk, the kind that were mass-produced in English foundries. The iron head is simple, brutal, and efficient. The hickory handle is smooth from a century of handling. It feels cold, balanced, and deadly. But this isn't just an antique weapon. This is a political document written in steel. When the revolution began, the British had a strategy for their southern frontier: turn the mountains red. They funneled weapons like this one to the Cherokee and other tribes, encouraging them to attack the rebellious settlements. For the British, it was a calculated move in a global war. But for the families living in those isolated cabins, it meant this object became a symbol of their worst nightmares. It was the face of a war that didn't happen on distant battlefields, but on their own doorsteps. This simple tool forces us to ask a visceral question, one that cuts through the pages of history. What happens when the world outside your thin wooden walls is consumed by fire and screams? What does a man like John Sevier do when he's looking over the palisade of a besieged fort and sees a young woman running for her life, with a weapon just like this one slicing through the air right behind her? When the revolution finally broke, it wasn't a glorious affair of flags and cannons on the frontier. It was a wave of pure terror. The British strategy was simple and brutal. They would unleash their allies, the Cherokee, upon the settlements. The war had come to the mountains, and it came on silent, moccasined feet, armed with English steel. Suddenly, every rustle in the woods, every shadow at dusk, could mean death. Cabins were burned, families scattered, and the survivors fled to the flimsy security of their forts. At Fort Watauga, the air was thick with the stench of fear and gunpowder. Hundreds of Cherokee warriors, led by the brilliant and implacable Dragging Canoe, materialized from the forest and laid siege to the crude wooden walls. Inside, John Sevier was no longer just a landowner. He was a commander, responsible for the lives of every man, woman, and child huddled within. The siege was a grinding nightmare of sniper fire, of terrifying war cries that echoed through the night, a constant reminder that death was only a few feet of log wall away. It was during this chaos that the legend of Nolichucky Jack was truly born. A young woman, Catherine Sherrill, was caught outside the walls when the attack began. As she sprinted across the cleared ground toward the fort, she was a lone figure of desperation. She could hear the footsteps pounding behind her, could feel the nearness of her pursuers. A tomahawk, a weapon just like this one, its polished edge glinting in the sun, whizzed past her ear and thudded into the gate just as she reached it. It was barred shut. For a heart-stopping second, her hope died. But from the top of the wall, John Sevier had seen it all. As Catherine, in a final act of pure will, leapt for the top of the palisade, his hands shot out, grabbing her arms and hauling her over the edge to safety. In that single breathtaking moment, Sevier became more than a man. He became a protector, a hero. The seeds of conflict, sown by a distant king, had just bloomed into a very personal war for him, and that heroic rescue planted the seeds of a love story that would itself become a cornerstone of Appalachian folklore. History books can give you the dates and the names, but they can't give you the soul of a story. For that, you have to talk to the people who are its living keepers. My search for the soul of the King's Mountain story led me to the back room of a county historical society, a place that smelled of old paper and cedar. It's there I met a local historian, a man in his 80s whose family had been in these hills since before Tennessee was even a dream. His name isn't important. What is important is that the stories of this place run in his blood. I asked him about Major Ferguson's threat. Why did it light such a fire? Why march over a frozen mountain on what looked like a suicide mission? He leaned back in his creaky wooden chair and gave me a look that said I was asking the wrong question entirely. "You have to understand," he said, his voice a low Appalachian rumble. "Ferguson didn't threaten an army. There was no army. He threatened their hearthstones. He explained that these weren't soldiers who answered to a distant general. They were clans. They were families. Their loyalty was to the man whose land bordered their own, to the neighbor who helped them raise a barn. When Patrick Ferguson promised to hang their leaders and lay their country waste with fire and sword, it wasn't a threat of war. It was a promise of annihilation aimed directly at their wives, their children, and their homes. My great-great-great-uncle was there," the old man continued, tapping a weathered finger on a map. "Family law says he was plowing a field when the rider came with the news. He didn't even unhitch the mule. He just dropped the reins, walked into his cabin, took his long rifle from over the fireplace, and told his wife he'd be back when it was done." That single image, passed down through generations, tells you more than any history book. This wasn't a political calculation. It was a personal insult, a blood feud declared on an entire people. And it was an insult that could only be answered one way. Major Patrick Ferguson's threat was a spark on dry tinder. It wasn't heard in a government hall. It was carried by riders from one isolated settlement to the next, a whispered promise of hellfire that spread through the mountains like a contagion of rage. This wasn't a challenge to an army. It was a personal insult, a vow to burn out the very heart of the over-mountain people. And in that moment, something shifted in the soul of the frontier. The time for talk was over. The time for defense was over. This was now a hunt. The gathering at Sycamore Shoals was not a military muster, it was a human flood. Men poured out of the hollows and down from the ridges, their faces set like stone. They were a rough-hewn army, clad in buckskin and homespun, their only uniform a shared fury. Their weapon was the American long rifle, a tool of subsistence that had become an instrument of vengeance. They left their plows in the field, their harvests in the barn, and their families with a grim promise to return. In the center of this storm of men stood John Sevier. Alongside Isaac Shelby, he was the axis around which this whole desperate enterprise turned. He didn't need to give speeches. His presence was enough. He moved through the camp, his piercing gaze meeting the eyes of farmers and hunters, transforming their individual anger into a singular, deadly purpose. He was one of them, but he was also more. He was the embodiment of their defiance. The decision was made. They would not wait for Ferguson to bring his fire and sword to them. They would take the war to him. They would do the unthinkable, march over the high, snow-dusted peaks of the Appalachians, leaving their own homes vulnerable to hunt down a superior British force. This was the point of no return. As they turned their faces east and began their climb into the freezing autumn air, they were no longer just settlers. They were an avalanche of buckskin and fury, and they would not stop until they had buried Ferguson and his army on a mountain of his own choosing. Today, King's Mountain is a place of profound peace. You can walk the paved trails, hear the wind rustling the leaves, and read the solemn granite monuments that mark the place where a battle turned the tide of a war. But the true evidence, the real scar left on this landscape, isn't carved in stone. It's the land itself. You have to leave the path and feel the ground under your feet to understand what happened here. This isn't a mountain in the way you might imagine. It's a long, steep-sided ridge that rises abruptly from the surrounding country. When Major Ferguson brought his loyalist army up here, he thought he had found the perfect fortress. From this high ground, he could see in every direction, and he believed no army could assault such a steep, rugged slope. He was so confident, he reportedly boasted that he was king of this mountain, and that God Almighty and all the rebels out of hell could not drive him from it. He saw a fortress. He failed to understand that he was choosing a tomb, right here. Stand at the bottom of the slope and look up. You can feel the steepness in your legs and your lungs. This is where it happened. Ferguson's men were arrayed on the cleared summit, a perfect target against the skyline. But the over-mountain men didn't attack in formation. They used the dense woods on these slopes for cover, melting between the very trees that still stand here today. Each of these ancient oaks, each of these weathered rock outcroppings, became a silent testament to the chaos of that day. This whole ridge became a killing jar, and the over-mountain men were about to seal the lid. It began with a sound that was not quite human. From the base of the mountain on all sides, a terrifying chorus of whoops and yells erupted from the trees, the sound of panthers, of wolves, of men who had become something primal. The over-mountain men didn't march. They swarmed up the wooded slopes, a relentless tide of buckskin and iron will. It was a kind of warfare the British had never truly understood. For every volley of musketry the Loyalists fired down the hill, hitting little more than bark and shadow. A dozen puffs of white smoke would answer from the trees below. The crack of the long rifles was sharp, personal. Each one was a sentence of death delivered from an unseen judge. A man in a bright red coat would be reloading on the summit, and then he would simply fold, vanishing into the chaos. The Loyalists charged with bayonets, a wave of disciplined steel meant to break any line, but there was no line to break. The frontiersmen just melted back into the forest, letting the charge pass, only to rise up on their flanks and rear, their rifles speaking again and again. The fortress had become a slaughter pen. Above the din, Major Ferguson's silver whistle could be heard, a shrill, piercing note trying to impose order on pure chaos. He rode his white horse back and forth across the summit, a magnificent, defiant target rallying his crumbling lines. For an hour, the mountain was consumed by a storm of lead and fury. The air grew heavy and acrid with the smell of gunpowder. The roar of battle was continuous, a deafening drumbeat of rifle fire, screams and war cries. Then, suddenly, the silver whistle fell silent. The man on the white horse, who had seemed invincible just moments before, reeled in his saddle. He swayed for a moment, a stunned look on his face, before sliding to the ground. With his fall, the last bit of fight drained from the loyalist force. White handkerchiefs began to appear, tied to the ends of ramrods and held aloft in surrender. The shooting didn't stop immediately. The raw fury that had carried them over a frozen mountain demanded a final terrible price. But soon, a new sound replaced the gunfire, the triumphant, breathless roar of men who knew they had just broken the back of the British war in the south. After the gun smoke clears, the ink begins to flow. This is a copy of the official report on the Battle of Kings Mountain, written by the commanders and sent to the Continental Congress. It's written in the formal, looping script of the 18th century, and its language is as detached as the battle itself was intimate and brutal. It talks of troop movements, of casualties, and of objectives secured. It describes the battle in a single, sanitized phrase: a sharp conflict. A sharp conflict. Those three words are the cold ashes left over from a raging fire. There is no mention in this dry report of the war cries that echoed through the trees, or the raw fury of men avenging a threat against their homes. The official record doesn't tell you about the terror in the eyes of the loyalists as they were swarmed from all sides, or the grim satisfaction of the frontiersmen as they won. The paperwork of war is always a ghost of the real thing, a sterile summary that strips away the blood and the humanity. And this is where the story of John Sevier takes its most important turn. In this document, he is a hero of the new United States, a loyal officer serving the cause of liberty. But what this paper trail doesn't show is what was happening in Sevier's own mind. He had just seen how power was won, not in distant congresses, but by the will of determined men with rifles in their hands. As he rode home over the mountains, a hero of continental fame, he wasn't just thinking about the war he had won, he was thinking about the kingdom he was about to build. The official record sealed his legend as a patriot, but it was a title he was already preparing to betray. The hero returned from Kings Mountain not just to a home, but to a vacuum of power. North Carolina, broke and exhausted from the war, ceded its western lands to the federal government, effectively abandoning the over-mountain settlements. Left without courts, laws, or protection, the people did what they had always done. They took matters into their own hands. In 1784, they declared themselves a new, independent state, the state of Franklin, and there was only one man they would trust to be its governor, John Sevier. For a brief, shining moment, Nolichucky Jack was a king in his own right, ruling over a renegade republic carved out of the wilderness. But the law, however distant, has a long memory. North Carolina quickly regretted its decision and reasserted its claim, creating chaos. Two governments now claimed the same land. The conflict became a bitter personal feud between Sevier and a man named John Tipton, a former brother-in-arms from Kings Mountain who now led the North Carolina Loyalist faction. This wasn't a political debate, it was a civil war in miniature, a clash of two frontier titans who refused to bend. The breaking point came in the dead of winter. Tipton's faction, acting for North Carolina, seized some of Sevier's enslaved people as payment for back taxes. For Sevier, this was the ultimate insult. Enraged, he raised a small army and laid siege to Tipton's farm. The Battle of Franklin was a tragic farce played out in a blizzard. For days, the two sides traded insults and gunfire from behind fences and trees until a surprise attack by Tipton's reinforcements shattered Sevier's force. The state of Franklin collapsed in the snow and mud, and its governor was now a wanted man. The law's pursuit began. The hero of Kings Mountain was now a fugitive, hiding in the very mountains that had once hailed him as their savior. He was hunted by the government of North Carolina, the state he had once defended so ferociously. The cheers of victory were replaced by the quiet footsteps of a man on the run, a king with no kingdom, charged with the high crime of treason. Eventually, the law caught up with him. He wasn't captured in a blaze of glory, but arrested quietly, a shocking humiliation for a man of his stature. They put him in irons. Imagine that sight. Nolichucky Jack, the Indian fighter, the revolutionary commander, being hauled back over the mountains, not as a hero, but as a common felon. The tense journey ended at the courthouse in Morganton, North Carolina, where he was to be tried for his life. But as he stood before the court, a different kind of justice arrived. A mob of his armed followers stormed the building, freed him from his captors, and set him back on his horse. The official verdict was never delivered, because the people of the frontier had already delivered their own. John Sevier simply rode away, a free man, proving that in Appalachia, the loyalty of the people could be a law unto itself. To find the final chapter of this story, you have to visit two very different pieces of ground. The first is here, on the lawn of the old Knox County Courthouse, in the heart of the city he helped build. A grand stone monument marks the final resting place of John Sevier. It proclaims him a hero, a patriot, the first governor of the state of Tennessee. He lies here in a place of ultimate public honor, celebrated as a founding father. But as you stand here, you can't help but feel the paradox. This is the grave of a man who was once arrested, put in irons, and charged with high treason. To understand the other side of that conflict, you have to travel a few miles away to a quieter place. Here, on the rolling farmland that was once his home, lies John Tipton. His grave is simple, solid, unyielding, much like the man himself who stood for the law when it was unpopular and faced down the most famous man on the frontier. He rests on the very land he defended, the homestead that Sevier himself once besieged. They lie just a county apart now, enemies in life, neighbors in death. The man who upheld the law rests on his private farm, while the rebel who defied him is enshrined in the town square. This stark contrast, written in granite and soil, is the final, silent testament to their long and bitter feud. It forces us to ask the most crucial question of all. What happened in the years after the guns fell silent? How did the fugitive Nolichucky Jack not only escape justice, but rise from the ashes of his failed state to become the most powerful man in Tennessee? The long shadow of his failed state hung over John Sevier, but he was a man who thrived in the half-light. After his dramatic rescue, he was still technically a fugitive, a traitor in the eyes of North Carolina. But in the mountains and hollows of his homeland, he was simply Nolichucky Jack, their leader, protected by a fierce loyalty that no law could penetrate. He was a political ghost they couldn't exorcise. So what does a man do when his kingdom has crumbled and his enemies hold all the legal cards? He finds a new game to play. And this is where Sevier's story takes a dark, secretive turn. A desperate man, he began a clandestine correspondence with Spanish diplomats. He hinted that the frustrated people of the frontier, feeling abandoned by the United States, might be willing to secede entirely and place themselves under the protection of the King of Spain in exchange for free navigation of the Mississippi River. Was it genuine treason? Or was it the shrewdest political bluff in American history? A move designed to force the young United States to finally pay attention to its western frontier. The truth is buried with him, but it shows a man willing to risk everything to protect his interests and regain his power. Meanwhile, North Carolina faced a dilemma. They couldn't arrest Sevier. His followers would simply free him again. They couldn't ignore him. His influence was too great. They couldn't defeat him, so they did the only thing they could. They embraced him. In a stunning act of political pragmatism, they issued a full pardon for his treason. Then, they went a step further. They elected the rebel leader to their own state senate. It was a masterstroke. By bringing him into the system, they neutralized him as an outlaw. But they had underestimated Nolichucky Jack. He wasn't neutralized. He was legitimized. He took his seat in the government that had once hunted him and used his new position, combined with his undiminished popularity back home, to fight for the one thing he always wanted, a new state. But this time, done the right way. He outmaneuvered every opponent, trading his buckskin jacket for a politician's coat without ever losing the grit of the frontiersman. When Tennessee was finally granted statehood in 1796, there was no debate, no question about who would lead it. The election of John Sevier as its first governor wasn't a political victory, it was a coronation. The rebel king was dead. Long live the governor. And that's where the story gets complicated, because even today, John Sevier isn't one man, he's two. The first Sevier is the one written in stone and bronze, the man on the monument. This is Nolichucky Jack the hero, the father of Tennessee, the fearless Indian fighter who protected the fledgling settlements from annihilation. To this day, if you ask the descendants of the Over-Mountain men, they will tell you he was a patriot who risked everything at King's Mountain and a statesman who carved a civilization from a savage wilderness. This is the Sevier of public record and popular legend. But then there's the other John Sevier. This is the man whose story isn't written on monuments, but whispered in the shadows of history. To understand this Sevier, you have to stand on the other side of the Nolichucky River, on the land that was once the sovereign territory of the Cherokee Nation. From that perspective, Sevier wasn't a hero. He was the leading edge of an invasion. He wasn't a protector. He was a conqueror. Every acre of land he settled was an acre of land he took. His 35 battles weren't heroic skirmishes. They were a relentless campaign of ethnic cleansing. And it wasn't just about land for a home. The second Sevier was a ruthless speculator, a man whose patriotism and personal profit were always tangled together. His renegade state of Franklin looks less like a noble experiment in democracy and more like a massive land grab, an attempt to secure his and his cronies' illegal claims. His flirtation with Spain wasn't a bluff. It was the act of a man whose ultimate loyalty was to his own ambition. So who was the real Nolichucky Jack? Was he the courageous patriot or the greedy opportunist? The community builder or the dispossessor of a people? The truth is, he was all of it. He was a man who contained the violent, contradictory, and deeply flawed soul of the American frontier itself. And to this day in Appalachia, the version of the story you hear still depends entirely on which side of the mountain your family came from. When a man's life is as large and loud as John Sevier's, it doesn't just end when he's laid in the ground. It seeps into the soil. It becomes part of the mist that hangs in the hollows. The hard facts of his life, the battles, the politics, the betrayals, began to soften over the decades, smoothed over by time like river stones, until a new shape emerged, the shape of a legend. The most powerful legends are often the ones people needed to be true. Take the story that he fought in over 30 battles and was never once wounded. Historically, it's an incredible feat of luck and skill. But in the telling and retelling around a hearthfire, it became something more. It became proof. In a world of constant, random violence, where a snakebite or a fever could kill as surely as a tomahawk, the belief that their leader was untouchable, that he was shielded by Providence itself, wasn't just a story. It was a shield for their own hearts. But every bright legend casts a long shadow. There's another kind of story you'll hear in East Tennessee, one told in a hushed voice after the children are in bed. They say that on certain nights, when the moon is hidden and the river fog is thick, you can still hear the echoes of his forgotten wars down by the Nolichucky. They say it isn't Sevier's ghost you have to worry about. It's the ghosts of those he fought, the Cherokee spirits still bound to the land he took, their whispers of anger and loss carried on the water. It became a cautionary tale, a way for the mountains themselves to remember the price that was paid for the state he built. And so, the man became a myth. He is both the invincible hero protected by heaven and the haunted figure whose deeds left unquiet spirits in his wake. The history books tell you what John Sevier did, but it's the folklore, the ghost stories, and the tall tales whispered from one generation to the next that tell you how the mountains remember him. So we find ourselves back where we started, here on the banks of the Nolichucky. The river still speaks its ancient language, tumbling over the same stones, but we hear it differently now. We can no longer see this as just a quiet valley. We see the ghosts. We see the raw frontier, the smoke of the cabin, and the determined figure of a man who took the river's name and made it his own, bending a wilderness to his will. The journey to understand John Sevier is to understand that our heroes are never simple. It's easy to want the man on the monument to be the whole story, a flawless patriot cast in bronze. But the Appalachian frontier was no place for simple men. It demanded men who were as complex and contradictory as the land itself, men who could be both courageous and cruel, builders and destroyers, heroes and villains, sometimes all in the space of a single day. Sevier wasn't a good man who did bad things, or a bad man who did good things. He was a man of his time, and his time was a storm. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or see an old name carved into a county courthouse, remember that it's not just a pile of stones or a word on a map. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the brutal choices that define us. The story of Nolichucky Jack is a reminder that our history is not a clean, straight line. It's a tangled, bloody, and glorious thicket, and it's in those shadows and contradictions that the truest stories are found. The people are gone. The houses are gone. The world they fought for has vanished. But the story remains. Imagine this for a moment. A 10-year-old boy and his 7-year-old sister, barefoot and bleeding, crashing through the Appalachian wilderness. In the boy's arms is a crying infant. They are the only thing left of their family. Behind them, in the chilling silence that always follows the screams, lies the ruin of their home and the bodies of their father and their 7 brothers. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth in a single afternoon, leaving only children to tell the tale? The history books call it the Hannon family massacre, just another bloody footnote in the story of the American frontier. But that simple label hides a far darker and more complex truth. It hides the story of a forgotten war, of a visionary warrior fighting for his people's survival, and of a clash of worlds so violent it left ghosts that are said to haunt these mountains to this very day. Today, we journey back to that brutal summer of 1776 to find out what really happened on the day hell descended into a quiet mountain hollow. Before the screams, there was the quiet rhythm of a life being carved out of the wilderness. William Hannon's homestead was little more than a notch in the vast green cloak of the North Carolina mountains. A log cabin, sturdy and rough-hewn, stood in a small clearing, a testament to endless hours of labor. Around it, a field of corn and beans fought a daily battle against the encroaching forest. This was the frontier in 1776, not a place of grand adventure, but of grueling, back-breaking work from sunup to sundown. The forest was both a provider and a threat. It gave them timber for their home, game for their table, and cool water from its creeks. But it also held its secrets in a deep, watchful silence. William Hannon was a man defined by that silence. A widower, he was the sole guardian of 10 children, a responsibility that would have crushed a lesser man. His 5 eldest sons were already turning into men themselves, their hands calloused from the axe and the plow. They worked beside their father in the fields, their shared sweat watering the very ground they hoped to one day call their own. They weren't invaders in their own minds. They were builders, planters, men chasing the simple, universal dream of leaving something behind for their children. Inside the cabin, life was a hum of smaller chores. 10-year-old Edwin was already learning the weight of responsibility, while his 7-year-old sister Winnie was more mother than child to the 2 toddlers and the new baby, Elizabeth. Their world was small, bounded by the edge of the woods and the arc of the sun. Their joys were simple: a cool drink of water after a hot day's work, the rare taste of wild honey, the stories told by the firelight as the mountains outside grew dark and quiet. It was a hard life, but it was their life, whole and unbroken. But the year was 1776, and while men in Philadelphia were debating the birth of a new nation, the world these settlers knew was on the verge of a violent, bloody death. The winds of revolution that blew through the cities reached the mountains as distorted whispers, rumors carried by traders and traveling preachers. They spoke of war with the British, of independence, of freedom, words that felt distant and abstract in a place where survival was the only law that mattered. The more immediate danger had a name that was beginning to be spoken with a mix of fear and reluctant respect: Dragging Canoe. He was the leader of the Chickamauga Cherokee, a man who refused to bow to the white tide. Whispers said he had sworn a blood oath to drive the settlers from his ancestral lands. The Hannon family, in their quiet hollow, knew of these rumors. Every snap of a twig in the forest, every unfamiliar shadow at dusk, was a reminder that their small patch of cleared land was an island in an ocean of ancient history they did not understand. They were living on borrowed time, and they had no idea the debt was about to be called due. The Hannons had no quarrel with their immediate neighbors. On the frontier, you relied on the folks in the next valley over. No, the grudges that doomed them were older, deeper, and written on the land itself. William Hannon and his family were living on the edge of a wound that had been festering for decades. Each treaty signed by distant chiefs, each parcel of land ceded under pressure, was another drop of poison in the well. To the Cherokee, the settlers' cabins weren't homes. They were markers of a slow, creeping death to their way of life. The architect of this simmering rage was Dragging Canoe. He was a man who saw the future in the tired eyes of the old chiefs who kept giving away land, hoping for a peace that never came. At a treaty meeting, as yet another swath of ancestral hunting ground was signed over, he pointed to the land and spoke words that would become a prophecy written in blood. "You have bought a beautiful land," he told the settlers, "but I am afraid that you will find its settlement dark and bloody." He saw no compromise, only oblivion. Dragging Canoe and his followers, the Chickamauga, were not just a band of renegades. They were the hardened soul of the Cherokee resistance. They saw the American Revolution not as a fight for freedom, but as a chaotic opportunity. British agents, eager to sow terror on the colonial frontier, fanned the flames of their fury. They provided guns, ammunition, and promises, turning the Chickamauga's righteous anger into a weapon. For Dragging Canoe, this wasn't about fighting for the British king. It was a holy war for the mountains themselves. This web of intrigue and old hatreds created an atmosphere thick with paranoia. In the scattered settlements, rumors spread like wildfire. A hunter would report seeing unfamiliar tracks by the creek. A trader would bring news of Chickamauga war parties gathering in the hidden valleys. Whispers turned to warnings, and warnings turned to cold, hard fear. The Hannon family, like every other settler, would have felt it. The friendly waves they might have once exchanged with Cherokee hunters were gone, replaced by wary, assessing stares across the trees. The air itself had changed. It was no longer just the quiet of the mountains. It was the tense, listening silence before a storm. The point of no return wasn't a shouted argument or a line drawn in the dirt. It was a silent decision made in the deep shadows of the forest. It was the moment a Chickamauga war party, their faces painted in the colors of vengeance, began to move with purpose toward the smell of wood smoke from the Hannon cabin. For them, this wasn't murder. It was surgery. It was cutting out a cancer that was killing their world, one small homestead at a time. Every snapped twig under their moccasins was a drumbeat of inevitability. On the other side of that thin veil of trees, life continued in blissful ignorance. It was a hot, heavy summer afternoon. William Hannon and his 5 oldest boys were in the field, likely bent over their work, their backs slick with sweat. The rhythmic thud of a hoe against the earth, the drone of insects in the thick air, these were the sounds of their world. Their rifles, the essential tools of frontier survival, were likely propped against a stump at the edge of the clearing. In the quiet rhythm of their labor, the danger that had been a whisper for months had faded to a dull background hum. This was the fatal miscalculation of the frontier, the belief that because the morning was peaceful, the afternoon would be too. The Hannan men were tired, focused on the soil, their senses lulled by the heat. They didn't see the flicker of movement in the tree line. They didn't hear the collective intake of breath as dozens of eyes fixed on them from the shadows. The war party had reached the edge of the woods. They could see the unsuspecting figures in the field, see the faint outline of the cabin beyond. There was no turning back now. The promise made to Dragging Canoe, the anger fueled by British guns, the generations of grief for lost lands, it all coalesced into this one irreversible moment. A hand was raised. A silent signal was given. The deep, listening silence of the Appalachian forest was about to be broken by a sound that would echo through generations. It began with a sound that didn't belong in a peaceful afternoon. It wasn't the call of a bird or the snap of a twig, but the chilling, high-pitched war cry of the Chickamauga erupting from the tree line. For William Hannan and his 5 sons, there was no time to run, no time to even turn and grab their rifles. The world of hoeing and planting vanished in an instant, replaced by a storm of motion and violence that swept over the field. It wasn't a battle, it was a harvest. Moments later, it was over. The rhythmic sounds of work had been replaced by a silence that was heavy and absolute. 6 men who had been toiling under the sun were now part of the very earth they had been turning. From the cabin, one could only see the aftermath, the still figures lying in the dirt and the attackers moving among them. One warrior stood over the body of William Hannan and with a swift, practiced motion raised a dark, bloody proof of his victory to the sky before disappearing back into the shadows of the forest. Inside the cabin, the screams from the field had been cut short, leaving a ringing void that was even more terrifying. 10-year-old Edwin and 7-year-old Winnie huddled together, trying to quiet the 2 toddlers and the crying infant, Elizabeth. Then came a new sound, the splintering of their own front door. It burst inward, and the small, dim cabin was suddenly filled with huge, terrifying shadows. The air grew thick with the scent of sweat, rage, and something metallic that the children didn't understand. The warriors' eyes, accustomed to the dim light of the forest, scanned the cabin. They saw the children. In the merciless logic of a war for survival, these were not children. They were the seeds of their enemy, seeds that could not be allowed to grow. One of the warriors moved toward the 3-year-old boy, who was crying in terror. There was a small, sharp scream, followed by a sickeningly dull thud against the log wall, and then silence. The newborn, Elizabeth, began to wail, her infant cries filling the cabin. Another warrior moved toward her. But in that moment, in that bloody, chaotic frenzy, something happened. Perhaps the warriors were spooked by a sound. Perhaps they believed their work was done and were eager to leave. For one critical second, their attention was diverted. It was all the time the universe would give. It wasn't a thought, but a pure animal instinct that moved 10-year-old Edwin. As the warrior turned away, the boy lunged, scooping the screaming infant from her cradle. He grabbed Winnie's hand, pulling her with a force she didn't know he possessed. He didn't look back at the small, still form of his little brother. He didn't look at anything but the gaping hole where the door used to be. They slipped out of the cabin like 2 small ghosts, leaving their own grave. Barefoot, with a screaming baby in their arms, they ran. They didn't run toward the fields where their father lay. They ran for the one place that had always seemed so dark and threatening, the only place that now offered salvation, the deep, silent woods. They plunged into the shadows, the thorny branches tearing at their skin, running from the silence that had just fallen over their home, a silence now more terrifying than any scream. For what felt like an eternity, Edwin and Winnie ran, fueled by a terror that numbed the pain of thorns and sharp rocks under their bare feet. The only reality was the weight of the baby in Edwin's arms and the desperate, ragged sound of their own breathing. They finally stumbled out of the tree line and into the clearing of the nearest farmstead, collapsing in a heap of exhaustion and shock. They were a horrifying sight. 2 children covered in scratches, their eyes wide with a horror no words could yet explain, and a wailing infant. But the message they brought didn't need words. It was carried in their silence and their tears. Within the hour, a grim-faced party of neighbors, rifles in hand, made their way cautiously toward the Hannon homestead. The first thing they noticed was the silence. The familiar sounds of a working farm, the chop of an axe, the call of a voice were gone. All they could hear was the buzzing of flies in the oppressive summer heat. They found William and his sons in the field, lying where they had fallen, the earth around them stained a dark, terrible color. The scene spoke of a swift, merciless violence that left no room for a fight. The men's faces hardened as they approached the cabin. The door hung broken on its hinges, a gaping wound in the side of the small home. Inside was a scene of profound violation. The simple furniture was overturned, and in the dim light they saw what the children had fled from. The overturned cradle, the small, still body of the 3-year-old boy. It was a sight that burned itself into the minds of even the most hardened frontiersmen, turning their fear into a cold, diamond-hard rage. The surviving children were taken in, passed from one set of gentle, grieving hands to another. But they were no longer the children they had been that morning. They were ghosts, haunted by what they had seen and heard. Winnie clung to the infant Elizabeth as if the baby were the last anchor in a world that had been washed away by a flood of violence. Edwin, the 10-year-old boy who had saved them, retreated into a silent, watchful place deep within himself. His eyes held the look of a man who had stared into the abyss and had seen the abyss stare back. The news of the massacre traveled like a shockwave through the scattered settlements of the North Carolina frontier. It was a story told in hushed, terrified whispers around hearths that night. Doors were barred, rifles were loaded, and every shadow in the woods became a source of terror. The fragile illusion of safety was shattered. Dragging Canoe was no longer a distant rumor. He was a tangible, blood-soaked threat who had reached into their world and ripped a family apart. Fear was the first reaction. But in the heart of the Appalachian settler, fear was always followed by something else, a burning, unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The hunt began not with a sheriff's decree, but with a low growl of fury that rippled through the scattered cabins. As the bodies of the Hannons were being prepared for their final rest in the hard Appalachian soil, the men of the frontier were gathering. They came with their long rifles, powder horns, and a quiet, murderous resolve in their eyes. These weren't lawmen. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and trappers whose hands were as accustomed to an axe handle as a trigger. The massacre wasn't an attack on a stranger. It was an attack on every single one of them, on their wives, their children, their own precarious existence. They formed a ragged posse, a grim collection of about 20 men, and plunged into the forest on the trail of the war party. They were skilled woodsmen, men who could read a bent twig or a scuffed patch of moss like a page in a book. But the mountains that had been their home now became an alien landscape, a deadly labyrinth that belonged to their enemy. Every ravine could hide an ambush, every thicket of rhododendron a sniper. The air, thick with humidity, was also thick with a palpable tension that made the sweat on their necks run cold. For days, they pushed deeper into the wilderness, their initial rage sharpening into a focused, exhausting pursuit. They found signs of the war party's passage, the remains of a hastily eaten meal, a single dropped feather from a ceremonial dress, a faint moccasin print in the mud of a creek bed. Each discovery sent a jolt of adrenaline through the weary men, pulling them onward. They were close. They could feel it. They slept in shifts, their rifles never leaving their hands, their dreams filled with shadows and the ghost of a child's scream. But the Chickamauga were masters of this domain. They moved like smoke through the trees, their trail growing fainter and more confusing with every mile. The posse would follow a clear path for hours, only to have it vanish completely on a rocky ridge, as if the warriors had simply been lifted into the sky. The mountains were helping their own. The forest that had provided the Hannans with life was now actively shielding their killers, swallowing them into its vast green depths. The moment of capture never came. After a week of relentless pursuit, the posse stood on a high bluff, looking out over an endless expanse of ridges and valleys. They were gaunt, their supplies were dwindling, and their tracks were the only ones they had seen for 2 days. The grim truth settled upon them like a shroud. The war party had dissolved back into the wilderness, swallowed by a network of hidden paths and sympathetic villages they could never hope to find. There was no fierce firefight, no exhausted surrender. There was only the cold, bitter realization that the men they were hunting were gone. They had struck and then vanished, leaving nothing behind but corpses and terror. The posse returned to their homesteads, not with prisoners, but with a new, chilling certainty. The war had just begun, and the enemy was a ghost they could not catch. There was no trial, no courtroom, no judge in a black robe, no clever lawyers arguing points of law. To expect such things would be to misunderstand the brutal reality of the frontier in 1776. The courthouses of the new nation were far away, beyond the mountains, and their laws felt as distant and irrelevant as the king across the sea. The men who killed the Hannans were never arrested, never identified, never brought before a jury of their peers. They were simply phantoms who had emerged from the forest and returned to it. The only verdict delivered was the one declared in the hearts of the settlers. The war party that had attacked the Hannans was, in their eyes, guilty beyond any doubt. The evidence was not in testimony, but in the freshly turned earth of 9 graves on a hillside. The sentence was not imprisonment, but death. Death not just to the specific warriors who had wielded the hatchets, but to the entire idea of a shared land. The massacre became a justification, a rallying cry that hardened hearts and erased any lingering thoughts of peaceful coexistence. In the place of a formal trial, there was a trial by rumor and fire. The name of Dragging Canoe became a curse, a name synonymous with savagery and evil. Any Cherokee, whether they followed Dragging Canoe or the peace-seeking chiefs, was now viewed with suspicion and hatred. The act of a single war party was laid at the feet of an entire people. This was the justice of the mountains, swift, absolute, and unforgiving. It wasn't about finding individual culprits, it was about identifying an enemy. The lack of a formal verdict was, in its own way, the most damning verdict of all. It signified that the Hannan family lived and died in a place where the rule of law had not yet taken root. Their lives were governed by a more ancient and brutal code, the code of survival and retribution. The failure of the posse to capture the killers meant there would be no clean resolution, no moment of state-sanctioned justice to close the wound. Instead, the wound was left to fester. It fueled a cycle of retaliatory raids and counter-raids that would stain the Appalachian soil with blood for another 2 decades. A brutal, undeclared war where every man was his own judge, jury, and executioner. What became of the children who ran from a cabin of ghosts? They survived, but they never truly escaped that summer afternoon. They grew up in the shadow of that day, carrying a silence that others could not understand. Legends in these mountains say that Edwin, the boy who had to become a man in a matter of seconds, grew into a hard, quiet frontiersman whose eyes were always scanning the tree line. He was a man forever at war with the memory of what he had lost. Winnie and Elizabeth, the sister and the infant she helped save, grew to become wives and mothers themselves. They built new families, and their bloodline continues to this day, woven into the fabric of Appalachia. but those who knew them said there was always a sadness that never quite left their eyes, a memory of a lullaby that ended in a scream. If you were to go looking for the Hannon homestead today, you wouldn't find it. There is no preserved cabin, no historical marker by the side of the road. The forest has long since swallowed the scar of their small field. The logs of their home have rotted back into the earth from which they came. The only physical trace left is the land itself, and perhaps a few unmarked stones on a forgotten hillside, worn smooth by 2 centuries of rain and wind. But the story did not rot away with the cabin walls. It seeped into the soil like blood, becoming a part of the local folklore. For generations, people living in that hollow have spoken of strange things. They say that on quiet, moonless summer nights, if you stand near the creek where the homestead was, you can sometimes hear the faint, ghostly sound of a baby crying on the wind. It is the soul of the murdered infant, they say, forever lost between worlds. Most people have forgotten the name William Hannon. The official histories mention the event only in passing, if at all. But the mountains remember. The old oaks that witnessed the attack still stand, their rings holding the memory of that day's terrible silence. The story isn't in a book, it's in the land itself. It's a ghost story whispered to children to keep them close to home after dark, a cautionary tale about the brutal cost of a new nation. The paper may have forgotten, but the earth never does. So we return to the question that haunted us from the beginning. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth, leaving only children to tell the tale? The easy answer is to blame the savagery of the frontier, to point a finger at Dragging Canoe and his warriors. But the truth, like the Appalachian forest itself, is a place of deep and tangled shadows. The Hannon family weren't just killed by men with hatchets. They were caught in the grinding gears of history, crushed between one people's desperate dream for a new life and another people's even more desperate struggle to save their ancient world from disappearing forever. This story is not just an account of a brutal massacre. It is a parable of how America was born. For every noble word written in the Declaration of Independence that summer, there was a silent, bloody chapter being written in a forgotten mountain hollow. It reminds us that progress is never clean, and the foundations of a new world are often laid upon the graves of the old one. The Hannons were pioneers, but they were also trespassers. The Chickamauga were defenders of their homeland, but they were also the agents of a nightmare. There are no simple heroes or villains here. There are only human beings pushed to the limits of their endurance, their fear, and their fury. The real legacy of this tragedy isn't just the ghost of a crying baby on the wind. It's in the resilience of those who survived, the children who ran from hell and somehow managed to build new lives. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the unyielding strength of the human spirit. It is a wound on the soul of Appalachia that has never fully healed, a quiet reminder that the land we walk on is layered with stories, sorrows, and blood we have long since forgotten. The mountains hold these memories, locked away in their silent, stony heart. They remember the laughter of children in a sunlit field, the chilling war cry that shattered the peace, and the terrible silence that followed. And now, my friends, so do you. The first shotgun blast threw her from the saddle into the cold, muddy water of the creek. She was still alive, crawling for the bank, when the second, more brutal blast tore through the air, silencing her forever. The newspapers called her the Bandit Queen, a velvet-clad phantom who rode with the James brothers and ruled the outlaws of the Indian Territory. But the truth was far messier and far more tragic than any dime novel could capture. Who would ambush a woman just 2 days shy of her 41st birthday and leave her to die in the mud? Today, we ride past the legends and the lies to find the real Belle Star, and to answer the question that still haunts that lonely patch of ground. Who pulled the trigger? Before the gun smoke and the legend, There was a girl named Myra Maybelle Shirley, born in 1848 into a world that was anything but lawless. Her home was near Carthage, Missouri, a land of rolling green hills and fertile soil that held a promise of prosperity. Her father, Judge John Shirley, was a man of standing, a prosperous farmer and innkeeper whose family lived a life of relative comfort and respectability. They were slave owners and fierce believers in the Southern cause, their identity deeply woven into the fabric of Missouri's divided soul. This was not a world of desperate poverty that breeds outlaws. The Shirley home was a place of order and aspiration. Young Myra was not raised in a dirt-floored cabin, but was sent to the Carthage Female Academy to receive a classical education. She learned literature, rhetoric, and became an accomplished pianist. You can almost picture it. A dark-haired girl with a stubborn set to her jaw, her fingers flying across the ivory keys, filling the respectable Shirley Inn with music that seemed to hold the roughness of the frontier at bay. She was known to be bright, quick-witted, and possessed of a temper that could flash like heat lightning. She was devoted to her family, particularly to her older brother John, whom everyone called Bud. He was the pride of the family, the embodiment of young Southern manhood, and Myra adored him. In those years, her future likely seemed as clear and orderly as a line of sheet music, a good marriage, a family of her own, a life of influence within her community. But their Missouri was a border state, a land of fault lines and hidden pressures. The very inn where Myra played piano was a crossroads of whispers and arguments. Men passing through spoke of states' rights, of abolitionists, of a nation tearing itself apart at the seams. For the Shirleys, these were not abstract political debates. They were matters of honor, identity, and survival. Every traveler brought news that seemed to darken the sky just a little bit more. The world of Myra Maybelle Shirley, the world of piano lessons, family pride, and Southern gentility, was a fragile one. It was a stately home built on the edge of a volcano. Little did she know that the gathering storm of civil war would not just knock at their door, but blow it clean off its hinges, consuming her brother, destroying her family's fortune, and setting her own feet on a path of rebellion from which she would never turn back. To understand the fire that burned in Belle Starr, you have to understand the land that shaped her. Missouri in the 1850s was not a place of settled peace. It was a powder keg with a short fuse. It was a border state, a place where the deep South culture of the Shirleys, built on land and slaveholding, clashed daily with the free state ideals of their northern neighbors. For families like hers, their property wasn't just soil and buildings. It was a testament to a way of life they believed was righteous, a legacy they would defend with their blood. The Civil War was the spark that ignited that powder keg. This wasn't a conflict of distant armies marching under grand flags. In Missouri, it was a savage, intimate war fought in farmyards and on lonely country roads. It was a war of bushwhackers and jayhawkers, where your neighbor could be your executioner. This was the old scar that would never truly heal, a wound that split communities and families down to the bone. For the Shirleys, there was no question which side they were on. They were Confederates through and through. The weight of the Shirley name now demanded more than just respectability. It demanded action. And it was Myra's beloved brother Bud who would carry that burden into the fight. He didn't join a regular army. He joined a band of Confederate irregulars under the command of the infamous William Quantrill. Riding alongside him were other angry young farm boys whose names would later be written in blood and legend, the James brothers and the Younger Boys. Bud Shirley became a guerrilla, a shadow warrior in a war with no rules. For Myra, this wasn't politics, it was family. Her brother was fighting for their home, for their honor, against an invading force. When Union troops finally caught up with Bud in 1864 and killed him, it wasn't an act of war in her eyes. It was murder. The Union and the entire system of law and government it represented became the sworn enemy of her clan. The feud wasn't with another family over a property line, it was with the United States of America. Her grief hardened into a cold, lifelong vow of defiance. The seeds of the Bandit Queen were planted right there in the blood-soaked soil of Missouri. Long before the war ended, the Shirley Inn had become more than just a resting place for travelers. It was a safe house, a quiet harbor for the Confederacy's most daring and dangerous guerrilla fighters. You have to understand, men like Jesse James and Cole Younger weren't just abstract legends passing through. They were Bud's friends. They were boys Myra knew, young men who sat in her family's parlor, listening to her play the piano while their Colts rested heavy on their hips. Her music was the only moment of peace in their world of ambush and reprisal, and this shared experience forged a bond of loyalty that ran deeper than any law. When the war was lost and the Shirleys were forced to relocate to Syene, Texas, they carried those old loyalties and grudges with them like family heirlooms. They were surrounded by other displaced Southern families, all of them nursing the bitter wound of defeat. In this world, the new Reconstruction-era lawmen weren't seen as protectors. They were seen as occupiers, the enforcers of a victor's justice. A man's worth was judged not by his adherence to this new law, but by his loyalty to the old cause. Whispers travel like wildfire in a place like that, and they clung to Myra Maybelle Shirley. Her association with the Younger clan was common knowledge, and the rumors of a youthful romance with the handsome Cole Younger followed her everywhere. It didn't matter if it was true. What mattered was the perception. She was marked, seen as part of that defiant, dangerous world. She wasn't just Judge Shirley's educated daughter anymore. She was the girl who kept company with outlaws, a woman who understood their codes and shared their enemies. This web of associations poisoned the air, turning small disagreements into matters of life and death. When Myra fell for Jim Reed, it was no surprise that he was one of their own, another former bushwhacker, a man who knew the taste of battle and had no love for the authorities. Her family objected, seeing in Reed the violence and uncertainty that had already cost them a son. But Myra's defiance was absolute. Marrying him was an act of choosing her side once and for all. The ground was now perfectly fertile for conflict. The community was a tinderbox of Civil War resentments. Myra's own reputation was already stained with the smoke of rebellion, and she had bound her fate to a man who saw the law as an obstacle to be overcome, not a shield to hide behind. The stage was set, the players were in place, and the air was thick with the certainty that trouble wasn't just coming. It was already there, waiting for its moment. The dream of a quiet life died hard under the relentless Texas sun. For a time, Jim Reed tried to beat his past into a plowshare, to work the stubborn soil and be the farmer Myra's family had wanted. But the land held no promise for him, and the quiet life felt more like a cage than a sanctuary. There was a restlessness in him, a hunger for the old thrill, the easy money, and the simple, brutal clarity of a fight. Myra, sharp as she was, saw it in his eyes. She saw the farmer fading and the ghost of the bushwhacker growing stronger with each passing day. The human omen arrived not as a single stranger, but as a clan. They were the Stars, a notorious Cherokee family who lived by their own laws in the wild Indian territory. When they came to visit Jim, it was like a change in the weather. They were men who moved with a different rhythm, their eyes constantly scanning the horizon, their hands never straying far from their belts. They spoke in low tones about fast horses, fat cattle that belonged to other men, and lawmen who could be outrun or outgunned. In their presence, Myra could see the change in her husband. The slump of the weary farmer left his shoulders, replaced by the coiled readiness of a predator. Their whispers and laughter late into the night sounded like a prophecy of doom to her. This wasn't the rebellion of a Southerner against the Union anymore. This was the siren song of pure outlawry, and Jim was listening with his entire soul. She must have felt a cold dread settle deep in her gut. This was the moment of decision, the fork in the road she could see as plainly as a line in the dust. She had chosen a dangerous man, hoping she could tame him, but now his world was coming to claim him back. Every clink of a whiskey bottle, every quiet cleaning of a revolver was a sign. It was the feeling of standing on a cliff edge, knowing that the man she loved was about to take a step and drag her over it with him. The time for farming was over. The quiet life in Texas didn't just fade away, it was executed. The news didn't arrive as a whisper on the wind, but as a formal warrant carrying the name of Jim Reed. And the charge wasn't for rustling a few head of cattle or running whiskey, it was for murder. A man lay dead, shot down during a dispute over money, and the law said Jim Reed was the one who killed him. The dream of the farm was over, drowned in another man's blood. For Myra, this was the moment the earth opened up beneath her feet. She was standing at a crossroads, and both paths led through hell. One path was to follow the law of the state, the same law that wore the blue uniform of the men who had killed her brother. To follow that path meant turning her back on her husband, the father of her children, and surrendering him to his enemies for judgment. In her world, that wasn't justice, it was the ultimate betrayal. The other path led deeper into the shadows. It meant choosing her clan over the law, loyalty over respectability. It meant accepting that her husband was a killer and deciding to stand by him, to protect him, to become his accomplice. There, in the harsh Texas sunlight, with the wanted poster acting as a death warrant, Myra Maybelle Reed made her choice. She chose blood. She chose her own. Her reaction wasn't fear, but a cold, hard resolve. The anger she had nursed since her brother's death now had a new focus. The law wasn't a faceless entity anymore. It was a hunter, and its prey was her husband. From that moment on, they were no longer just a family struggling to get by. They were fugitives. Every knock on the door, every stranger on the road was a potential threat. The conflict was no longer a matter of old grudges. It was an open war, a daily struggle for survival. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and they had stained her life forever. It happened on a cold February day in 1889, just 2 days before her 41st birthday. She was riding home from a neighbor's house, the path toward Younger's Bend as familiar to her as the lines on her own hand. The air was still, the winter woods quiet. The only sound was the steady rhythm of her horse's hooves on the hard-packed dirt trail. And then, that rhythm was shattered. The sound of the first shotgun blast was a physical thing, a brutal roar that ripped through the silence of the hollow. It echoed off the bare trees and sent a flock of birds screaming into the sky. Her horse, terrified, reared violently, and the saddle was suddenly, unnaturally empty. There was a pause then, just a few seconds that must have felt like an eternity, a moment of agonizing stillness. Then a second, more deliberate blast followed, its report even uglier than the first. And after that, there was only a profound, ringing silence. Later, it was the horse that brought the first news of the tragedy. It came galloping back to the cabin at Younger's Bend, wild-eyed and trembling, the reins tangled, the saddle empty. It was a message of disaster that needed no words. The men who saw it knew instantly that something terrible had happened out on that lonely trail. When they followed the horse's tracks back, they found her. She was lying at the edge of the muddy creek crossing shed, ridden through 1,000 times. The cold, grey water swirled around her, indifferent to the scene. There were no witnesses, only the churned-up mud and the chilling quiet of the woods where an assassin had hidden, waited, and vanished. Her riding habit was stained with the dark, wet earth of the creek bank. The legendary bandit queen, the woman whose name was whispered in fear and admiration from Texas to Arkansas, the friend of the James boys and the wife of Sam Starr, had not gone down in a blaze of glory. There was no grand shootout, no final defiant stand. The air still smelled of spent gunpowder. The only other evidence was the profound and terrible stillness where a life had just been. It was an execution, carried out from the shadows, a cowardly end to a life that had been anything but cowardly. The violence wasn't in the details of the wounds, it was in the deafening silence that was left behind. We will never know for certain who hid in that cold brush, but we can try to crawl inside the mind of a man who would. Let's imagine it was the prime suspect, Edgar Watson, a man with a murder warrant hanging over his head like a noose. In his mind, this wasn't an act of pure evil. It was a simple, brutal calculation. Belle Starr had become a threat to his very existence. She had discovered his secret, the crime he had run so far to escape, and she was about to turn him out. That meant the law would come sniffing around, and his life as a free man would be over. In this twisted logic, Belle wasn't a person anymore. She was a problem, a loose end that needed to be tied off permanently. He saw her not as the legendary bandit queen, but as the one person standing between him and survival. Killing her wasn't an act of passion. It was a business decision, as cold and pragmatic as shooting a lame horse. He was a cornered animal, and in his world, you did whatever it took to break out of the trap. Honor, friendship, decency, those were luxuries a man like him couldn't afford. The switch flipped the moment he realized she would not be bluffed or bought, the moment he looked into her eyes and saw that she was going to act. That was the point of transformation. His anger and fear cooled into a single, sharp point of purpose. The planning would have been methodical. He knew her routines, her paths. He would have chosen the creek crossing deliberately, a place where she would have to slow her horse, where the terrain gave him perfect cover, where the sound of the shot would be muffled by the hollow. He wasn't a raging monster. He was a patient predator setting a trap. And after the second blast tore the air, what did he feel? Not remorse, not triumph. Most likely he felt a profound and chilling sense of relief. The threat was gone. The problem was solved. As he melted back into the brush, his heart would have been beating fast, but not from guilt. It was the adrenaline of survival. His mind would already be working on the next steps. The alibi, the look of surprise on his face when he heard the news. Whether it was the cold calculation of a man like Watson, or the hot, humiliated rage of her own son, the psychology was the same. Belle had become an obstacle, and for the beast in the shadows, obstacles were meant to be removed. When the echoes of the second shot finally died, a heavy, unnatural silence fell over Younger's Bend. The discovery was as grim and undignified as the murder itself. It wasn't a posse of lawmen who found her, but her own people, led to the spot by her riderless horse. They lifted her body from the cold, clinging mud of the creek bank and carried her home. The fearsome bandit queen, the woman who had stared down Judge Parker's court, was gone. All that was left was the mortal remains of Myra Maybelle Starr, her clothes soaked and stained with the earth she had fought so hard to possess. The cabin at Younger's Bend, once a bustling sanctuary for men on the run, became a house of mourning. The whispers of outlaw plots were replaced by the stunned silence of grief. For her daughter, Pearl, the sight of her mother's body was a wound that would never heal. The shock was soon followed by a cold, burning question that settled in the air like smoke. Who had done this? And who among the men and women gathered in that very room knew more than they were saying? The fight for survival was no longer against the law. It was against the secret killer who might be standing right beside them. Word travels fast in the back country, and it wasn't long before the law arrived. Deputy marshals from Fort Smith, Judge Isaac Parker's men, rode into Younger's Bend. They were hard men, accustomed to the violence of the territory, but this was different. This was the murder of the most famous woman in their jurisdiction. They weren't just investigating a crime, they were stepping into the heart of a legend, a place built on a foundation of secrets and lies, where every neighbor had a grudge and every friend had a hidden motive. The investigation began immediately, a slow, methodical process of untangling the web of Belle's complicated life. Who were her enemies? Who owed her money? Who feared her? The list was dangerously long. A reward was posted, a paltry sum that seemed an insult to the scale of her fame. But in a land where loyalty was cheap and life was cheaper, even a small reward could be enough to loosen a tongue or point a finger. The initial chaos of rumor soon began to crystallize around one name. In the fearful whispers of neighbors and the cold calculations of the deputies, the name of Edgar Watson surfaced again and again. the tenant farmer with a secret past, the man Bell was about to evict. He had the motive, he had the opportunity, and he had the cold-blooded history. The hunt for Belle Starr's killer now had a face and a name. Belle Starr's murder was like a stone dropped into a still pond, and the ripples of fear and suspicion spread through every isolated cabin in the territory. This wasn't a tight-knit community bound by friendship. It was a loose collection of families, fugitives, and farmers, all held together by a fragile web of convenience and mutual distrust. Her death tore that web to pieces. Instantly, invisible lines were drawn in the dirt. On one side were those loyal to Belle's memory, her family, the outlaws she had sheltered, and the neighbors who had, in their own way, respected her power. On the other side were those who had feared her, owed her money, or, like Edgar Watson, felt the sting of her wrath. When the marshals from Fort Smith began their investigation, they ran headlong into a solid wall of silence. You have to understand, in the Indian Territory, the law of Judge Parker was seen as a foreign power. The real law was the local code, and that code had one simple rule: you don't talk to outsiders. To be a snitch was a death sentence, far more certain than any verdict from a jury in Fort Smith. The deputies would ask questions, and in return they would get blank stares, shrugged shoulders, and the maddeningly simple phrase, "Don't know nothing." This wasn't just loyalty to the outlaw way, it was raw, paralyzing fear. The killer was still out there. He could be the man plowing the next field over. He could be listening from the shadows at the general store. To speak a name aloud to a lawman was to invite a shotgun blast in the dark for you and your family. People who once left their doors unbarred now checked them twice. A strange horseman on the road was no longer a traveler, but a potential threat. The law offered a reward, but the killer offered a much more immediate consequence. In this atmosphere of terror, even the smallest actions became profound statements of allegiance. True courage was rare, and it was quiet. It was the neighbor woman who left a basket of cornbread on Pearl's doorstep, a silent offering of sympathy that said, "I am with you," without speaking a word. Cowardice, however, was far more common. It was the man who, when asked about Edgar Watson's whereabouts on that fateful afternoon, suddenly found a fascinating spot on the floor to stare at. It was the providing of a vague alibi, the convenient lapse in memory, the turning of a blind eye. Every person in that hollow was forced to make a choice, and most chose the side of self-preservation, burying the truth under a thick blanket of silence. The hunt for Edgar Watson wasn't a grand, sweeping posse of righteous lawmen. It was two separate hunts, running on parallel tracks of justice and revenge. On one track were the U.S. deputy marshals, methodical and official, working for Judge Parker's court. On the other, far more dangerous track, was an unofficial posse, a ghost-like band led by Belle's new husband, Jim July Starr, and likely composed of men who had called Younger's Bend a safe haven. The lawmen wanted Watson in handcuffs. Jim July and his riders wanted him in a shallow grave. The Indian Territory in winter is a merciless landscape. It's not the soaring peaks of Appalachia, but a tangled, brutal world of its own, a maze of dense thickets, frozen swamps, and red clay mud that can suck a horse down to its belly. Watson knew this land. He was a creature of its shadows. He melted into the landscape, his trail as slippery as a water moccasin in a dark creek. For days, the hunt was a frustrating ordeal against nature itself. The marshals followed procedure, while Jim July's men followed instinct, their eyes reading the land for broken twigs and disturbed leaves that the official lawmen missed. Watson was a phantom. A farmer would report seeing a man matching his description near the Poto River, but by the time the posse arrived, he was gone, leaving nothing but a cold campfire. They were always one step behind, chasing a ghost through a wilderness that seemed designed to protect its own. The territory itself was his greatest ally. It was a place where a man on the run could find a sympathetic ear, a hot meal, and a fresh horse from someone who held their own grudge against the law at Fort Smith. Watson wasn't just one man against a posse. He was a fugitive plugged into the lawless network that thrived in those hills. The chase stretched on, the days turning into a week. The pursuers grew weary, their supplies dwindling, their frustration mounting. They were hunting in a land of whispers and lies, where the very air seemed to conspire against them. It felt less like a manhunt and more like an exorcism, trying to drive a malevolent spirit out of a haunted land. Every cold night spent by a fire was a reminder that their quarry was out there, just as cold, just as determined, and driven by the most powerful engine of all, the will to survive. The end came not with a roar, but with a quiet click. It wasn't in a desperate firefight on a windswept ridge. The U.S. Marshals, relentless in their pursuit, finally cornered him. Perhaps it was a tip from someone who decided the reward money was worth more than the risk, or perhaps Watson simply made a mistake. They found him holed up, exhausted, hungry, and out of options. There was no final, defiant stand. Faced with the unwavering steel of the law, Edgar Watson surrendered. The hunt in the shadows was over, but the fight for what passed for justice in that wild country was only just beginning. The air in the Fort Smith federal courtroom was thick enough to taste, a stale mix of sweat, wet wool, and cheap tobacco. This was the domain of the hanging judge, Isaac Parker, a place where the law of the United States finally sank its teeth into the wild frontier of the Indian Territory. The trial of Edgar Watson for the murder of Belle Starr was a sensation. The public gallery was packed to the rafters with a curious and volatile mix. Sober-faced townsfolk, hard-eyed riders from the territory who watched everything with unnerving stillness, and a pack of slick reporters from the eastern papers, pencils flying, hungry for every sordid detail. Edgar Watson sat beside his lawyer, a picture of calm defiance. He wasn't a cornered, terrified animal anymore. He was clean-shaven and wore a borrowed suit, and he surveyed the courtroom with an almost imperceptible smirk. He knew the rules of this game better than any lawyer. His innocence or guilt would not be decided by facts, but by fear. He understood the code of the hills, and he was betting his life on it. The prosecution laid out its case, a carefully constructed web of circumstantial evidence. They had the motive. Belle was about to evict him, exposing him as a wanted murderer from Florida. They had the opportunity. He had no solid alibi for the time of the killing. What they didn't have was a single, credible witness. One by one, Belle's neighbors were called to the stand, and one by one, the wall of silence went up. Men who had spoken freely of their suspicions to the marshals now suffered from a crippling loss of memory. Their eyes would shift, their voices would drop to a mumble, their answers becoming a litany of, "I can't rightly say," and it was too dark to see. You can just imagine the prosecutor's mounting frustration as he watched his case dissolve under the silent, powerful gaze Watson directed at each person who took the stand. The most powerful person in that room wasn't the judge. It was the defendant. He held the lives and fears of the witnesses in his hands, and everyone knew it. They were 100 miles from their isolated cabins, but the threat felt as close as the man in the witness box. The jury was out for less than an hour. The law required them to convict beyond a reasonable doubt, and with only whispers and motive, there was doubt everywhere. The foreman stood, cleared his throat, and refused to look at Watson as he read the verdict. Not guilty. A wave of murmurs and gasps swept the room. Edgar Watson simply nodded, as if he had known the outcome all along. He stood up, a free man in the eyes of the law, and walked out of the courthouse into the sunlight. But as he passed through the crowd, a local legend says he came face to face with Belle's daughter, Pearl. Someone asked her then and there who she thought had killed her mother. Pearl, it is said, never took her eyes off Watson as she replied, her voice cold and clear, "I know who killed my mother, and so does Mr. Watson." The court of men had spoken, but out on the courthouse steps, the justice of the mountains had delivered its own chilling verdict. The verdict was a second shotgun blast, this one fired into the heart of Belle's family. For her daughter Pearl, the acquittal of Edgar Watson was an impossible betrayal. The law had failed, and the man she believed was her mother's murderer was now free to walk the same earth. She and her brother Ed were now adrift, the anchor of their chaotic world gone. They stayed at Younger's Bend for a time, trying to hold on to the last piece of their mother's legacy, but the place was haunted. Every shadow in the woods, every creak of the cabin door was a reminder of the murder and the injustice. Eventually, the weight became too much. They drifted away, their lives following a long, sad arc away from the violence of their upbringing, seeking a peace they would never fully find. As for Edgar Watson, he left Fort Smith a free man, but he was a marked man. The court's verdict meant nothing in the territory, where Bell's friends and family held their own silent court. He knew he could never return to his farm, so he fled, becoming a wanderer, drifting from state to state, always looking over his shoulder. He couldn't escape the shadow of the bandit queen. For years, he was a ghost, haunted by the murder he was never convicted of. The law had acquitted him, but the court of public opinion and rumor had found him guilty. His ultimate fate is a matter of legend itself, but many say he met his end years later in another squalid dispute, his life ending as violently as the one he was accused of taking. It was a different kind of justice, slow and patient, but just as final. The community around Younger's Bend tried to forget. Forgetting was a form of self-preservation. To speak of Belle Starr's murder was to stir up ghosts and invite trouble. The story was pushed down, buried under the routines of farming and the passing of seasons. The notorious cabin at Younger's Bend, the outlaw sanctuary, slowly fell into disrepair, its timbers rotting, its stories fading into the landscape. The territory was changing. The old outlaw days were dying, and the people who lived there wanted to look forward, not back. The story became a cautionary tale whispered to children, a wild piece of local folklore. They buried the truth under a conspiracy of silence, not out of malice, but out of a desperate need for peace. But burying a story like that is like burying a seed. It doesn't die. It just waits in the darkness, ready to sprout again when someone comes along and starts digging. The name Starr didn't simply vanish into the red dirt of the territory. It echoed on, carried by her children, whose lives were forever shaped by their mother's violent end. Her son, Ed Reed, continued a life of petty crime, a pale shadow of the outlaws his mother had known, until he was killed in a saloon argument. Her daughter, Pearl, took a different path. She tried to escape the legacy, but found that the only way to survive was on the fringes of the very society that had sensationalized her mother's life. She eventually settled in Fort Smith and ran a bordello, becoming a different kind of outlaw queen, one who provided a haven not for gunslingers, but for the lonely and the lost. The most tangible trace of Belle Starr is a lonely patch of ground near the Eufaula Lake in modern-day Oklahoma, not far from where Younger's Bend once stood. There lies her grave. For years it was marked by a headstone said to have been carved by her daughter Pearl, bearing a bell, a star, and a poignant poem. Shed not for her the bitter tear, nor give the heart to vain regret. 'Tis but the casket that lies here, the gem that filled it sparkles yet. It was a daughter's attempt to reclaim the memory of her mother, to see the gem instead of the gun smoke. But even in death, the legend wouldn't let the woman rest. Over the decades, Belle Starr's grave was desecrated, plundered by treasure hunters possessed by the dime novel lies. They came searching for the twin Colt pistols they believed were buried with her, for jewels, for anything to connect them to the myth. In 1930, ghouls stole the headstone itself. Later, they even stole what was believed to be her skull. The woman's story was consumed by her own legend, her final resting place picked apart by the very sensationalism that had created her. Today, the cabin at Younger's Bend has long since rotted back into the earth. The courthouse in Fort Smith has been preserved as a museum, its walls no longer echoing with the whispers of her trial. Most of the people who live on that land now only know her name from a road sign or a local festival. But the land remembers. The wind that whispers through the blackjack oaks still carries the story. Though the people and the buildings are gone, the spirit of that violent, defiant and tragic life remains, a permanent echo in the soil of Oklahoma. So we come back to that cold, muddy creek, and the question that still hangs in the air like winter mist: who pulled the trigger? The law books will tell you the case is unsolved, the killer never brought to justice. But the truth, as it so often does in those hills, lies in the whispers that the court refused to hear. The real killer was likely not some romantic, spurned outlaw, but a desperate man with a dark secret, ending a squalid dispute with a blast of buckshot. A pathetic, cowardly end to a life that was anything but. But perhaps the greatest lesson from this saga isn't about solving a murder. It's about how a real person, made of flesh, blood, and contradictions, can be consumed by the legend created for her. Belle Starr was not the mastermind, the velvet-clad rider leading gangs into battle. She was a woman forged in the crucible of civil war, a survivor who used her wits and her connections to build a life in a violent world dominated by violent men. She was a haven, a negotiator, a mother, and a formidable enemy. The true tragedy of Belle Starr isn't found in the manner of her death, but in the theft of her life by the myth that outlived her. This is a story of the untamable, often brutal spirit of the American frontier, and of the sensationalist press that turned real people's pain into cheap entertainment. The newspapers and dime novels gave the world a bandit queen, but in doing so, they erased the real Myra Maybelle Shirley, who lived, bled, and died in the mud of the Indian Territory. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. If you stand on the courthouse square in Manchester, Kentucky, and just listen, you can almost feel it. The sounds of today, the hum of traffic, the distant laughter from a storefront, they're just a thin veneer. Beneath that, there's an echo, a deep, cold resonance in the very ground beneath your feet. Because it was right here, on this patch of earth, that a man of God committed an unholy act in broad daylight. He took a life, and in doing so, held a mirror up to the soul of a time and a place known to history as bloody clay. The question that hangs in the air, even after more than a century, isn't just about the crack of the pistol that shattered the autumn quiet. It's about the man who pulled the trigger. How does a devout Methodist minister, a man sworn to peace, become a killer? And more chillingly, how does a jury of his peers look upon that act and call it justice? Today, we're going to listen to those echoes. These old bricks and this worn-down soil have a story to tell, and we are here to piece it together. To understand what happened on that courthouse square, you have to rewind the clock to 1899 and step into a world that feels both ancient and terrifyingly raw. This is Clay County, Kentucky. Deep in the Cumberland Mountains, cut off by ridges and creeks, this place had its own set of rules, and they were written in blood. The rest of America was looking forward to a new century of progress, but here, the wounds of the Civil War were still fresh, still weeping. They called it Bloody Clay, and it was a name earned through decades of ambush, assassination, and open warfare on the streets. The war had split this land down the middle, not just north and south, but neighbor against neighbor, cousin against cousin. The Baker clan, staunchly Unionist and Republican, found themselves locked in a bitter struggle for power against a formidable alliance of ex-Confederate families, the Howards, the Whites, and the Gilberts. This wasn't just about who sat in the courthouse. It was a feud over everything. It was about land, about the profits from the salt mines, and most of all, it was about honor. In these mountains, a man's honor was his most valuable possession, and an insult to it demanded a violent reply. In the middle of this cauldron walked Reverend George D. Baker. He was no backwoods preacher screaming at the sky. He was a respected traveling Methodist minister, a man whose words could soothe a grieving widow or inspire a congregation to grace. In a community held together by faith and family, the preacher was meant to be the moral compass, the peacemaker who stood above the endless cycle of revenge. He was the shepherd, meant to guide his flock away from the darkness. But George Baker had a second identity, one that was fused to his very bones. He was a baker. He was born into the feud, raised on stories of kinsmen shot from their saddles or gunned down in town. The unwritten law of the mountains was absolute. Blood answers for blood. A man stood with his family, or he stood for nothing at all. Every day of his life, Reverend Baker walked an impossible tightrope, balancing the teachings of Christ's forgiveness in one hand and the heavy burden of his clan's honor in the other. His direct rival, the man who embodied everything the Bakers fought against, was Tom Howard. Howard was not just another feudist with a quick temper, he was the elected Clay County clerk. He held a position of legitimate power, controlling records, documents, and the official gears of local government. As a leader of the Democratic faction, he was the public face of the Baker family's oldest and deadliest enemies. And so, the stage was set. The town of Manchester was a tinderbox, and these two men were like sparks in the wind. Every time their paths crossed on the dusty main street, the air would grow thick and cold. It was more than a personal dislike. It was a collision of two worlds. It was the law of the state versus the law of the clan, the power of the vote versus the power of the gun. And in bloody Clay, everyone knew that sooner or later, one of them would have to give way. The real work of understanding a story like this happens away from the courthouse square, in the quiet, dusty rooms where the past is filed away. It's a hunt through county archives, turning the fragile pages of old ledgers, the air thick with the smell of brittle paper and decaying ink. You're searching for more than just facts. You're looking for the voice of the time, a whisper from the world that was. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you find it. In a collection of local papers from the turn of the century, I found this. It's a clipping from the Clay County Republican, dated just 2 days after the killing. The paper is yellowed and flakes at the edges, but the headline is bold and clear. A necessary act. Reverend Baker defends his life against aggressor. It's not a headline reporting a tragedy. It's a headline declaring a victory. Reading the article is like looking at a photograph where the focus has been deliberately blurred. It paints Tom Howard as a belligerent tyrant and Reverend Baker as a patient man of God pushed beyond his limits. It speaks of Howard's known history of threats and Baker's unimpeachable character. This isn't just a news report. It's a carefully crafted piece of propaganda written by Baker's political allies to control the narrative before the body was even cold. This single piece of paper proves that the shooting wasn't an isolated event born of a chance argument. It was the climax of a public and vicious feud that had been escalating for some time. This article is a weapon, fired in a war of words that was already raging. And it raises a chilling question. What were they fighting about? What was the final, unforgivable offense that pushed these two men from veiled threats and political maneuvering to a deadly confrontation in the street? That newspaper clipping was not the beginning of the story, but the result of a deliberate and escalating campaign. In the months leading up to that November day, the feud had shifted from simmering resentment to an open war of words fought in the pages of rival newspapers. The Clay County Republican, the voice of the Baker clan, began a relentless assault on Tom Howard. Week after week, it printed articles accusing the county clerk of corruption, of abusing his office for personal gain, and of being a political tyrant who ruled through fear. Each article was a public slap in the face, a calculated attack on Howard's honor designed to undermine his authority in the eyes of the people. They painted him as a snake in the very heart of the county government. For a man in his position, in a place like Clay County, these were not mere political jabs. They were accusations that demanded a response. And in a land where a man's reputation was all he had, a response often meant violence. This is where Reverend George D. Baker stepped from the pulpit into the heart of the conflict. He wasn't just a passive supporter of his family's newspaper. His sermons, known for their fiery passion, began to take on a new, sharper edge. He preached about sin and corruption, about the duty of good men to stand against the forces of darkness in their community. While he may not have named Tom Howard from the pulpit, everyone in the pews knew exactly who the serpents and money changers in the temple were. He was giving his clan's political war a divine sanction, transforming a struggle for power into a holy crusade. Tom Howard found himself besieged. His name was being dragged through the mud in print, and now the most respected preacher in the region was calling down hellfire upon him every Sunday. He was being politically and morally isolated. Cornered and enraged, Howard did what feudists do. He pushed back. He began making public threats. On the streets of Manchester, in saloons and storefronts, he made it known that if the lies didn't stop, he would silence the liars himself. And he specifically named Reverend George D. Baker. The seeds of conflict were now fully sown. The battle had moved from the printed page to open verbal threats. The entire town of Manchester could feel the change in the air. The tension was no longer a political disagreement, it was a personal death threat. Two of the most powerful men in Clay County were on a collision course, and everyone was just waiting for the crash. It was no longer a question of if it would happen, but when. Newspapers and official records can give you the skeleton of a story, but they can't give you its heart. To find that, you have to talk to the people who have kept the story alive, not on paper, but in memory. In Clay County, there are still folks who hold the oral traditions, the tales passed down over generations that fill in the gaps the official histories leave behind. I found one of them in an old-timer named Silas, a local historian whose family has lived in these hills since before Kentucky was a state. We sat on his front porch, the afternoon sun filtering through the oak trees, and he spoke of the past as if it were yesterday. He listened patiently as I recounted the details I'd found, the newspaper war, the political maneuvering. He just nodded slowly, a wry smile on his face. "That's the official story," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "That's the part they wanted everyone to see. But the old folks in my family, they always said the real trouble, the thing that made it all unavoidable, happened just 3 days before the shooting. It wasn't in any newspaper. According to the story passed down in his family, Tom Howard, pushed to the breaking point by the relentless attacks, finally went looking for the Reverend. He didn't find him in the courthouse or a saloon, but on the street, not far from the Methodist church. He walked right up to Baker, his face a mask of cold fury. And what he said wasn't just a threat, it was an attack on the man's very soul. He didn't yell, Silas told me. He spoke just loud enough for Baker to hear. "You hide your feud behind that Bible, preacher," Howard hissed. "You call me a sinner from your pulpit while you sick your family's dogs on me in the papers. You ain't a man of God. You're a coward, using the cross as a shield for your own hate." In that moment, Tom Howard did more than just insult George Baker. He ripped away the one thing that allowed the preacher to reconcile the two halves of his life. He accused him of being a hypocrite and a coward, invalidating his faith and his honor in a single breath. As Silas finished the story, he looked at me, his eyes clear and steady. "Now you understand," he said. After that was said, one of them had to die. It was just a matter of who got the first shot. The confrontation, when it finally came, was not a wild brawl in a smoky saloon. It was something far more chilling. Just 3 days before the end, Tom Howard found what he was looking for. He saw the Reverend George Baker walking along the main street, not far from the shadow of his own church steeple. The air was crisp with the promise of winter, and the usual bustle of Manchester seemed to fade into a low hum as Howard altered his course, his steps deliberate and heavy on the hard-packed dirt. He didn't rush. He didn't shout. He simply moved to block the preacher's path, forcing him to stop. For a moment, The two most powerful enemies in Clay County stood face to face, the space between them crackling with generations of hate. Witnesses would later say that Howard's voice was low, controlled, a venom colder than the November wind. He looked the minister dead in the eye, and the words he spoke were not a challenge to a fight, but a judgment on a man's soul. "You hide your feud behind that Bible, preacher," Howard said, the words cutting through the quiet air. "You call me a sinner from your pulpit while you sick your family's dogs on me in the papers." He took a slight step closer, his gaze unwavering. "You ain't a man of God. You're a coward, using the cross as a shield for your own hate." In that single devastating moment, Tom Howard had found the one weapon that could pierce George Baker's armor. He didn't just question his honor as a baker, he publicly condemned his integrity as a man of faith. He declared that the Reverend's entire life, his ministry, his moral authority, was a lie. For a man who had built his identity on those two irreconcilable pillars, clan and cloth, it was an accusation of absolute spiritual bankruptcy. The tightrope he had walked for so long had just been severed. George Baker said nothing. He simply stood there, his face a stone mask. But something in his eyes changed. The fire of the preacher was extinguished, replaced by the cold, hard glint of the feudist. The argument was over. The debates, the sermons, the newspaper articles, they were all meaningless now. Tom Howard had delivered the final, unforgivable insult, and in the unwritten law of bloody clay, such a thing could only be answered one way. Howard turned and walked away, leaving the minister standing alone in the street. But it was too late. The line had been crossed, the words had been spoken, and they could never be taken back. In that quiet, tense exchange, a death sentence had been passed. The only question left was who would be the executioner and who would be the condemned. So I'm standing here now, back on the courthouse square in Manchester. The building you see today isn't the one that stood here in 1899. That was an older, two-story brick building, the kind with tall windows that seemed to look down on the town like weary old eyes. That building is gone, lost to time and progress. But the ground is the same. The earth that drank Tom Howard's blood is still right here, paved over, but present. This whole square is a witness mark, right here. This is where it happened. The county clerk's office was in that original courthouse, so Tom Howard would have been walking right across this very path, maybe heading for the street. And based on all accounts, Reverend Baker was approaching from that direction, coming into the heart of town. This patch of ground was their collision point, the inevitable destination for two men who had run out of words. This wasn't an ambush in a dark hollow or a fight in a lawless saloon. This was a confrontation set to happen in the very center of civic life, in the shadow of the law itself. Storekeepers would have been sweeping their porches, farmers negotiating prices, children running errands. They were all about to become the audience for the final bloody act of a drama that had been building for months. They were about to see the moment when the last thread of civility in bloody clay finally snapped. On that fateful November day, the inevitable finally arrived. Reverend George Baker and Tom Howard met on the courthouse square. The exact words spoken between them were lost to the wind and the partisan accounts that followed, but they were surely little more than a final, venomous formality. It was the last spark falling onto a powder keg that had been packed with generations of hatred and a week of unforgivable insults. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath. The clatter of wagons, the murmur of conversation, it all seemed to fade away as the two men stood locked in that final, silent challenge. Then, a blur of motion, a hand diving beneath a coat. The sound that shattered the afternoon quiet wasn't a single shot, but a deafening, thunderous crack of pistols echoing between the wooden storefronts. It wasn't the sound of a fight. It was the sound of an ending. Pigeons scattered from the courthouse roof in a frantic grey cloud. A woman on the far side of the square dropped a basket of apples, and they rolled, unheeded, across the dirt. Everything froze. When the smoke cleared, the scene was stark and horrifyingly simple. Tom Howard was on his feet, but only just. He staggered back a step, a look of profound surprise on his face, his hand clutching at his chest. A dark patch began to bloom across his shirt, a terrible flower of violence. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. Then, with a finality that silenced the entire town, he collapsed in a heap on the ground. Standing over him, his feet planted firm, was the Methodist minister, George D. Baker. His face was not one of rage or panic, but of grim, unyielding determination. The hand that had baptized children and offered the communion wafer now held a smoking pistol. He had shot and killed the Clay County clerk in broad daylight in the very heart of town, and he made no move to run. The battle was over. In the terrible silence that followed, the only thing left to do was count the cost. After the chaos of the courthouse square, the story moves indoors into the quiet, methodical world of paper and ink. I'm sitting in a county records office, a place where human dramas are boiled down into simple, declarative sentences written in the elegant, spidery script of the past. In my hands, I have a copy of the coroner's inquest for Thomas Howard, dated November 1899. It's a document of brutal efficiency. Under cause of death, the physician wrote just 2 words. Pistol shot. 2 words. That's all the official record has to say about the violent end of a man's life. It doesn't mention the generations of animosity, the public insults, or the look of shock on his face as he fell. The paper reduces the entire complex, bloody feud into a simple clinical fact. It strips away the passion, the hatred, and the honor, leaving only the sterile mechanics of the event. This is the first step in the law's attempt to make sense of the unthinkable. Then there's the sheriff's logbook entry for that day. It's just as lean. George D. Baker surrendered himself into my custody this afternoon. States he shot Thomas Howard in self-defense after being threatened. Here it is, the moment the story pivots. The raw, violent act on the street is immediately being framed, packaged into a legal defense. Self-defense. In the world of bloody clay, those 2 words carried an immense weight, a meaning far deeper than any law book could define. Reading these documents, you realize the official record is a different language. It has no words for the code of the mountains. It cannot record the weight of an insult or the sacred duty to kin. All the raw human emotion that led to the shooting is invisible here. These papers tell you what happened, but they are utterly silent on the why. And it was in that vast, silent space between the facts on the page and the truth of the feud that the fate of Reverend George D. Baker would be decided. There was no manhunt for Reverend Baker. He did not flee into the mountains or attempt to hide among his kin. In a move that demonstrated a deep understanding of the local power dynamics, he walked calmly from the scene of the shooting, his pistol likely still warm, and surrendered himself to the sheriff. He knew the fight had not ended. It had simply moved into a new arena, the courtroom. He was gambling that the same code of honor that led him to pull the trigger would be the very thing that set him free. The trial of the killer preacher was a sensation. It drew crowds from all over the surrounding counties, packing the small Manchester courthouse to the rafters. On one side of the room sat the somber, black-clad family of Tom Howard, their faces etched with grief and a thirst for vengeance. On the other side sat the Bakers and their allies, a formidable wall of support for their preacher and kinsman. The entire Clay County feud was condensed into that one superheated room, the air thick with tension and the unspoken threat of more violence. The prosecution presented a clear, logical case. They argued that this was a premeditated assassination, the culmination of a political and personal vendetta. They had witnesses who saw the confrontation. They had the body of the county clerk as their star exhibit. They argued that a man of God, of all people, should have turned the other cheek. It was a solid case, built on the foundation of state law and Christian morality. But Baker's defense was not built on the law of Kentucky. It was built on the law of the mountains. His lawyers didn't deny he pulled the trigger. Instead, They painted a picture of a good man pushed to the brink. They brought witness after witness to testify about Tom Howard's aggressive nature and the public threats he had made against the Reverend's life. Baker himself took the stand, a commanding and sympathetic figure. He spoke not of politics, but of the primal fear for his life. He claimed that when he met Howard on the square, he saw a man ready to kill him, and in the kill or be killed world they all inhabited, he had no choice but to shoot first. The jury, 12 men from Clay and the surrounding hills, listened intently. They were not just jurors. They were men who lived by the same code. They understood the weight of a public threat, the unforgivable nature of certain insults. They were being asked to judge George Baker not by the cold letter of the law, but by the unwritten rules of survival and honor that governed their own lives. When the time came, the verdict was delivered to a silent, packed courtroom. Not guilty. Reverend George D. Baker had killed a man, and his peers had declared it justice. He walked out of the courthouse a free man, leaving the family of Tom Howard to wonder if there was any law in Kentucky that could touch a Baker. The final chapter of any feud isn't written in a courthouse ledger or a yellowed newspaper. It's written here, in a quiet mountain cemetery where the only sounds are the wind in the cedar trees and the crunch of your own feet on the gravel path. The stones here are old, tilted by the slow creep of the earth, their inscriptions worn smooth by a century of rain and snow. This is where the passions of bloody Clay came for their final, silent rest. It takes some searching to find Tom Howard. His stone is in a family plot, a solid, respectable granite marker befitting a man of his station. The inscription is fading now, but you can still make out his name and his title, Clay County Clerk. It's a final, silent testament to the power he once held. The stone is weathered, clean, but not meticulously tended. It feels like a monument to a past that is slowly, surely being forgotten. Here lies a man who lost the most important fight of his life, and the quiet dignity of his grave seems to echo that defeat. Then, just over a small rise, on the other side of the cemetery, you find the Baker family plot. And there it is. Reverend George D. Baker's stone is simpler, more humble, marked with a plain cross. It's the grave of a minister, not a warrior. But there's a key difference here. The ground around it is clearer, and a small, faded plastic flower sits at its base, a sign that someone still comes to remember. His legacy, it seems, has lingered in a way that Howard's has not. They lie maybe 200 feet from one another. All the fury, the power struggles, the public condemnations, and the final fatal violence on the courthouse square, it all ends here. They are neighbors now, enemies in life who share the same quiet Kentucky soil in death. But leaving that courthouse a free man was not the end of the story. For the Reverend, for his family, and for the shattered family of the man he killed, acquittal was not the same as peace. A new, long shadow was just beginning to fall. Freedom, in bloody Clay County, was a complicated thing. When Reverend George D. Baker walked out of that courthouse, acquitted and unbowed, he wasn't returning to a life of quiet ministry. He was returning to a war that he had just won a major battle in. The law had exonerated him, but the feud was far from over. The long shadow of the man he killed would follow him, and the entire county, for years to come. The most powerful legend about the killer preacher, the one that still sends a shiver down the spine, is what happened the very next Sunday. He ascended to his pulpit, as he always did. The church was filled to overflowing, a tense mix of his loyal Baker kin and other townsfolk, all watching, waiting to see what the man who had killed another just days before would have to say. He opened his Bible, looked out over the congregation, and his voice boomed with the same fire and conviction as always. He did not preach of mercy or forgiveness. He preached from the Old Testament, a fiery sermon about righteous justice, about smiting one's enemies, about the sacred duty to protect one's own from the forces of evil. He didn't need to name Tom Howard. Every soul in that room knew who the Philistine was in his sermon. He was not asking for forgiveness, he was claiming divine justification. For the Howard family, the acquittal was not an ending, but a declaration of war. The legal system had failed them, siding with their enemy. In their eyes, the verdict was a profound and unforgivable insult, proof that the Bakers owned the law in Clay County. The grief for their fallen leader curdled into a cold, hard resolve. They were now bound by honor to seek their own justice. The feud did not die with Tom Howard. His death became a rallying cry, a martyr's blood that guaranteed the violence would continue for another generation. And so, Clay County did not find peace. The acquittal hardened the battle lines. The Bakers and their allies were emboldened, convinced of the righteousness of their cause. The Howards and their supporters were driven by a fresh, burning sense of grievance. The violence sputtered on, in ambushes on lonely roads and sudden confrontations in town. The long shadow of that courthouse showdown poisoned the community, ensuring that sons would inherit the hatreds of their fathers. Reverend George D. Baker, for his part, continued to preach. He lived for many more years, a respected elder in his clan and a pillar of his church. He died an old man, a living paradox, who never seemed to have been troubled by the two halves of his life. To his flock and his family, he remained a man of God who had been forced to defend himself. He was the shepherd who, to protect his flock, had been forced to kill a wolf. The story of his life, however, would serve as a dark and permanent reminder that in the mountains, the law of God and the law of man could both be bent to the will of the feud. Even today, more than 100 years after the smoke cleared on the courthouse square, the story of the killer preacher is not a settled piece of history in Clay County. It's a living wound. The feud itself may have faded, but its memory has split into two powerful, irreconcilable currents that still flow through the community. The truth, you see, depends entirely on which side of the cemetery you're standing on. If you talk to folks with Baker blood, or those whose families were allied with them, a clear picture emerges. To them, Reverend George D. Baker remains a pillar of strength and conviction. He was a man of God, yes, but he was also a man of his time and place, forced to defend his very life against a corrupt and violent political enemy. In their telling, the acquittal wasn't a miscarriage of justice. It was the will of the community, a righteous verdict for a man who had been pushed too far. He is remembered as a hero, a symbol of the unbreakable bond of family and the courage to stand against tyranny. But if you find someone with a connection to the Howard clan, you will hear a different gospel entirely. They will tell you the story of a cold-blooded hypocrite who hid a killer's heart behind the cloth of the ministry. They'll speak of a political assassination, carefully planned and brutally executed, disguised as a chance street fight. To them, Tom Howard was a duly elected public servant, a husband and a father, murdered for standing up to the Bakers' control of the county. The trial was a sham, the verdict a final bitter insult delivered by a jury of their enemies' friends. In this version, Reverend Baker is no hero. He is the villain, a man who twisted both the law of man and the word of God to get away with murder. So who was he? A righteous man of God or a sanctimonious killer? Was Tom Howard a dangerous aggressor or a public servant trying to do his job? The absolute objective truth of what was in each man's heart on that day is likely buried with them under those worn granite stones. What remains are these two opposing legacies, two powerful stories passed down through generations. The feud is over, but the battle for how it is remembered rages on in the quiet conversations and the long memories of these mountains. When a story is this raw, this soaked in blood and betrayal and impossible choices, it refuses to stay dead and buried in the past. It breaks free from the brittle pages of history books and the sworn testimony of court records. It seeps into the soil of the place where it happened, and over the decades, it grows into something else entirely, a legend. The story of Reverend George D. Baker is no longer just a historical event in Clay County. It's a piece of local folklore. It has become a cautionary tale, the kind a grandfather might tell his grandson to explain the dark complexities of the world. It's a warning that a man's character is never simple, that even a man of God can carry a killer's resolve in his heart. It's the ultimate Appalachian parable, a stark reminder that in these mountains, the bonds of blood can sometimes be stronger than the bonds of faith, and that blood is often thicker than holy water. And like all powerful stories of violence, it left a ghost behind. Some people in Manchester will tell you that on a cold, quiet November evening, if you stand in just the right spot on the courthouse square, you can feel it. A sudden drop in temperature, a cold spot where the air seems heavier, more sorrowful. Others claim to have heard things on the wind, not a voice, but the faint echo of a heated argument, followed by a terrible, profound silence. It is the psychic scar left on the landscape, the final transformation of the killer preacher's story from a human tragedy into a haunting. This is what happens when history bleeds into legend. The sharp edges of fact, the exact words spoken, the precise sequence of events get worn smooth over time. What's left is the dark, unsettling truth at the heart of the tale. That the line between a saint and a sinner, a hero and a murderer, can sometimes be as thin as a trigger pull. So here we are, back where we began, on the courthouse square in Manchester. The place hasn't changed in the last hour of our journey, but our understanding of it has. The echo I spoke of when we started is clearer now. It's no longer a vague feeling in the air. It has a voice. It speaks of honor and insult, of faith and fury, of a man who tried to hold both a Bible and a pistol and found himself forced to choose which one to use. We came here with a simple, shocking question. How does a preacher become a killer? But the story of Reverend George D. Baker and Tom Howard teaches us that the truth is never simple. It's a dark and tangled web of old wounds from a forgotten war, the brutal pride of the clan, and the impossible pressure cooker of a community where the law of the gun often spoke louder than the law of the land. We saw how a verdict of not guilty didn't bring peace, but only guaranteed that the long shadow of violence would stretch into a new generation. And this story, in the end, isn't just about a feud in the Kentucky mountains over a century ago. It's a chilling lesson about the fragility of civilization itself. It shows us how quickly our highest ideals, our faith, our laws, our sense of morality can be swept away by older, deeper currents of blood, honor, and revenge. The story of the killer preacher is a permanent and powerful reminder that the most dangerous ground isn't in some distant, lawless hollow, but in the conflicted heart of a human being. The men who lived and died by that code are gone now. The old courthouse they fought to control is nothing but a memory. But the next time you pass through a small town and see its courthouse square, listen. Listen for the echoes of the stories that ground is holding on to. The people are gone, the guns are silent, but the story remains. They say that on the day they strapped Floyd Allen into the electric chair, the mountains of Carroll County held their breath. Here was a man who had been a law unto himself, a patriarch whose word was gospel and whose pistol was the final court of appeal. He was a king in his own world, a world of misty hollers and unwritten codes of honor. Yet his reign ended not in a blaze of glory on a mountainside, but in a sterile room in Richmond, at the hands of a power he could never understand. Was he the last of the mountain lions, a fierce protector of his kin, cornered by a world that no longer had a place for him? Or was he a brutal tyrant, a man whose pride was so vast it consumed everything he loved, his family, his fortune, and finally, his own life? The truth, as it always does in these old hills, is tangled up like roots in the clay. Today, we're going to untangle that story. We're going to follow the trail of blood and honor that led Floyd Allen from the pinnacle of power in his mountain kingdom to that cold chair in the state penitentiary. And to do that, we have to start not with the famous massacre that sealed his fate, but with the forgotten gunfight 4 years earlier, the day the Allens shot up a courthouse and walked away, convinced they were invincible. Floyd Allen was not born a killer. He was born a king. His kingdom was the mist-shrouded hills and dark, winding hollows of Carroll County, Virginia, a world forged in the cold creeks and rocky soil of the Blue Ridge. In the late 19th century, this wasn't just a place on a map. It was a fortress of self-reliance, sealed off from the outside world by poor roads and a deep-seated suspicion of flatlanders and their laws. Here, a man's name was his legacy, and the Allen name carried the weight of generations of hard work, hard-headedness, and a fierce, unyielding loyalty to their own. His father, and his father before him, had taught him the only lessons that mattered. You didn't learn your worth in a schoolhouse. You learned it behind a plow, with an axe in your hand, or by looking another man in the eye during a land deal. The Allens were not poor. They were landowners, farmers, and businessmen who built their prosperity with their own sweat and ingenuity. Floyd learned early that wealth and influence were earned, and once earned, they had to be defended. Not with lawyers and contracts, but with a firm handshake for a friend and a cold stare for an enemy. Life in those mountains was a constant struggle, a teacher of hard truths. A failed crop could mean a hungry winter. A sudden sickness could be a death sentence without a doctor for miles. You learned to depend on two things, your own strength and the strength of your kin. When a neighbor's barn burned, it wasn't the government that showed up to help, it was the community. And when trouble came looking for you, it wasn't a sheriff you called, it was your brothers and your cousins. This forged an unbreakable bond within the clan and a permanent wall against the outside world, which they saw as weak, meddlesome, and utterly untrustworthy. There's an old story, perhaps a legend, about a young Floyd Allen watching his father deal with a dispute over a timber boundary. A man from outside the county arrived with a deed from the courthouse in Richmond, waving the paper as if it were a holy scripture. He claimed the Allens had been cutting on his land. Floyd's father didn't even look at the document. He just looked at the man and said, "I know my line, and you know my line. That paper doesn't know this mountain." He stood his ground, unblinking, until the man with the deed folded it up and left. The lesson for young Floyd was seared into his soul. A man's spine was worth more than his signature, and the only true law was the one a man was willing to enforce himself. From this upbringing, Floyd Allen carried with him a code as rigid and unforgiving as the mountains themselves. First, your blood was your nation. An offense against one Allen was a declaration of war on them all. Second, your honor was your most valuable possession. An insult left unanswered was a stain that could never be washed away. Third, you stood on your own 2 feet. You solved your own problems, you fought your own battles, and you never, ever bowed your head to an outsider trying to tell you how to live on your own land. This was the world that created Floyd Allen, and he, in turn, became its perfect embodiment. He was industrious, proud, and quick to anger, but he was also known for his generosity and unwavering loyalty to those he considered his own. He wasn't just a man living by the mountain code, he was the mountain code, walking and breathing. And he was walking straight toward a collision with a modern world that had no room for kings like him. Long before the newspapers in Richmond painted him as a monster, Floyd Allen was simply the most important man in his corner of the world. He was a man built like a barrel, solid and immovable, with eyes that could measure a man's worth in a single glance. When he walked into a room, the conversation didn't stop, but it changed. People straightened up. They knew they were in the presence of someone who mattered, a man whose favor could make you and whose anger could break you. He wasn't just a farmer scratching a living from the dirt. He was an empire builder in miniature. He owned some of the best land in Carroll County, acres of it, cleared and farmed with meticulous care. He ran a general store that was the hub of the community, a place where news was traded over barrels of crackers and bolts of cloth. He was a shrewd businessman who always seemed to be one step ahead. whether he was buying timber, trading livestock, or, as some whispered, running a profitable line in the untaxed corn liquor that warmed the mountain winters. He had built a small fortune through grit and intelligence, and he provided well for his own. But his influence went far beyond money. Floyd Allen was the unofficial law in his part of the county. If a dispute arose between neighbors over a stray cow or a poorly marked property line, more often than not, they wouldn't ride to the courthouse in Hillsville. They'd ride to Floyd Allen's porch. He would listen to both sides, his face unreadable, and then he would deliver his verdict. And his verdict was final. There was no appeal, because everyone knew Floyd Allen had the will and the means to enforce his own judgments. To many, this wasn't tyranny. It was justice, swift, understandable, and delivered by one of their own. To truly understand the man, though, you have to look past the businessman and the enforcer. You have to see him at his own dinner table, surrounded by his wife and children, his brothers and their families. Here, the hard gaze softened. He was the undisputed patriarch, the head of the clan, but his rule was built on a foundation of fierce, protective love. His family was his fortress, the living, breathing heart of the world he had built. Every acre he bought, every dollar he earned, every enemy he made, it was all in service of protecting them. He was the sentinel on the walls of that fortress. This was the world Floyd Allen had built, a self-contained kingdom carved out of the Blue Ridge Mountains. It was a world of order, his order, built on loyalty, respect, and the quiet understanding that his authority was absolute. It was a peaceful kingdom, a safe harbor for his kin, and he would do absolutely anything to protect it from the encroaching world he saw as a threat to everything he held dear. But for all his strength, for all the respect he commanded, Floyd Allen was a man with a crack in his foundation. It was a flaw as deep and as unyielding as the mountain granite itself, a pride so absolute, so all-consuming, that it bordered on a kind of personal sovereignty. He didn't just think he was right. He believed in his bones that his will was the only true law. This wasn't simple arrogance. It was the conviction of a king who genuinely could not comprehend any authority higher than his own. They tell a story in Carroll County about a revenue agent who came up from Richmond one year, a young man full of ink and importance, carrying a list of new taxes. He found Floyd on his porch and began to explain the new regulations in a condescending tone, as if speaking to a simple child of the hills. Floyd listened patiently, his face a mask. When the agent was finished, Floyd didn't argue. He didn't raise his voice. He just looked at the man and said, "Your papers have no meaning on this land. You can take them, and yourself, back down the mountain you came up." The agent tried to protest, to invoke the power of the state, but he saw something in Floyd Allen's eyes that told him the conversation was over. That kind of pride, that unshakable belief in his own domain, was a force of nature. For years, this very flaw had been his greatest strength. It was pride that drove him to outwork every man around him, to turn rocky fields into profitable farms. It was pride that made him a man of his word, because the thought of his reputation being tarnished was intolerable. It was the source of the fierce loyalty he showed his kin. An insult to them was an insult to him, and his pride would not let that stand. He built his entire world on the principle of never backing down, never bending a knee. But this strength cast a long and dangerous shadow. It made him utterly blind to the changing world. He saw every legal summons, every warrant, every tax notice, not as the impersonal functioning of a government, but as a direct and personal challenge to his honor from a rival power. He couldn't distinguish between a man who insulted his family and a judge who issued a lawful order. To Floyd Allen, they were one and the same, an outside force trying to impose its will on his kingdom. This inability to bend, this refusal to acknowledge any law but his own, was a tragic flaw of classical proportions. It was a ticking clock, counting down to a day when he would be faced with a choice he was incapable of making. A day when the state would demand he submit, and his pride would demand he resist. A confrontation was not just likely, it was written in the very soul of the man, and that confrontation would be the engine of the entire tragedy to come. The spark that would eventually burn down the Allen dynasty was not some grand crime, no bloody murder or daring robbery. It was a piece of paper, a simple indictment from the Grayson County Court. The target wasn't even Floyd, but his brother, Sidney Allen, a man as proud and respected as any in the clan. The charge? Carrying a concealed weapon. To the state of Virginia, it was a misdemeanor. To the Allens, it was like charging a blacksmith for owning a hammer. In their world, a pistol was a tool of survival and a symbol of manhood, and the law had no business telling a free man what he could or could not carry. But this was more than a dispute over a law. It was personal. The Allens had been in a long, simmering feud with the local deputy, Mabe Poole. They saw his hand in this, believing the badge was being used as a weapon to settle old scores and chip away at their influence. The arrest of Sidney was not seen as impartial justice. It was seen as targeted harassment by their enemies. To Floyd Allen, this summons wasn't a legal document. It was a glove slapped across his face, a public challenge to his family's honor and his own authority as the clan's protector. His pride, that immense and fragile thing, could not let such a public effrontery stand. There was no talk of hiring a fancy lawyer from Richmond. The Allens' response was primal and immediate. They would answer the summons, but on their own terms. On the day of the trial in 1908, a formidable delegation of the Allen clan rode into the town of Independence. They weren't coming to plead for mercy. They were coming to make a statement. Floyd, Sidney, and their hot-headed young nephew Wesley Edwards led the way. They were armed, their faces were grim, and they moved with the cold confidence of men who believed they were their own highest law. The courtroom itself became a stage for this clash of worlds. On one side sat Judge Thornton Massey, the Commonwealth's attorney, and the handful of deputies who represented the fragile authority of the state. On the other, the Allens sat together, a silent, unmoving block of defiance. They were an island of mountain code in an ocean of common law. The air was thick with tension, heavy with the unspoken knowledge that the legal proceedings were just a formality, a prelude to a confrontation that had been brewing for years. The trial was a quick affair. The verdict came back as everyone expected: guilty. When that word echoed through the courtroom, it was more than a legal finding. It was a declaration of victory by the state over the clan. It was the law of the flatlands telling Floyd Allen, in his own territory, that his power meant nothing within these four walls. For a man whose entire identity was built on never backing down, on being the ultimate authority, this public humiliation was the unforgivable affront. It was the point of no return. The time for talk was over. In the heavy silence that followed the verdict, the world seemed to shrink to the four walls of that courtroom. For any other man, this was the moment to negotiate, to mitigate, to swallow his pride and pay the fine. A quiet word from a lawyer, a nod of acceptance to the judge, these were the off-ramps back to a peaceful life. The court itself offered these paths. Judge Massey was known to be a reasonable man. The sentence for a first offense of this nature would likely have been little more than a token fine, a slap on the wrist to assert the law's authority. But Floyd Allen did not see a row of open doors. He saw a line of bayonets. Every aspect of the legal process was, in his eyes, another link in a chain being forged to bind him. The clerk's scratching pen, the jury's averted eyes, the judge's solemn face, these were not instruments of justice, but weapons of humiliation. You could see it in the set of his jaw, in the way his gaze never left the judge's bench. He was not a defendant awaiting a sentence. He was a king staring down a usurper. Some accounts say that even Sidney Allen, the man at the center of it all, hesitated. He was a practical man, and perhaps he saw the futility of this confrontation. A fine was just money after all. A few days in jail would be an inconvenience, not the end of the world. He might have been willing to bend, to give the law its small victory and live to fight another day. But he, like everyone else in the Allen clan, looked to Floyd. And Floyd's face was carved from stone. His pride had taken the wheel, and it recognized no road but the one that led straight ahead. The young men, especially the hot-blooded Wesley Edwards, took their cue from the patriarch. They saw his unyielding stance not as stubbornness, but as courage. They saw his cold fury as righteous anger. Floyd's rejection of compromise was a silent command to them all. We do not break. We do not bow. If Floyd Allen had shown the slightest sign of submission, his kin would have followed. But he showed none. His decision, made in the silent furnace of his own pride, sealed the fate of everyone in that room. Each tick of the clock was a step further down the path of no return. The opportunity for a quiet resolution vanished. The chance for a grudging acceptance evaporated. The air grew thinner, charged with an invisible current of violence. The Allens were no longer just a family in legal trouble. They had become a powder keg, and Floyd Allen's pride was the lit fuse. By refusing to accept the court's authority, he had rejected all possibility of peace. He had made his choice, not with words, but with a glare of pure, undiluted defiance. He had decided that the Allen law was the only law that mattered, and he was prepared to prove it. The moment the guilty verdict was read, a heavy, suffocating silence fell over the courtroom. This was it, the final crossroads. All that stood between the Allen clan and open warfare was the sentence from Judge Thornton Massey. And in that moment, the judge, perhaps sensing the electric tension in the room, seemed to extend one last fragile bridge back to the world of reason. He rapped his gavel once, a sound like a cracking bone, and prepared to speak. He could have thrown the book at Sidney Allen. He could have imposed a heavy fine and a long jail sentence to make an example of him. But instead, the words he spoke were measured, designed to de-escalate. He pronounced the sentence, a fine and a short term in the county jail. Some accounts even claim the jail time was suspended. It was a token punishment, a symbolic victory for the state that would allow the Allens to pay a pittance and walk away with their freedom intact. It was the law's final, surprisingly fair offer. It was the last chance for peace. For a long, agonizing second, that offer hung in the air. The whole world seemed to pause, waiting on one man. Everyone, from the nervous deputies to the Allens themselves, turned their eyes to Floyd. He didn't have to say a word. His face was the weather vane that would show which way the storm would break. He could have reached into his pocket, pulled out a few bills, and ended the whole affair. He could have swallowed his pride just for a moment and saved everything. It was the logical choice, the sane choice. But as Floyd Allen stood there, he wasn't weighing a fine against his freedom. He was weighing submission against his very soul. In his mind, paying that fine was no different than kneeling before a conquering king. It was an admission that the law of the courthouse was stronger than the law of the clan. It was a public branding of his family as subservient. And his pride, that fierce and terrible master, screamed that death was better than such a dishonor. And so, in that final moment, he made his choice. He didn't shout or draw his weapon. The signal was far more chilling. He met the eyes of his nephew, the volatile Wesley Edwards, and gave a slow, almost imperceptible shake of his head. It was a silent, final verdict, delivered not by the judge, but by the patriarch. The verdict was war. The last door to peace had just been slammed shut and locked from the inside. As Judge Massey's words faded, the air in the courtroom became as thin as a winter razor. Then, from the Allen side of the room, a chair scraped violently against the floorboards. Young Wesley Edwards was on his feet, his face a mask of pure fury. His voice, cracking with youthful rage, cut through the tension like a thrown knife. "I'll see you in hell," he roared, "before Sidney Allen goes to jail." It was not a plea or a threat. It was a declaration of war. In that instant, the world for Floyd Allen slowed to a crawl. He saw a deputy, Mabe Poole or another man like him, take a single fateful step towards Sydney. It was a small movement, but in the supercharged atmosphere of the room, it was an act of aggression, a hand reaching out to put a chain on a king. The sound of his own heart hammered in his ears, a deep, steady drumbeat counting down the final seconds of peace. His hand, as if with a mind of its own, found the familiar cold weight of the pistol under his coat. A single sharp crack shattered the stillness. It wasn't a boom, but a sound as clean and final as a closing coffin lid. For a heartbeat, there was only the ringing echo. Then the courtroom exploded. It was a deafening, blinding chaos. Blinks of orange fire lit the suddenly dim room as more shots answered the first. The air filled with a thick, choking grey smoke from the black powder, smelling of sulphur and damnation. Women screamed, a high, thin sound that was quickly swallowed by the deeper roar of men's shouts and the splintering of wood as heavy benches overturned. Through the swirling smoke, the world was a series of terrifying snapshots. Judge Massey, the very symbol of the law, vanished from his high bench as if swallowed by the earth, scrambling for cover. Men who had moments before been instruments of the state were now just men, diving behind tables, their faces pale with shock. The courtroom, a temple of order, had been transformed into a smoky, claustrophobic battlefield where survival was the only law left. But the Allens were not panicking. They were a single organism, moving with a cold, terrifying purpose. They rose as one, not to flee, but to fight their way out. They formed a bristling line of steel and defiance, a human wall that no one dared to cross. Each man covered the other, their movements honed by a lifetime of absolute trust. They were not a mob, they were a clan. And in that moment of pure violence, they were magnificent and terrible. The few deputies in the room were outmanned, outgunned, and utterly outmatched by this unified front of cold fury. The storm of noise lasted for what felt like an eternity, but it was likely only a minute. As quickly as it began, it subsided. The last shot echoed, and a profound, ringing silence descended upon the room. The air was a thick, unbreathable fog, heavy with the metallic tang of burnt powder. The argument that had started with a piece of paper was suddenly, permanently over. Through the haze, Floyd Allen saw the wreckage of the law's authority, and he knew they had won. The thick grey smoke began to clear, not on a scene of carnage, but on a scene of absolute victory. Floyd Allen stood amidst the overturned benches and the lingering smell of gunpowder, his pistol still warm in his hand. He felt no remorse. Remorse was for men who made mistakes. He had made a choice, and he had enforced his will. He looked at his kin, Sydney, Wesley, the others, their faces smeared with soot, their eyes alight with the fire of battle. They were shaken, but unbroken. They were Allens. There was no thought of surrender, no consideration of waiting for the law to regroup. That would be admitting they had done something wrong. In Floyd's mind, they had done the only thing they could. He gave a sharp, curt nod to his brother. It was time to go. The business in this place was finished. They didn't run, they walked. With a slow, deliberate pace, the Allen clan strode out of the ruined courtroom, a phalanx of armed and dangerous men. Deputies and court officials, still dazed and disarmed by the suddenness of the assault, simply watched them go. No one dared to raise a hand to stop them. They moved through the panicked corridors and down the courthouse steps into the daylight, emerging into the gaping faces of the townsfolk who had gathered at the sound of the gunfire. Their path through the town of Independence was a corridor of fear and awe. People flattened themselves against walls, pulling their children back. The lawmen who were supposed to be the guardians of this town were nowhere to be seen, or they stood by, powerless and humiliated. The Allens walked straight to their horses, which were tied to a hitching post as if it were any other market day. There was no haste in their movements. They checked their saddles, mounted their horses, and gathered together in the middle of the street. For a final moment, Floyd Allen looked back at the courthouse, the symbol of the flatland law he so despised. It stood there, violated and silent. He had challenged it on its own ground, and he had won. He turned his horse without a word, and together the Allans rode out of town, kicking up a cloud of dust that settled back down on the defeated law. They were not fugitives fleeing into the wilderness. They were conquerors, returning to their mountain kingdom. The Allans rode home as heroes, their victory echoing through the hollows before they even reached their own land. To their kin and supporters, they were giants who had stared down the corrupt machinery of the state and made it blink. But this triumph was a poisoned chalice. While the men celebrated their defiance, the women of the clan now had to live with a new and constant dread. They had seen their husbands and sons ride off to a courthouse and return from a gunfight. From that day forward, every trip to town, every knock on the door, would carry the chilling possibility of reprisal. The victory at independence didn't bring peace. It brought a permanent state of war. The community itself was fractured. You see, an event like this forces everyone to choose a side. There was no longer any middle ground. Families who had been neighbors for generations suddenly looked at each other with suspicion. You were either with the Allans and the old ways, or you were with the law and the future. Friendships soured, and old resentments flared into open hostility. The Commonwealth's attorney, Greer, nursed more than just a bullet wound in his arm. He nursed a grudge that would fester for years. The law had been publicly humiliated, and men like that have long memories. But the most dangerous ripple effect was on the law itself. Judge Thornton Massey was not a man to be cowed. The bullets that had scarred his courtroom had also hardened his resolve. The Allans had proven they were not just a difficult family. They were an armed insurrection against the very idea of a civilized society. For the judge and the prosecutors, the fight was no longer about a misdemeanor weapons charge. It was now an existential struggle for control of the mountains. They began to plan, to prepare, to ensure that the next time they faced the Allan clan in a courtroom, the state would not be the one to back down. The Allans' victory guaranteed that any future confrontation would be met with overwhelming force. The greatest wreckage, however, was invisible. It was the damage done to the minds of the next generation of Allans. The younger men, like Wesley Edwards, had learned a powerful and deadly lesson: that violence was a successful political tool. They had seen with their own eyes that a drawn pistol was more effective than any lawyer. This victory bred a fatal arrogance, a belief in their own invincibility. It erased any lingering respect for the institutions of the state and replaced it with contempt. They had shot their way out of trouble once, and now they believed they could do it again. So while Floyd Allan may have seen the events at Independence as a clean victory, the truth is that the gun smoke that filled that courtroom never truly cleared. It settled like a fine, toxic dust over the entire county, poisoning relationships, hardening hearts, and laying the groundwork for a far bloodier reckoning. The real tragedy of 1908 wasn't the gunfight itself, but the terrible future it made inevitable for everyone involved. After the Allans rode out of Independence, a strange and telling silence fell. There was no thundering posse, no call for the militia, no immediate cry for vengeance from the state. The reason was simple and stark. The local law enforcement had been completely and utterly broken. They had been outfought and humiliated on their own ground. To ride into the Allans' territory in the mountains of Carroll County would not have been a police action. It would have been a declaration of war, a war they knew they could not win. The law's first judgment, therefore, was a judgment of its own weakness. And so, the official trial of the Allan clan never truly happened. Instead, there was a series of quiet, face-saving maneuvers in back rooms. Warrants may have been issued, but they gathered dust. The Commonwealth's attorney, Mr. Greer, knew that serving them would cost more lives. In the end, the system blinked. The charges stemming from the riot were quietly dropped or settled with a small fine, likely paid by a third party, so that no Allan would have to suffer the indignity of paying it themselves. It was a humiliating whisper of a conclusion to a day that had roared with gunfire. The law, in essence, pretended it never happened. But in the court of public opinion, the verdict was split right down the middle, cleaving the community in two. To the people of the mountains, to the families who lived by the same unwritten code, the Allens were heroes. They were seen as men who had refused to be harassed, who had defended their honor against a corrupt and alien system. The story of their victory was told around hearths and in general stores, growing more legendary with each telling. In this version, they were not criminals. They were martyrs to the cause of mountain independence. To the townspeople, the merchants, the lawyers, and the families connected to the court, the verdict was just as clear, but entirely different. To them, the Allens were savages. They were domestic terrorists who had desecrated the most sacred institution of civil society. They had replaced reasoned debate with brute force and the rule of law with the law of the gun. These people saw the Allens not as proud men, but as dangerous anarchists whose power had to be destroyed if the county was ever to move into the modern world. So, was justice served? By the standards of the state, it was a catastrophic failure. The law had been challenged by force and had retreated in disgrace. But by the standards of the mountain code, justice had been served perfectly. An insult had been answered, honor had been satisfied, and the clan's authority had been reinforced. The true verdict on the independence riot wasn't handed down by a judge or a jury. It was a verdict written in gunpowder and fear, and it declared for all the world to see that in these mountains, the Allen Code was still the supreme law of the land. What of the men who stood for the law that day? What became of the antagonists in this story? In the immediate aftermath, their fate was one of profound and public humiliation. Judge Thornton Massey had been forced to take cover behind his own bench. Commonwealth's Attorney Greer had been wounded. The deputies of Grayson County had been rendered utterly impotent, forced to watch as a gang of men shot up their courthouse and rode away untouched. For them, there was no justice, only the bitter taste of defeat. But if the Allens believed they had broken these men, they had made a grave miscalculation. They had not broken them. They had forged them into something harder and far more dangerous. Judge Massey did not resign or transfer to a quieter circuit. He stayed. The bullet holes in his courtroom were a daily reminder of the day his authority was shattered by gunfire. The experience didn't fill him with fear, it filled him with an iron resolve. For him, this was no longer a matter of law. It became a personal crusade to prove that the code of the courthouse was stronger than the code of the clan. He would get his chance 4 years later in a different courtroom facing the same family. The other players in this drama were similarly hardened. Greer's wounded arm eventually healed, but the insult to his office never did. The deputies who had been so easily overpowered learned a critical lesson. You do not bring a handful of men to a fight with the Allen clan. The entire legal establishment of the region, from sheriffs to prosecutors, understood that the next confrontation could not be a simple legal proceeding. It would have to be a show of overwhelming force. And so, the antagonists in this story did not meet some poetic justice. They did not wither away or disappear. Instead, they prospered and they planned. The Allens' victory and independence was the single greatest catalyst for their own destruction because it united all their enemies and gave them a common cause. They had won the battle, but in doing so, they had awakened a sleeping giant. The law had been bloodied, but now it was awake, and it was watching, and it was waiting for the one mistake that would give it the chance to settle the score once and for all. The 4 years that followed the independence riot were the high summer of the Allen clan's power. Their victory didn't just fade into memory, it became the foundation of their living legend. Floyd Allen's authority, already immense, became absolute. His name was spoken with a mixture of fear and reverence from one end of the county to the other. His porch was no longer just a place of business, it was a throne room. In this brief, tense period, the Allens were not just a powerful family, they were royalty, and their mountain kingdom had never seemed more secure. But this victory planted poison seeds in the next generation. For the young men of the clan, the sons and nephews who looked up to Floyd, the riot was their defining lesson. They saw that the law could be faced down, that pistols spoke louder than gavels. They carried themselves with a new swagger, an unshakable arrogance born from the belief that they were untouchable. This sense of impunity would prove to be a fatal inheritance. The shadow of their family name, which had once been a shield, was slowly transforming into a target. The community did not heal. It curdled. The riot had been a political earthquake, and the fault line ran straight through the heart of the county. The old, easygoing relationships between neighbors were replaced by a quiet, watchful tension. People were careful about what they said and who they said it to. You were either a friend of the Allens or you were an enemy, and everyone knew that being their enemy was a dangerous proposition. The county wasn't rebuilding. It was holding its breath, waiting for the other shoe to drop. The silence in those hills wasn't peace. It was the quiet of a long, drawn-out ceasefire. And while the Allens reigned supreme in their hollows, a different kind of power was consolidating in the towns. The court, the sheriff's department, the Commonwealth's attorney, they had been humiliated, but they had not been broken. They were learning, adapting, and waiting. The power dynamic in the region had shifted into a precarious and deadly balance. On one side was the visible personal power of a clan patriarch. On the other was the slow, patient, and institutional power of the state. Both sides believed they were right, and both were now utterly convinced that the other could only be dealt with through force. The stage was being set for a final, tragic resolution. Today, the town of Independence is quiet. The old Grayson County Courthouse still stands, a stately brick building that keeps its secrets well. People walk its halls on county business, their footsteps echoing where Wesley Edwards once roared his defiance. Tourists might admire its architecture, never knowing they're standing on a battlefield where the law of the state and the law of the clan met in a blaze of gunfire. But if you stand there long enough, on a quiet afternoon, you can almost feel it, a faint, lingering echo of the chaos, the ghost of a moment when this temple of order was consumed by pure, unadulterated mountain rage. If you know where to look, you can find the other physical remnants of this story scattered across the hills. The old Allen homesteads are long gone. The cabins collapsed and reclaimed by ivy and rhododendron, leaving only a few tumble-down chimney stacks standing like lonely tombstones in the woods. And in a quiet cemetery, you can find the final resting place of Floyd Allen himself. The name on the weathered stone is simple, giving no hint of the storm that was his life. Here lies the king whose kingdom turned to dust, a silent testament to the fact that no man, no matter how powerful, can hold back the tide of the world forever. But the true legacy of the Allens isn't carved in stone or preserved in brick. It lives in the stories. The tale of the Independence riot and the more famous Hillsville massacre that followed has been worn smooth by a century of telling, transformed from a raw news event into a piece of local folklore. It's a cautionary tale told to hot-headed young men about the dangers of pride. It's a ballad of defiance sung by those who still feel a kinship with the old ways. Depending on who you ask, Floyd Allen is either a cold-blooded killer who got what he deserved, or a tragic folk hero who was the last king of the mountains. The man is gone. The clan's power is broken. But their spirit, that fierce, uncompromising and violent spirit of the old Blue Ridge, has not vanished completely. It haunts these mountains still. You can hear it in the stories told on front porches as the evening mist settles in the hollows. You can feel it in the deep-seated distrust of authority that still lingers in the hearts of some. Floyd Allen is dead, but the ghost of his name and what it stood for remains a stubborn whisper in the wind. So we come back to the question we started with, the one they still ask in the quiet corners of these mountains. Was Floyd Allen a hero or a villain? The truth is, he was both, and he was neither. He was a hero by the code of a world that was already dying, a world where a man's honor was his own to defend. By that ancient law, He was a righteous king protecting his domain. But he was a villain to the new world that was being born, a world of statutes and courtrooms that had no room for kings. His tragedy was not that he was evil, but that he was born a century too late. In the end, the Ballad of Floyd Allen isn't just a tale of mountain justice and courtroom gunsmoke. It's a profound and timeless story about how a man's greatest strength can become the very engine of his destruction. That unbending, iron-willed pride was the forge that created him. It made him a leader, a provider, and a protector. But that same pride blinded him to the changing world, and it would not allow him to bend, even when breaking was the only other choice. His story is a warning, etched in blood and gunpowder, that no man can stand alone against the turning of the tides. You cannot fight the future with a pistol, and you cannot hold back the world with the force of your will alone. And that, my friends, is the ballad of a man who tried to be as unmovable as the mountains themselves, only to discover that even the mountains, given enough time, must crumble into dust. In 1876, on the treacherous slopes of Sassafras Mountain, a posse of lawmen stood in stunned silence. Below them, sprawled across the narrow trail, lay their leader, Deputy U.S. Marshal Alfred Duckworth. The crisp mountain air, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, carried a second, more bitter smell, the lingering ghost of spent black powder. There was no sign of the attackers. They had melted back into the impenetrable wilderness, leaving behind only the chilling stillness of the forest and a federal officer lying dead on the ground. This wasn't a robbery. It wasn't a crime of passion. This was an execution, an act of open defiance against the full authority of the United States government. The question that echoed through the Blue Ridge hollows was as cold as the mountain stream. Who would dare do this? Who commanded these mountains with such loyalty and fear that they could ambush and kill a federal lawman and then simply vanish? Today, we will become detectives of the past, hunting for the truth behind the man who pulled that trigger, a man who became a legend. His name was Lewis Redmond. To understand the gunshot that killed Alfred Duckworth, you have to understand the world that loaded the rifle. This was Appalachia in the years after the Civil War, a land scarred and broken. The conflict had ripped families apart, pitting neighbor against neighbor, and left a deep, simmering resentment for the federal government that now ruled from afar. Here, in the misty coves and steep hollows of the Blue Ridge, Washington, D.C. felt like a foreign country, and its laws felt like the decrees of an occupying army. Survival was a daily battle fought against thin, rocky soil. A man could break his back farming corn, but the crop itself was almost worthless. It was too heavy, too bulky to haul over treacherous mountain paths to distant markets. But that same corn, put through the copper coils of a still, could be transformed. It became liquid gold, whiskey. A gallon of liquor was portable, profitable, and it was the only real currency many families had. For them, moonshining wasn't a crime. It was an act of economic survival, as essential as planting in the spring and harvesting in the fall. Into this world came the Internal Revenue Act, a tax levied to pay for the war the mountain people felt they had already paid for in blood. The federal agents, the revenuers, who came to enforce this tax, were seen as nothing more than thieves with badges. They came to smash the stills, to seize the only livelihood these families had, and to drag men off to faraway jails. They were invaders, pure and simple, and in the mountains, invaders are met with resistance. This was the world that forged Lewis Redmond. Born around 1855, he was, by all accounts, a man who seemed destined to lead. He was described as tall and handsome, with a sharp intelligence and piercing blue eyes that held your gaze. There was a charisma about him that drew people in, a quiet confidence that made them trust him. He wasn't a brutish outlaw born of malice. He was a son of the mountains. After his father died, the duty of providing for his mother and siblings fell to him. With farming offering little more than starvation, he turned to the family trade, the one skill that could put food on the table and keep the cabin warm: blockading. He stepped into the shadows of the forest, not as a criminal seeking riches, but as a protector, a provider, taking on a role that would soon force him into a war against the United States itself. His world, and the lives of those who enforced the law, was about to change forever. When the last echo of gunfire faded from Sassafras Mountain, a silence more profound than any sound descended upon the surviving lawmen. It was a heavy, watchful silence, as if the ancient trees and shadowed rocks were passing judgment. The air, thin and cold, was still hazy with the acrid smoke of black powder, a ghostly shroud hanging over the scene. The posse, men hardened by mountain life, cautiously emerged from their cover, their eyes scanning the dense rhododendron thickets above them. There was no movement, no sound of a fleeing enemy. There was only the rustle of leaves in the wind and the sight of Alfred Duckworth lying still upon the trail he would never leave. They approached the scene with a grim purpose. Duckworth had fallen forward, his life bleeding out into the unforgiving mountain soil. His own revolver was clutched in his hand, a single chamber spent, a testament to a man who died fighting. But it was a futile gesture. The ambush had been perfect. The killers had chosen their ground with a soldier's eye, firing from the high ridge concealed by a dense wall of mountain laurel. It was a classic guerrilla tactic, designed for maximum devastation with minimum risk. The attackers had held all the cards. The ground told a fractured story. The lawmen could see the scuffed earth where their own posse had taken cover, but the attackers' tracks were faint, almost non-existent. There were several sets of them, melting away from the ridge not toward any known path, but straight into the tangled vertical wilderness where a posse on horseback could never follow. It was the work of ghosts who knew every rock and ravine, every hidden game trail and secret passage through the mountains. They hadn't just escaped, they had been swallowed by the landscape itself. The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions. How many shooters were there? How did they know the precise route the posse would take? This wasn't a chance encounter. It was a carefully laid trap, sprung with deadly precision. It spoke of an intelligence network, of spies and lookouts hidden in the scattered mountain cabins. A cold realization settled over the men as they stood over their fallen leader. They weren't just fighting distillers, they were fighting an army. And in the heart of that army, there had to be a general. In the hushed whispers of the posse, a single name began to surface, a name that was already becoming a legend: Lewis Redmond. For the federal government, there was no whodunit. In the halls of power and in the offices of the U.S. Marshals, the question wasn't who gave the order, but where is Lewis Redmond? The ambush on Sassafras Mountain was not seen as a random act of violence by desperate men. It was seen as a message, a personal declaration of war sent directly from the king of the moonshiners himself. Duckworth's posse was climbing that specific trail for one reason: to dismantle Redmond's operation and bring him in. The attack was the answer. The vendetta wasn't between two men who had shared a past of personal slights or insults. It was far deeper than that. It was a feud between two opposing worlds. Alfred Duckworth represented the law, order, and the unyielding authority of a distant government. Lewis Redmond represented the unwritten code of the mountains: self-reliance, defiance, and a fierce, almost primal protection of one's own people and one's own land. Every still Redmond built was an act of rebellion. Every gallon of untaxed whiskey he sold was a blow against the federal treasury. Duckworth's arrival on that mountain was the government's hand reaching into Redmond's kingdom, and Redmond, in their eyes, had chopped that hand off at the wrist. Whispers immediately began to snake through the mountain communities, but they weren't the whispers of fearful informants. They were whispers of awe, of a grim and grudging respect. Everyone knew this was Redmond's territory. Everyone knew of his organizational skills, his network of spies, and his utter fearlessness. The precision of the ambush, the ghost-like disappearance of the shooters, it all bore his signature. He was the only man with the audacity and the resources to orchestrate such a bold attack against a federal officer. The law saw it the same way. The evidence was overwhelming, even if it was circumstantial. The attack took place at a known Redmond stronghold. The target was a lawman sent to arrest him. The motive was self-preservation and the defense of a criminal empire. For the U.S. Marshals, all other possibilities were irrelevant. Lewis Redmond was no longer just a tax-evading blockader. He was now suspect number one in the murder of a federal agent. A massive bounty was placed on his head, and his name was plastered on wanted posters from Georgia to Washington, D.C. The game of cat and mouse was over. The manhunt had begun. While the federal marshals saw a clear line from Lewis Redmond's rifle to Alfred Duckworth's heart, a more insidious suspicion began to fester among the lawmen themselves. Redmond was cunning, yes, and he knew the mountains like the back of his hand. But the ambush on Sassafras Mountain was too perfect. It hinted at something more than just good scouting. It smelled of betrayal. The posse's route was supposed to have been a closely guarded secret. How could Redmond have known their exact path and timing, setting up a flawless killing ground? The chilling answer had to be that someone was talking. Suspicion turned inward, casting a dark shadow over the very men sworn to uphold the law. This second suspect wasn't a single person, but a phantom, a traitor hidden within their own ranks or in the seemingly respectable towns at the foot of the mountains. Was it a local deputy sheriff, resentful of the federal revenuers and secretly on Redmond's payroll? Was it a town merchant who profited from the moonshine trade, passing along gossip and patrol schedules in exchange for protection or a share of the profits? The motive here wasn't a personal feud, but something far more corrosive. For some, it might have been simple greed. A sack of Redmond's silver was more tangible and persuasive than a federal salary. For others, it was a matter of kinship. In the tight-knit clans of Appalachia, blood was often thicker than the law, and a cousin's loyalty could easily outweigh an oath to a distant government. And for a few, it may have been a matter of principle. They saw Redmond as the lesser of two evils, a local boy defending his home against an intrusive, tyrannical power. Suddenly, past events were seen in a new, sinister light. A casual question from a store clerk about the posse's supplies no longer seemed so innocent. A local guide's insistence on a particular trail, once seen as expert advice, now looked like a deliberate misdirection into a trap. The federal marshals realized they weren't just fighting an outlaw in the wilderness. They were fighting an invisible network of sympathizers and informants, a fifth column that had infiltrated their world. Redmond's greatest weapon wasn't his rifle. It was the loyalty he commanded, a loyalty that could turn a trusted neighbor into a deadly enemy. But there was a third, colder theory, one whispered not in the mountains, but in the cynical backrooms of power. This theory painted both Redmond and Duckworth as pawns in a much larger, more ruthless game. The suspect in this version wasn't a man at all, but the cold, calculating political will of a nation still healing from civil war. To the federal government in Washington, the defiant Appalachian moonshiners were more than just tax cheats. They were a symbol of lingering rebellion, a festering pocket of the old Confederacy that refused to be broken. The motive here was not justice, it was subjugation. The paltry sum of the whiskey tax was almost irrelevant. The true goal was to crush the independent spirit of the mountain people, to make an example of them and demonstrate the absolute, unchallengeable power of the federal government. To achieve this, they needed a catalyst. They needed a public outrage, a reason to send in troops and impose a martial authority that simple tax evasion could never justify. They needed a martyr. According to this dark possibility, Deputy Marshal Alfred Duckworth wasn't just sent on a dangerous mission, he was sent as bait. The increasingly aggressive tactics of the revenuers, their raids becoming more frequent and more violent, seemed designed to provoke a response. They were kicking a hornet's nest, hoping to get stung. The death of a federal officer would be the perfect pretext. It would galvanize public opinion, painting the mountain people as savage killers and giving Washington the moral high ground to launch a full-scale campaign to pacify the region once and for all. This external force created a climate of escalating fear and inevitable conflict. It squeezed the mountain communities, leaving men like Redmond with no room to maneuver. They were being pushed into a corner where a violent reaction was the only one left. In this chilling scenario, the shot that killed Alfred Duckworth was not just fired by Lewis Redmond. It was aimed and guided by an unseen hand 1,000 miles away. A hand that saw one dead marshal as a small price to pay for the taming of a rebellious frontier. In the wake of Duckworth's death, a firestorm of federal fury descended upon the Blue Ridge. An army of U.S. marshals, deputies, and grim-faced bounty hunters poured into the mountains, convinced that the sheer weight of their numbers would crush Redmond's rebellion. They believed his capture was inevitable, a matter of weeks, perhaps even days. They were about to learn a harsh lesson about the land and the man they were hunting. The Blue Ridge Mountains do not give up their secrets easily. The posses, many of them flatlanders unused to the vertical terrain, found themselves fighting a war on two fronts, one against Redmond and another against the wilderness itself. They were tormented by knife-edge ridges, choked by rhododendron hells so thick a man had to crawl on his belly, and soaked by sudden, bone-chilling mountain rains. Their horses went lame on the rocky paths, their supplies dwindled, and their confidence eroded with every fruitless mile. The mountains were Redmond's fortress, and every tree and stone was a soldier in his army. Redmond, for his part, played them like a fiddle. He was a master of misdirection. A whisper from a farmer's wife about a man matching his description heading east would send a posse on a 3-day trek into a dead-end gorge, while Redmond was actually miles away to the west. He left deliberate, misleading tracks, only to double back and watch his pursuers from a high ridge, invisible. Tales began to trickle down from the mountains of him, walking brazenly through a town disguised as an old preacher, gathering supplies and information right under the noses of the lawmen who were searching for him. The most famous of these failures became a legend in itself. Acting on a tip, a large posse of marshals surrounded a small, isolated cabin deep in Transylvania County where Redmond was said to be cornered. For hours, they laid in wait, a perfect trap. As dawn broke, they stormed the cabin, ready for a bloody shootout. They found only a cold hearth and an open back window. He had slipped through their grasp yet again. Locals would later swear he'd climbed right up the wide stone chimney and disappeared into the night like smoke. The truth was likely simpler, but the legend was far more powerful. With every failed raid and every evaporated lead, the marshals' frustration curdled into a cold, hard anger. They were being humiliated, outsmarted at every turn by a backwoods distiller. This growing desperation made the lawmen dangerous, their questions more pointed, their methods more aggressive. But their pressure didn't break the mountain people's resolve. It only drove them deeper into a protective silence, reinforcing the invisible wall that protected their king. The manhunt wasn't catching a man, it was creating a myth. As the manhunt dragged on, the U.S. Marshals slammed into a barrier far more formidable than any mountain ridge. It was a wall of silence, built of fear, kinship, and generations of deep-seated distrust. When they rode up to isolated cabins to ask questions, they were met with blank stares, lowered eyes, and a frustrating, impenetrable chorus of, "I don't know nothing." Doors that were once open to strangers were now bolted shut. The friendly mountain folk had turned inward, their faces becoming as hard and unreadable as the granite cliffs around them. This was the unspoken code of the mountains, an omerta as binding as any blood oath. To speak to a revenuer, to offer even the smallest piece of information, was to commit the ultimate sin, betrayal of your own people. The reasons were twofold. First, there was the very real fear of retribution. Lewis Redmond was not just a hero. He was the law in these parts. His network was everywhere, and a loose tongue could cost a man his livelihood, his home, or even his life. Old Martha, who claimed she saw a rider pass her cabin the night Duckworth was killed, found her barn burned to the ground a week later. After that, no one dared speak a word. But it was more than just fear. It was a profound and unwavering loyalty to their way of life and to the man who had become its greatest defender. In their eyes, the federal government was the true criminal, the outside force that sought to starve their families and destroy their traditions. Helping the marshals was seen as siding with the enemy. A man's cousin, even a law-breaking one, was still his cousin. A neighbor who shared his corn was more of a brother than any uniformed stranger from Washington. Redmond wasn't an outlaw hiding among them. He was one of them, being protected by them. The psychological toll was immense, both on the hunters and the hunted. The marshals, consumed by frustration, began to see every man, woman, and child as a potential conspirator. Their presence became more oppressive, their methods harsher, which only served to reinforce the community's silence. The mountains became a closed world, a fortress of collective will. This wall of silence was the bedrock of Redmond's kingdom. It was the reason he could move like a ghost, because for the law, he was surrounded by 1,000 invisible accomplices who saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing at all. For 5 long years, the manhunt had grown cold, freezing into a kind of permanent, low-grade war. Lewis Redmond had transcended from a man into a living folk tale, a ghost who haunted the Blue Ridge. The federal marshals, weary and frustrated, maintained their presence, but the active chase had become a grim stalemate. The wall of silence held firm, and it seemed Redmond would rule his mountain kingdom until he died of old age, a free man. But time, the great betrayer, was working against him in ways no posse ever could. The turning point wasn't a clever piece of detective work or a long-lost letter found in a dusty attic. It was the slow, insidious erosion of 2 pillars that held up Redmond's world: his own health and the loyalty of his men. The endless running, the cold nights sleeping on damp ground, and the constant stress had taken their toll. Redmond, the invincible warrior, was being weakened by a cough that wouldn't quit, a fever that stole his strength. It was likely consumption, the white plague, and it was a foe he couldn't outrun or outshoot. At the same time, the massive bounty on his head had grown from a mere offer into a legend of its own. It was a life-changing sum of money, enough to buy the biggest farm in the valley, enough to leave the mountains forever and live like a king. For years, the code of loyalty held firm. But as Redmond grew weaker, his aura of invincibility began to fade. The temptation of the reward, a constant whisper in the ears of his followers, grew louder. Then in 1881, the forgotten clue finally surfaced. It wasn't an object, it was a man. An associate, seeing his leader wasting away and enticed by the promise of a fortune, finally broke. He walked out of the mountains and into the world of the law, seeking out U.S. Marshal R.M. Bob Love. He offered not rumors or speculation, but hard facts. The precise location of a cabin where Redmond lay, too sick to fight, too weak to run. For Marshal Love, after years of chasing shadows and lies, this felt different. This felt like the truth. A sudden, electrifying urgency coursed through the federal ranks. The stalemate was broken. The hunt was on again, and this time, it would be the last. Marshal R.M. Bob Love didn't take a large posse. He knew a big, noisy group of men would be spotted a mile away. Instead, he chose a few trusted deputies, men who could move through the woods as silently as the shadows themselves. Guided by the informant, they traveled through the night, fording cold streams and climbing steep ridges, their every step measured and quiet. The air was thick with a tension that had been building for 5 years. This was it. Either they would find the ghost of the Blue Ridge, or they would walk into another one of his elaborate traps. There would be no in-between. As the pre-dawn light began to filter through the trees, the informant pointed to a small, unassuming cabin tucked into a secluded cove. It was no fortress. There were no armed guards, no fortified walls. It was just a simple, lonely shack, with a thin curl of smoke rising from its stone chimney. The legend of Redmond's fortress died right there in the grey morning light, replaced by the vulnerable reality of a hunter's hideout. The men fanned out, surrounding the cabin with rifles raised, their hearts pounding in the silent woods. Marshal Love stepped onto the porch, his own weapon held steady, and kicked the door. The door swung inward with a groan, but there was no thunderous volley of gunfire, there was no defiant war cry. The man who stood in the dim light of the cabin was not the devil they had hunted, not the supernatural marksman of the ballads. He was a spectre. Lewis Redmond was pale and gaunt, his broad shoulders stooped, his famous piercing blue eyes clouded with fever. He was leaning against a table for support, and a violent cough racked his body. The silver-inlaid rifle, his legendary companion, was propped in a corner, just out of reach. The 5-year war had ended not with a bang, but with a wheeze. And so, the great mystery was finally solved. It was him. Lewis Redmond, the king of the moonshiners, was the man responsible. The informant's testimony, combined with Redmond's own defiant silence, confirmed what the law had always believed. He was the commander who gave the order on Sassafras Mountain, the general of the invisible army that had protected him for so long. All the red herrings, the false trails, and the whispers of conspiracy burned away in that moment, leaving only the stark truth of the man standing before them. But the unmasking also revealed his true motive, which was far more complex than that of a simple killer. He had not orchestrated Duckworth's death for money or out of personal malice. It was an act of sovereignty. In his mind, he was a king defending his territory, a leader protecting his people from an invading force. It was a desperate, violent act of defiance against a world that was closing in on him and the way of life he represented. The federal government would call it murder, but in the unwritten laws of the mountains, it was war. And Lewis Redmond, now a captured, broken man, was its most famous soldier. Let us now travel back in time, not as historians, but as silent witnesses. Let us stand on that steep, narrow trail on Sassafras Mountain in 1876. The air is cool and thin. Deputy Marshal Alfred Duckworth leads his men upward, their boots crunching on fallen leaves and loose stone. They move with the caution of experienced lawmen, their eyes scanning the dense, almost claustrophobic walls of mountain laurel on either side. The forest is quiet, unnaturally so. It feels as though the mountain itself is holding its breath, waiting. Then, the world tore open. It began not with a warning shout, but with a single, shattering crack of a rifle from the high ridge above. Before the echo could even register, it was answered by a dozen more. A deafening roar of gunfire erupted from the unseen enemy, a sound so sudden and violent it seemed to strip the leaves from the trees. Angry orange blossoms of muzzle flash bloomed and vanished within the dark green thickets, spitting death down upon the trail. For the men in the posse, the world dissolved into pure, terrifying chaos. They dove for cover behind rocks and fallen logs, the air around them alive with the angry buzz of lead. They heard the sharp splintering of bark as bullets slammed into the trees around them, inches from their heads. They returned fire, but their shots were blind, aimed at ghosts they could not see. They were caught in a perfect killing ground, a turkey shoot, and they were the prey. Through the smoke and confusion, one of the deputies saw it happen. He saw Marshal Duckworth standing his ground, raising his revolver to fire back at the invisible foe. Then the marshal grunted, a sharp sound of surprise, as if he'd been shoved hard from behind by an invisible hand. He stumbled forward 2 steps, his body suddenly limp. His hat flew from his head and tumbled down the path, and then he collapsed, face down into the dirt he had come to claim in the name of the law. And as quickly as it began, it was over. The thunderous volley ceased. A ringing silence rushed back in to fill the void, a silence made heavier by the lingering smell of sulfur and the sight of the unmoving form on the trail. The surviving lawmen, hearts hammering against their ribs, slowly rose from their cover, their rifles still pointed at the empty ridge. There were no victory cries from above. There was no sound of men crashing through the underbrush in retreat. There was nothing. Lewis Redmond's men had fired their volley, and then, like the morning mist, they had simply vanished back into the heart of the mountains. They left behind no bodies, no clues, only a dead federal officer and a chilling message. This was not a battle, it was a verdict, handed down from the high ridge by the king of the moonshiners. The trial of Lewis Redmond was a national spectacle. He was no longer in his kingdom of misty hollows and laurel thickets, but in a cage of polished wood and federal law. The courtroom was packed to the rafters every day. Reporters from as far away as New York and Chicago squeezed onto the benches, eager to get a look at the infamous king of the moonshiners. Local folk stood in the back, silent and watchful, their faces a mixture of awe and sorrow. This wasn't just a trial, it was a reckoning between two Americas, the wild, defiant mountains and the ordered, unyielding nation-state. In the center of it all sat Lewis Redmond. He was a shadow of the mountain ghost the law had chased for 5 years. The sickness had ravaged him, leaving him pale and thin, his body racked by coughing fits that echoed in the silent courtroom. Yet, he was not entirely broken. He faced the proceedings with a quiet, stoic dignity. His blue eyes, though clouded by illness, still held a spark of unyielding pride. He offered no dramatic outbursts, no pleas for mercy. He showed no remorse, only a weary acceptance of his fate. He was a captured general, not a repentant criminal, and he faced his enemies with the silent defiance of a man who still believed his war was just. The prosecution painted a picture of a ruthless crime lord, a cold-blooded killer who had murdered a federal officer in the execution of his duty. They presented him as the mastermind of a vast criminal enterprise that had terrorized the region and defied the laws of the United States. His defense, in turn, tried to tell the story of a man forged by poverty and oppression, a protector of his people who was forced into a corner by a tyrannical government. They argued that he was a product of his time and place, a man living by a different code. But in a federal courtroom, the code of the mountains was not an admissible defense. The evidence was overwhelming, the outcome almost a foregone conclusion. The jury's deliberation was short. The verdict, when it came, was delivered to a hushed and expectant room. Guilty on all counts, including the murder of Alfred Duckworth. The sentence was severe. 10 years in a federal prison in Albany, New York. The words fell like stones, a death sentence for a man of the mountains. To be caged in a northern city, far from the sight of the Blue Ridge, was a fate worse than a hangman's noose. For the government, it was a triumphant victory, the final closing of a chapter of rebellion. Justice had been served. But for the thousands of people who had followed his story, who saw him not as a killer, but as a folk hero, it was a tragedy. The king had been dethroned, and the verdict sparked a controversy that would echo far beyond the courthouse walls, asking a question that still hangs in the Appalachian air. Whose justice was it, really? The guilty verdict and prison sentence were not the final chapter, but the beginning of a strange and winding epilogue that forever altered the lives of everyone touched by the saga. For Lewis Redmond, the cold stone walls of a New York penitentiary were a slow execution. The mountain air that had sustained him was replaced by the damp, disease-ridden chill of a cell. His health, already fragile, collapsed completely. The invincible king of the moonshiners was wasting away, a dying man thousands of miles from home. But the legend he had so carefully crafted in the mountains now became his salvation. The sympathetic newspaper stories, the public outcry, and the petitions signed by thousands of people created a groundswell of support. Politicians, sensing a popular cause, began to lobby on his behalf. The narrative had shifted. He was no longer seen as a cop killer, but as a romantic figure, a symbol of a vanishing frontier spirit, and a man who would surely die in prison. In a stunning and politically calculated act of mercy, President Chester A. Arthur granted Lewis Redmond a full pardon in 1884. He returned to the dark corner of South Carolina not as a conquering hero, but as a ghost of his former self. His health was shattered, his spirit seemingly broken. The world he had fought for was already disappearing, replaced by railroads and a more pervasive rule of law. He gave up moonshining, the fire of his rebellion extinguished, and tried to live a quiet life as a farmer. He was a king without a kingdom, a legend who had outlived his own myth. The lives of those who had hunted him were also forever changed. Marshal Bob Love, the man who finally captured him, became a celebrated figure in law enforcement, his name forever linked with the taming of the infamous moonshiner. Yet the victory was bittersweet. The manhunt had consumed years of his life and exposed the deep, unbridgeable chasm between the mountain people and the federal law he represented. And what of the man who betrayed him? History does not record his name for good reason. He collected his bounty, a fortune in silver, but in doing so, he became a pariah. He was a Judas in a land that valued loyalty above all else. He was forced to leave the mountains, forever looking over his shoulder, a man who had sold his soul and could never go home again. Their fates, from the president in the White House to the nameless informant, were now all intertwined, strands in a single, complex story of justice, betrayal, and a war fought in the shadows of the Blue Ridge. Lewis Redmond, the man, died in 1894, a shadow of his former self. He was buried in a small, unmarked grave in the dark corner of South Carolina, a quiet end for a man whose life had been a thunderclap. But while the man faded back into the mountain soil, his story refused to lie down and die with him. It lived on, becoming more potent and more romantic with each passing year, an echo that has never truly faded from these hills. You can go there today. You can drive the winding roads of Transylvania County or hike the steep trails of Sassafras Mountain. You can stand in the very places where Redmond ruled, where revenuers hunted, and where Alfred Duckworth drew his last breath. The landscape itself is the most enduring monument to his story. There is no grand stone marking his final resting place, no plaque commemorating his deeds. There is only a patch of earth, and the whispers that still cling to the rhododendron thickets and the high, lonely ridges. The mountains that protected him in life now guard his memory in death. His true memorial is not carved in stone, but in folklore. Around fires and on front porches, his name is still spoken with a mixture of reverence and excitement. They'll tell you he was a Robin Hood who stole from the government to feed the poor. They'll tell you he could shoot the buttons off a man's coat at 100 yards as a friendly warning. His legend has been sung into the memory of the mountains, carried on the strings of a fiddle in old ballads that tell of the brave outlaw who waged a war for his people. The world might forget the specifics of the Internal Revenue Act, but it remembers the story of a man who refused to bow. Lewis Redmond became more than a moonshiner. He became a symbol of the fierce, independent, and defiant spirit of Appalachia. His story has been etched into the landscape and the very soul of its people. And though the official records may lie gathering dust in some distant archive, the Blue Ridge remembers. The mountains always remember. So we return to the question that hung in the air on Sassafras Mountain amidst the lingering smoke of black powder. Who would dare to kill a federal marshal? The simple answer, the one written in the court records, is Lewis Redmond. But the truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is far more complex. The trigger was pulled not just by a man, but by an entire world, by a culture under siege. Redmond was simply the hand that held the rifle, the focal point of a generation of anger, pride, and a desperate will to survive on one's own terms. This is a story that teaches us how legends are forged. They are rarely born from pure goodness, but from the fiery collision of law and need, of history and memory. Lewis Redmond was a criminal. He was a tax evader, a distiller of illegal liquor, and ultimately responsible for a man's death. That is the truth written in law books. But he was also a provider, a protector, and a symbol of defiance against a power that his people saw as unjust and oppressive. That is the truth written in the hearts of the mountain folk. A man can be a villain in a courtroom and a saint in a ballad, and in the case of Lewis Redmond, he was undeniably both. His story is a testament to the enduring, unconquerable spirit of these mountains, a spirit that values loyalty over law and kinship over government. It's a reminder that beneath the surface of official history, there are other, deeper stories that belong to the people who live and die on the land. And as long as the mist still clings to the Blue Ridge Coves, his story will be one of them. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. For 3 days, the law in Blackwater County was gone. A posse of the county's toughest men stood helpless at the mouth of the Black Hole, a jagged moor in the mountainside that seemed to breathe a cold older than memory. They were waiting for one man, Sheriff Banquo Fletcher, who had walked into that absolute darkness 3 days prior, hunting a killer the rest of them were too terrified to pursue. Now, silence was their only answer. Did the legendary lawman finally meet his match? Not in a man, but in the earth itself. Today, we go back to that moment of terrifying uncertainty to uncover the truth of the man who walked into a legend and came back forever changed. The 2 men who died weren't just company guards, they were Blackwater County men. The first was Thomas Miller, a man whose face was a roadmap of his 50 years in the mines. His hands were thick with calluses, but they were gentle with his grandchildren. He'd taken the guard job to get out of the deep shafts, hoping for a few quiet years before he retired. The second was David Eames, barely 20 years old, with a quick smile and eyes full of plans to marry his sweetheart and buy a small plot of land downriver. They weren't heroes or gunslingers. They were just ordinary men, trying to earn a living in a world that offered few easy paths. Their world was one of stark contrasts. The green, ancient mountains held communities bound by blood and tradition, where folks lived by the seasons and the grace of God. But cutting through this old world were the black veins of the new one, the coal mines. Company towns sprung up overnight, filled with the soot of the tipple and the clang of steel on rock. Life was hard, pay was low, and the company store kept everyone in a state of perpetual debt. This friction between the old ways and the new money created a constant, simmering tension. The payroll wagon was a symbol of it all, a tempting prize moving through a land of desperate men. Standing watch over this fragile peace was Sheriff Banquo Fletcher. Before he became a legend, he was simply the law. He was a constant, predictable presence, as much a part of the landscape as the hawk circling the ridge. You'd see him at the general store, not saying much, but listening to everything. He knew whose cow had gone missing, whose son was running with the wrong crowd, and which feuds were simmering just below the surface. He was the community's anchor, a man who believed in a simple, unshakable truth. There was right and there was wrong, and it was his job to stand on that line. But Fletcher was more than just a badge. He was born of these hills, and he understood their silent language. He felt the weight of every family's troubles, every whispered fear. This connection to his people was his strength, but it was also a heavy burden. He saw the desperation the coal companies bred, and he knew it would eventually boil over into violence. He was one man holding back a flood, and he knew it. His quiet, solitary life was a reflection of the immense responsibility he carried on his shoulders alone. The world that was, before Silas Kane pulled the trigger, was one of fragile order. It was a community holding its breath, praying that the simmering tensions wouldn't erupt into open flame. Thomas Miller and David Eames were part of that order, men doing their duty. Sheriff Fletcher was its ultimate guardian, but their peaceful world had a shadow, a dark place where the law didn't reach and fear held sway. The murder of those 2 guards wasn't just a crime, it was a challenge. It was Silas Kane declaring that the old rules were dead and that even the mountains couldn't protect you anymore. The scene of the attack was on a lonely stretch of road winding through a deep cut in the mountain, a place where the sun struggled to reach the forest floor even at midday. The payroll wagon sat askew, one wheel splintered in a ditch. The two horses stood unnaturally still in their harnesses, their heads bowed, their coats trembling despite the cool air. A profound and terrible silence had fallen over the hollow, broken only by the drip of water from moss-covered rocks. The payroll box was gone, its hasp broken and discarded in the mud. The bodies of Miller and Eames lay where they fell, covered by canvas blankets that couldn't hide the dark stains seeping into the earth. When Sheriff Fletcher arrived, he didn't join the quiet, grim-faced huddle of men who had discovered the wagon. He moved away from them, his grey eyes scanning not the wagon, but the woods surrounding it. He walked the perimeter of the clearing in a slow, deliberate circle, his gaze fixed on the ground. He was reading the forest floor like a page in a book, taking in every bent twig, every disturbed patch of last year's leaves. He was a man searching for a story, and he knew these woods would tell him the truth if he just knew how to listen. The clues he found were chilling, not for what they revealed, but for what they didn't. There were no signs of a struggle, no frantic footprints of men running for their lives. There was only one set of tracks leading from the tree line and one set leading back. They were from a single man, a heavy man, moving with a calm, unhurried gait. And then Fletcher found the most unnerving clue of all. On a flat, mossy rock about 20 yards from the wagon, he found 2 spent rifle cartridges. They weren't scattered where they would have been ejected from the chamber. They were placed neatly side by side, like a pair of cufflinks set out for church. This was what unsettled everyone more than the violence itself. This wasn't the work of a panicked thief. The careful placement of the shells was a message. It was a statement of absolute control, of a chilling lack of fear. It spoke of a killer who had watched his victims fall and then taken the time to gather his brass and leave a signature. The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions. Who was this man? And what kind of cold-blooded pride did it take to commit murder and then pause to arrange the evidence like a trophy? The scene spoke not of chaos, but of a terrifying, predatory calm. Before the dust had even settled on the lonely mountain road, a name was already being whispered from the company town to the deepest hollows. It was the name of a man with a grudge as raw and public as an open wound. Jedediah Schofield. Schofield was a miner, or at least he had been. He was a man known for a temper as hot as a forge and a pride as sharp and brittle as shale. And everyone in Blackwater County knew he hated Thomas Miller with a passion that burned cold. The bad blood had started 6 months earlier, deep in the belly of the earth. Schofield, a top man with the dynamite, had gotten into a bitter argument with another miner, an argument that turned into a brutal fistfight right there in the shaft. The shift foreman had been Thomas Miller. Following company rules, Miller reported the fight, and since Schofield had thrown the first punch, he was the one who was fired. He lost his job, his pay, and the small company house where his family lived. In a single day, he was cast out. To a man like Schofield, this was more than losing a job. It was a public shaming. He blamed Thomas Miller entirely, seeing him not as a man doing his duty, but as a traitor who had sided with the company against his own kind. In the weeks that followed, Schofield's bitterness festered. He was seen in the local saloons, his voice thick with moonshine and rage, vowing revenge. More than one person heard him swear that he would see Miller in his grave before he and his family starved. The whispers quickly turned into a roar of accusation. Jedediah Schofield owned a deer rifle, the same caliber as the shells Fletcher had found. He was a crack shot, known for his skill in the woods. Most damning of all, when the deputy went to the rundown shack Schofield's family had moved into, he was gone. His wife, her face pale with fear, claimed he'd gone hunting a few days back and hadn't returned, but the community saw it differently. To them, it was an open and shut case. A man with a clear motive, the right skills, and who had conveniently vanished at the exact time of the crime. Schofield had run, and in the mountains, only a guilty man runs. While the whole county had its eyes fixed on Jedediah Schofield, Sheriff Fletcher's gaze, grey and steady as a river stone, settled on someone else entirely. It was a person so close to the tragedy that no one thought to look at him. Caleb Thorne, the best friend of the young guard, David Eames. Caleb and David had been inseparable since they were boys, their bond forged in the creeks and woods of Blackwater County. They were two sides of the same coin, sharing every secret and every dream of a life beyond the coal dust. No one seemed more devastated by David's death than Caleb. No one, that is, except Sheriff Fletcher. He had seen grief in all its forms, and Caleb's felt wrong. It was too loud, too theatrical. At the funeral, Caleb wept with a noise that drowned out the quiet sorrow of the boy's own mother. But Fletcher, standing at the back of the cemetery, noted that for all the performance, the man's eyes were sharp and restless. He wasn't looking at the grave, he was watching the crowd. Fletcher knew that true grief turns a man inward, but Caleb Thorne was looking outward, like a man checking to see if his story was being believed. Beneath that mask of sorrow was a secret that was rotting Caleb from the inside out. He wasn't just a simple mine worker, he was a gambler who had fallen in deep with a dangerous crowd from the railroad camps. He owed a debt so large it was a death sentence, and the men he owed were not known for their patience. The company payroll wasn't just a target of opportunity for him, it was his only way out. His best friend, David Eames, hadn't just been a friend. He was Caleb's unwitting key to the prize, a source of information about the wagon's route and its schedule. The whispers started when Caleb was seen just days after the funeral, paying off a chunk of his debt at a saloon with crisp bills. When questioned, he claimed he'd won a lucky hand at cards. But the story felt thin, and his behavior, when re-examined, painted a darker picture. People now remembered Caleb asking David pointed questions about the guard rotation, questions that seemed innocent at the time, but now felt sinister. The idea was almost too ugly to consider, that the attack wasn't a random ambush, but a meticulously planned execution, and that David Eames might have been betrayed by the one person on earth he trusted completely. But there was a third shadow in these hills, one cast not by a single man, but by the towering black tipple of the mine itself. The Black Mountain Coal Company was more than an employer. It was a hungry, faceless power from the north, and its interests rarely aligned with the well-being of the men it paid in scrip. In the months leading up to the robbery, a new kind of man had been seen in the county. Men in dark suits and city hats, with faces as hard and emotionless as the company ledger books. They weren't miners or managers. They were troubleshooters, company enforcers, and their presence felt like the stillness before a storm. Their motive was impersonal, but immense. Whispers of unionizing had been snaking through the mine shafts, talk of better pay and safer conditions. To the company, the union wasn't a negotiation. It was a disease to be eradicated. A violent, unsolved payroll robbery was the perfect pretext. It would justify flooding the county with their own heavily armed guards, men who answered not to the law, but to the company. They could lock down the towns, root out the organizers, and break the spirit of the rebellion under the guise of protecting the people from a phantom killer. Miller and Eames, in this cold calculation, were simply the cost of doing business. The arrival of these city men had draped a blanket of unease over the community. They didn't speak to locals, they observed, their eyes taking measure of everything. They were seen mapping the roads, timing the payroll wagon's route, and holding quiet, tense meetings behind the locked door of the company office. Their presence was a silent, constant threat. It was a clear message from the powers up north that they were watching, and that they would not tolerate dissent. The mountain folk, who had dealt with their own problems for generations, now felt the chilling gaze of an outside world that saw their home as nothing more than a resource to be exploited and controlled. The crime itself bore the hallmarks of this cold, corporate ruthlessness. The clean, efficient nature of the ambush, the lack of any wasted motion, and especially the chilling signature of the carefully placed shell casings. It all felt less like the hot-blooded revenge of a fired miner and more like the work of a professional. It was a calculated act of terror designed to create chaos. Perhaps the stolen money was never the point. Perhaps the real prize was fear itself, a tool the company could wield to crush the growing defiance of the men who worked and died in its mines. With Jedediah Schofield named as the prime suspect, a posse of grim-faced men formed, fueled by righteous anger and cheap corn liquor. They were ready to deliver mountain justice with a rope. Sheriff Fletcher led them, but he moved with a different purpose. While the others saw a clear trail of vengeance, Fletcher saw a path that was too obvious, too neat. He wasn't hunting a man he hated, he was solving a puzzle, and he knew the first piece you find isn't always the one that fits. For 4 days, they beat the brush, scouring the unforgiving ridges and impenetrable rhododendron thickets that Schofield called home. The mountains, however, are experts at hiding men, and the trail was cold. It wasn't Fletcher who found him, but a young deputy who stumbled upon an old trapper's lean-to deep in a forgotten hollow. Inside, they found Jedediah Schofield, not defiant, but gaunt and shivering, his rifle unused beside him. He hadn't been running from the law, he had been hiding from it. He knew he was the first man they'd blame, and his terror was so genuine it was almost palpable. His alibi, when it came, was as solid and immovable as the mountain itself. He had been miles away from the ambush, helping the circuit preacher, old Reverend Eli, repair the roof on the remote Black Creek Chapel. He'd been there for a solid week, sleeping in the church and sharing the preacher's meager meals. The Reverend, a man whose word was considered scripture in those parts, confirmed it without a moment's hesitation. Jedediah Schofield was a man full of rage and bitterness, but he was no killer. The most promising lead had evaporated into thin mountain air. Attention then shifted to Caleb Thorne, but that trail was made of smoke and mirrors. There was no physical evidence, only the foul taste of suspicion. He had an answer for everything. The money? A lucky night playing cards with strangers at a railroad camp, men who were long gone. His odd questions to David. Just the normal curiosity of a friend. The community, unwilling to stomach the thought of such a venomous betrayal, chose to believe him. To accuse him without proof was to call one of their own a monster, a truth too ugly to face. The investigation had hit a wall of solid granite, leaving Sheriff Fletcher with nothing but a pair of spent shells and a county where the fear was beginning to grow teeth. With the official investigation stalled, a cold fog of silence settled over Blackwater County. The lively chatter at the general store died down whenever Sheriff Fletcher walked in. Doors that were once open were now latched, and eyes that met yours on the road would slide away, refusing to connect. It was as if the whole community had collectively agreed to forget the murders had ever happened. Neighbors who had once shared every piece of gossip now saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing. The truth, it seemed, was a dangerous secret to possess. This silence was woven from 3 distinct threads. The first was raw, simple fear. A killer was among them, a man who had shot down 2 people in cold blood and left a chilling signature of his arrogance. He was a ghost, a name without a face, and he could be anyone. To speak a word of what you might have seen, to even speculate out loud, was to risk drawing his attention. It was to risk waking up and finding your own grim message left on your doorstep. The wolf was still in the woods, and no one wanted to be the next sheep to stray from the flock. The second thread was a deep, abiding hatred for the Black Mountain Coal Company. To many of the mountain folk, the company was a far greater evil than any one killer. It was a faceless monster that stole their land, poisoned their streams, and worked their men to death for pennies. The stolen money belonged to the company, and the dead guards were on the company payroll. In their minds, helping Fletcher was helping the company. It was a choice between 2 evils, and many chose silence as a form of quiet rebellion against the power that oppressed them every single day. But the thickest, strongest thread was the mountain code itself. an unspoken omerta, as binding as any law on the books. You did not talk to the law about the affairs of your neighbors. You handled your own business, settled your own scores, and you never, ever turned on your own kind for an outsider. And to many, even Sheriff Fletcher, in his official capacity, was an outsider to family matters. This loyalty, this stubborn, ingrained belief in their own form of justice, formed a wall far higher and stronger than any prison. Fletcher found himself on the outside of his own community, a lawman trying to find a killer in a town that had gone deaf, dumb, and blind. 5 years turned to dust. The seasons in Blackwater County rolled on, covering the memory of the murders with layers of autumn leaves and winter snow. The case went cold, a ghost story whispered by old men, a permanent quiet failure that Sheriff Banquo Fletcher carried in the lines on his face. The 2 spent shells still sat on his desk in a small wooden box, a cold testament to a question he couldn't answer. The community's wall of silence had held, and the truth seemed lost to time. The clue that broke it all came not from a clever deduction or a piece of new evidence, but from the rambling memory of an old woman on the edge of the next world. Granny Elspeth lived in a one-room cabin perched like a hawk's nest on a ridge overlooking the very road where the ambush took place. Her mind, the folks in town said, was a tangled thicket of memories and mountain lore, and her words were often dismissed as the wind in the pines. Fletcher, however, made a point of checking on the old woman, bringing her salt and flour when the snows were deep. On one such visit, sitting by her hearth, he listened as she drifted through the past. She spoke of the hard winter of '08, of a blight that killed the chestnut trees, and then, without any change in her tone, she said something that made the air in the tiny cabin stand still. "Such a shame about that young Eames boy," she murmured, her eyes fixed on the fire. "He was always so polite. I saw him walking up the road that very morning with his friend Caleb Thorne. They was laughing, heads together like they was sharing a secret. Not an hour later, I heard the guns. For Sheriff Fletcher, it was as if the last 5 years had collapsed into a single blinding instant. Caleb Thorne's alibi had been rock solid. He had been at the mine, working a full shift. Multiple men had sworn to it. But Granny Elspeth, whose cabin sat miles from the mine entrance, had seen him on the murder road with the victim just before he died. It wasn't a confession she offered, but a simple, unvarnished memory, one that nobody had ever thought to ask for. The old woman, dismissed by everyone, had been the only witness. In that moment, the entire case was reborn. Fletcher realized the horrifying truth. Caleb's alibi hadn't been solid. It had been constructed. He had paid or threatened his fellow miners to lie for him, a conspiracy of silence bought with stolen payroll money. The laughter Granny Elspeth heard hadn't been the sound of friendship. It had been the sound of betrayal. The case wasn't just cold. It had been buried alive, and Sheriff Fletcher had just been handed the shovel. A 5-year-old lie is a brittle thing. With Granny Elspeth's testimony in his pocket, Sheriff Fletcher moved with the cold patience of a winter freeze. He didn't go for Caleb Thorne, not yet. He went for the men who had built the walls of his alibi. He found them one by one, in the mines, in their homes, at the saloon. He didn't threaten or shout. He simply sat with them, his grey eyes unblinking, and told them what the old woman on the ridge had seen. He spoke of perjury, of being an accessory to murder, and then he would fall silent, letting the weight of what they had done crush them. The first miner held out for an hour, the second for 10 minutes. The third broke before Fletcher even finished his sentence. The confrontation, when it came, was on the porch of the small, respectable house Caleb Thorne had bought with his blood money. He had grown soft in 5 years, the desperate gambler replaced by a man who believed his own lies. He greeted the sheriff with a confident smile, but it faltered and died when he saw the look on Fletcher's face. The lawman wasn't there for a social call. "I spoke with Granny Elspeth," Fletcher began, his voice flat. "She remembers seeing you that morning, Caleb, on the road with David. just before the shots. Caleb scoffed, a dry, rattling sound. An old woman's fancies. I was at the mine. Ask anyone. And that was the moment Fletcher sprung the trap. I did, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. I asked Tom Jenkins, and I asked Sam Carter. Their memories seem to have gotten a lot clearer in the last 24 hours. The color drained from Caleb's face. The mask of the respected citizen shattered, revealing the terrified, cornered animal beneath. Fletcher took a step closer, his shadow falling over the other man. But here's the thing that's been bothering me, Caleb. The tracks at the scene, they were from a big man, a heavy man, and those shells placed so neat. That wasn't your style. You're a coward. You always were. You didn't have the nerve to pull the trigger. He let the words hang in the air, heavy and cold. You just led your best friend into the woods to be slaughtered like a hog. You gave the route, the time, everything. And you did it for a man in a city suit, a company man, the one who came down to break the union talk, a big man named Corbin. Fletcher's voice was relentless, each word a hammer blow breaking down the last of Caleb's defenses. He pulled the trigger, and you collected your 30 pieces of silver. It was all there, the whole sickening truth. It wasn't a crime of passion or a simple robbery born of desperation. It was a cold-blooded business deal. The Black Mountain Coal Company needed an excuse to crush its workers, and Caleb Thorne, drowning in debt, was their willing instrument. He sold out his friend, his community, and his own soul. Caleb didn't confess with words. He simply collapsed, folding in on himself on the porch steps, a hollowed-out man whose guilt was now as plain to see as the mountains against the sky. The ghost finally had a face, and it was the face of a friend. Let us now step back into the shadows of that terrible morning. This is not a story from a court record, but a reconstruction pieced together from a confession, a dying woman's memory, and the cold logic of the crime scene itself. This is how it must have been. The morning air was cool and heavy, with the damp smell of moss and wet earth. David Eames walked up the road with a lightness in his step, laughing at a joke told by the man he trusted most in the world, Caleb Thorne. He was young, and his mind was on his future, not on the deep shadows pooling between the ancient trees. From those shadows, a shape detached itself. A big man in a city coat, his face impassive. This was Corbin, the company enforcer. There was no warning, no shouted demand. David likely didn't even have time to register the man as a threat before the hollow was shattered by a single flat crack that was not thunder. It was a sound that slapped the air and sent the birds scattering from the trees in a frantic, silent explosion. It was not a fight. It was an execution. For David, there would have been a moment of searing confusion, a feeling of the world tilting on its axis, and perhaps, in his last second of sight, he would have seen his best friend's face contorted, not with surprise, but with a terrible, knowing guilt. Thomas Miller, a man who had survived 30 years of rockfalls and dynamite blasts, was a professional. His hand would have instinctively dropped to the pistol on his hip. But he was not a gunfighter, and he was facing a different kind of danger than the mountain had ever offered. A second crack echoed the first, a brutal full stop to the sentence that had just begun. The reins slipped from his calloused hands, and his 50 years of hard-earned life spilled out onto the dirt road he had traveled 1,000 times. The aftermath was a scene of chilling, methodical precision. The big man, Corbin, moved with an unhurried grace. He walked to the mossy rock and deliberately placed the two spent shells side by side, a gesture of pure, contemptuous power. It was his signature on a piece of human wreckage. The sharp tang of gunpowder hung in the air, a profane incense in the cathedral of the woods. Then, from deep in the rhododendron, came a different sound, a wretched, heaving gasp. It was the sound of Caleb Thorne, the Judas, being sick in the bushes, his body finally rebelling against the monstrous thing his greed had unleashed. When they were done, The payroll box was opened, and the money exchanged hands. One man walked away with a clean kill and a broken union. The other stumbled away with a lifetime of guilt and blood on his hands that no amount of money could ever wash clean. After the sound of their departure faded, the woods fell silent again. But it was a new kind of silence. It was heavier, broken, and for a long, long time, the birds did not return to their song. The Blackwater County Courthouse had never seen a trial like it. The wooden benches groaned under the weight of the entire community, a sea of grim, weathered faces. It was a pressure cooker of old grief and new anger. At the defendant's table sat two men who were worlds apart. Caleb Thorne was a ghost, a hollowed-out man who stared at the floorboards as if they held the secrets to his damnation. Beside him, cool and impassive, sat Corbin, the company man. Flanked by lawyers from the city with slicked-back hair and alligator-skin briefcases, he looked not like a man on trial for his life, but like a landowner inspecting a property he was about to foreclose on. The trial became a battle not over facts, but over which world held more truth. The county prosecutor presented a simple, brutal story of betrayal, backed by the tearful, coerced confessions of the miners who had lied for Caleb. He put Granny Elspeth on the stand, her voice frail, but her memory clear as a mountain spring. But Corbin's lawyers were masterful. They painted a picture of a backwards, ignorant community engaged in a conspiracy against the company that fed them. They portrayed Granny Elspeth as a senile old woman, the miners as liars trying to save their own skins, and Caleb Thorne as a desperate man who would say anything to lessen his own sentence. For Caleb Thorne, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. His confession and the testimony of the men he'd paid off sealed his fate. The jury, made up of men he had known his whole life, looked at him not with hatred, but with a profound and weary contempt. They found him guilty of being an accessory to murder in less than an hour. The judge, his voice like cracking stone, sentenced him to life at hard labor in the state penitentiary. Caleb didn't even flinch. He was led away in chains, a man who had already started serving his sentence 5 years earlier in a prison of his own making. But for Corbin, the wheels of justice turned differently. They were greased with company money. His lawyers produced train tickets, hotel registries, and sworn affidavits from businessmen in Knoxville, all placing him 100 miles away on the day of the murders. It was a perfect, ironclad alibi, constructed with the same cold precision as the crime itself. Faced with the contradictory testimony of mountain folk on one side and documented, official-looking proof on the other, the jury was paralyzed by doubt. The word of a dozen miners could not outweigh a single stamped piece of paper from the city. After 2 days of deliberation, they delivered their verdict. For the murder of Thomas Miller and David Eames, the jury found the defendant, Mr. Corbin, not guilty. A wave of stunned silence washed over the courtroom, followed by a low, collective growl of disbelief. Corbin showed no emotion. He simply adjusted his tie, shook his lawyer's hands, and walked out of the courthouse a free man, leaving the people of Blackwater County choking on a brand of justice that felt more like poison. The law had punished the traitor, but the man who pulled the trigger had vanished back into the world of money and power from which he came, as untouchable as a shadow. For the families of Thomas Miller and David Eames, the verdicts brought no peace, only a quiet, permanent ache. The community wrapped its arms around them, but their losses carved out a silence that could never be filled. David's sweetheart, a girl whose future had been so bright, never married. She grew into a quiet, sad-eyed woman who always wore a locket with his picture. Her life a long, slow testament to a promise that was broken by a bullet. The Millers, once a boisterous and central family in the county, drew into themselves, their grief a constant, unspoken presence at their dinner table. They had received the law's answer, but it did nothing to quiet the echoes of the guns. Jedediah Schofield, the man who had been tried and convicted in the court of public opinion, was legally a free man, but his reputation never fully recovered. In the hollows, where memories are long and suspicion is a survival instinct, the stain of the accusation lingered. He was no longer the hot-tempered miner. He was the man they almost hung for the payroll. The whispers followed him, poisoning his relationships and curdling his already bitter spirit. He became a solitary man, his anger at the world turning inward, leaving him isolated by a crime he did not commit. He was a second kind of victim, his life forever altered by the lie that had almost cost him everything. Caleb Thorne's fate was a slow erasure. He was sent to the state prison, a brutal place of rock quarries and sun-baked fields from which few men returned whole. His name in Blackwater County became a curse, a cautionary tale told to children about the evils of greed and betrayal. His family, unable to bear the shame, sold their small plot of land and moved away in the dead of night, their name vanishing from the county records as if they had never existed. Caleb Thorne simply ceased to be a person, becoming a number in a ledger, a ghost haunting the prison walls until he was forgotten by all but one man. And Corbin? He vanished like a wisp of smoke. The Black Mountain Coal Company, its union problem now brutally solved, transferred him out of the state. He left no records, no forwarding address, no trace. He was a phantom, an instrument of corporate will who had done his job and been recalled. For the people of Blackwater County, his acquittal was a bitter lesson in the nature of power. It proved what they had always suspected, that there were two kinds of law in the world. There was their law, the law of the mountains, and there was the company's law, the law of money, which could make a murderer disappear in broad daylight. This case changed Banquo Fletcher. The sight of Corbin walking free carved something deep into his soul. It taught him that the courthouse could deliver a verdict, but not always justice. He grew quieter, more solitary, his methods more relentless. He had seen the law fail, and in that failure he seemed to find a harder resolve. He would deliver his man to the courthouse if he could, but he would deliver justice no matter what. The memory of Corbin's smug, emotionless face would fuel his hunt for every outlaw that followed, a cold fire that would one day lead him to the mouth of the black hole in pursuit of a different killer and a different, darker kind of judgment. If you travel the back roads of Blackwater County today, you can still find the scars left by this story. The old company road is paved now, but the deep cut where the ambush happened remains, a place where the shadows lie a little thicker and the air feels a little colder. In the town square, the old courthouse still stands, its brick facade a silent witness to the flawed justice it once dispensed. But the most tangible remnants lie in the church graveyard, on a hill overlooking the valley. There you will find two simple, weathered stones side by side. One for Thomas Miller, a husband and father, the other for David Eames, a son and brother. Their names, carved in stone, are a permanent record of a debt that was never fully paid. Down by the river, the Black Mountain Coal Company tipple is a skeleton of rust and rot, slowly being devoured by kudzu and time. It stands as a monument not to industry, but to a forgotten era of exploitation and greed. The company is long gone, its name just a whisper on the wind, but the distrust it sowed took deep root in that mountain soil. For generations after, the arrival of any man in a suit from the city was met with a wall of silent, watchful suspicion. The story of Corbin became a cautionary tale, a lesson taught to children about the kind of evil that money can buy and the law cannot touch. The tragedy of the payroll murders lives on, not in history books, but in the way a story survives in the mountains, through folklore. Old folks still tell it, sometimes as a ghost story, sometimes as a lesson in betrayal. They say that if you listen closely on a still night, you can still hear the echo of those two gunshots rolling through the hollow. And for a while, there was even a song, a mournful ballad passed around the campfires and front porches called Caleb's Coin, a tune that spoke of the terrible price of 30 pieces of silver earned in a friend's blood. This is how a crime becomes a part of the landscape. It's more than just a memory. It becomes a piece of the county's identity, a part of its DNA. The story of what happened on that lonely road reinforced the mountain code, hardening it. It taught the people that the law of outsiders was fickle, and that their own silence, while sometimes a shield for the guilty, was their only true protection. While the world outside might forget, the Appalachian Mountains themselves hold these memories, etched into the landscape and the hearts of its people. At the beginning of our story, we asked a simple question. Who was responsible for the deaths of Thomas Miller and David Eames? The answer we found was never simple at all. The law points to one man, Caleb Thorne, a traitor who paid for his sin with the rest of his life. And in the cold, hard print of a law book, that is where the story ends. But we know better. We know that justice in these hills is rarely so neat. The man who pulled the trigger walked free, his guilt washed clean by money and a well-told lie, leaving behind a wound in the heart of the county that never truly healed. This story, then, is not just about a crime. It is about the brutal collision of two worlds, the old world of mountain honor and the new world of corporate greed that saw men not as souls, but as numbers on a ledger. It's a lesson in how a community's silence can hide a monster, but also how the quietest voice, that of a forgotten old woman, can be the one that finally speaks the truth. For Sheriff Banquo Fletcher, it was a crucible. It burned away any naive faith he had in a system and forged in him an unshakable belief in a higher, harder law, the mountain's law, where a man's guilt is not decided by a jury, but by the weight of his own sins. The court records in the state capital will tell you that this case is closed. But here, in the deep hollows where the truth still whispers on the wind, the story is very much alive. It serves as a stark reminder that while the law may have its verdict, the mountains have their memory. And that memory is long, and it is unforgiving. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. The streets of Morehead, Kentucky, were a slaughterhouse. For 2 terrifying hours, the town echoed with the roar of Winchesters as over 100 armed men laid siege to a hotel. When the gun smoke finally cleared, the most powerful man in the county, Craig Tolliver, lay dead in the dirt, his body riddled with bullets. The newspapers called it the end of a brutal feud. But what if it wasn't a feud at all? What if it was the final bloody battle of a war fought over politics, power, and the very soul of a county? Today, we separate the folklore from the facts and uncover the story of the Rowan County War. Before the gunfire and the blood, Rowan County was a world of 2 halves, held together by a fragile peace. Out in the hollows and on the ridges, life moved to the rhythm of the seasons. Men like Floyd Martin woke with the sun and knew their land not by deeds and property lines, but by the feel of the soil in their hands. They were farmers, patriarchs of large families, their wealth measured in livestock, healthy children, and the respect of their neighbors. Their world was one of hard work, self-reliance, and a fierce independence born from the isolation of the mountains. To them, the law wasn't written in a book down at the courthouse. It was a code of honor passed down through generations. Then there was the town of Morehead. It was the county's beating heart, and its pulse was controlled by one man, Craig Tolliver. His kingdom wasn't made of dirt and timber, but of influence and fear. From the bar of his Monarch saloon or a suite in his Galt House hotel, he orchestrated the county's politics. He was handsome, always dressed in fine clothes that stood out against the town's mud and dust, but his smile never quite reached his eyes. He was the democratic boss, the man who could make another man rich with a handshake or ruin him with a whisper. He saw Morehead not as a home, but as a chessboard, and every person in it was a pawn. These 2 worlds brushed against each other on market days. The Martin clan and their Republican allies would ride into town, their faces weathered by the sun. their conversations quiet and watchful. They'd trade their crops, buy supplies, and endure the smirks of Tolliver's men who ran the town. In the saloons, Democrats and Republicans drank at separate tables, the air thick with an unspoken history. Everyone knew who had worn the blue and who had worn the gray, or whose father had. It was a peace, but it was the kind of quiet you get in the woods just before a storm breaks. Every handshake was a calculation. Every glance held a question. The people of Rowan County were living on a fault line, a deep crack in the earth left by the Civil War, and everyone could feel the ground trembling beneath their feet. They were proud people, both in the town and in the hills, and pride in Appalachia is a dangerous thing. It can build a home, but it can also burn one to the ground with everyone still inside it. And on the horizon, an election was coming. It was August of 1884. To the rest of America, it was just another local vote. But in Rowan County, it wasn't about choosing a representative. It was a referendum on power itself. It was the spark falling toward a powder keg that had been filling for 20 years. Little did they know, this day of voting would not be settled with ballots, but with blood, and the world they knew was about to be lost forever in a haze of gun smoke. The hatred that fueled the Rowan County War wasn't born in a saloon brawl in 1884. Its seeds were sown 20 years earlier in the blood and fire of the Civil War. Kentucky was a state torn in half, a borderland where loyalties were not to a flag, but to family and to the ground beneath one's feet. Brother fought against brother, and neighbor took up arms against neighbor. When the war ended, the soldiers returned to their farms and towns, but they brought the conflict back with them. They laid down their rifles, but they never truly laid down the fight. In the rugged hills of Rowan County, these old battle lines hardened into political identities. To be a Republican, like the Martins, was to align with the Union, with the federal government that had preserved the nation. It was the party of Lincoln, a symbol of victory and order to some, but of occupation and overreach to others. To be a Democrat, like Craig Tolliver and his faction, was to carry the banner of the old Confederacy, of states' rights and resistance to that same federal power. It was a politics of pride and grievance, a burning resentment that the world had been turned upside down. This wasn't about policy debates, it was about memory. It was about which side your father fought on at Perryville or Shiloh. It was about remembering the Union patrols or the Confederate raiders who had passed through these very hollows. The land itself held these memories. For the Martins and their allies, their farms were a testament to their own hard work and independence, a legacy carved from the wilderness. For Tolliver, the town of Moorhead was a different kind of territory, a center of power to be controlled, its commerce and law to be bent to the will of his party, his faction, his cause. In these mountains, a family name is a heavy thing. It's a coat of arms and a burden, all at once. The name Martin became a rallying cry for every Republican farmer who felt choked by the town's political machine. It stood for the country, for the hills, for the men who answered to no one but God. And the name Tolliver became the symbol of absolute democratic control, of the saloons, the courthouse, and the money that made the town run. It was a feud of ideas long before it was a feud of men. The blood of the Civil War had never truly dried. It had just soaked into the soil, waiting for a single spark to turn the ground red once more. The conflict in Rowan County didn't live in grand declarations, but in the quiet, poisonous whispers that spread from house to house. Craig Tolliver's Monarch Saloon wasn't just a place to drink. It was a spider's parlor where the web of rumor was spun. Here, his lieutenants, men who owed him their jobs or their freedom, would gather. They were the town's deputies, clerks and business owners, all bound to Tolliver by loyalty or fear. They nurtured every slight against their party, magnifying small disputes into grave insults against the Democratic cause and Tolliver himself. The Martin alliance was quieter, forged not over whiskey, but over shared meals and silent nods of understanding on the steps of a country church. Theirs was a sprawling network of kin and fellow Republicans, families like the Coopers and the Hoggers, who saw Tolliver's grip on the courthouse as a tyranny that was slowly strangling them. They were men who had been denied loans, lost court cases on technicalities, or had their businesses squeezed by Tolliver's allies. Their support for Floyd Martin wasn't just political, it was a matter of survival. The ground was already salted with old wounds. Just a few years prior, a sheriff's election had been decided by a handful of questionable ballots, installing a Tolliver man and leaving the Martins and their supporters feeling cheated and disenfranchised. There was the bitter memory of a land dispute between a Tolliver ally and a Republican farmer, a case settled in a court controlled by Tolliver's friends. These weren't isolated incidents, they were a pattern. Each one was a fresh layer of resentment, a reminder that the law in Rowan County bent to the will of the town boss. Gossip became a weapon, as dangerous as any pistol. A drunken argument at the general store was retold in the Monarch Saloon as a deliberate Republican provocation. A Martin supporter speaking too loudly about his rights was marked as a troublemaker. The air grew thick with suspicion. Men started carrying guns, not just for hunting, but for a trip into town. Friendships that had crossed party lines began to fray. The community wasn't just divided, it was curdling, turning sour with paranoia and hate. The stage was being set for a tragedy, and every rumor, every old grudge, was another nail being hammered into the coffin of peace. In the long, sweltering weeks leading up to the August election of 1884, a heavy stillness settled over Rowan County. The summer had been brutally hot and dry, cracking the creek beds and turning the dirt roads into a fine, choking powder that coated every leaf and fence post. Old-timers whispered that it was a bad sign when the katydids fell silent in the heat of the day. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. The usual sounds of the mountains, the birds, the rustle of game in the undergrowth seemed to have faded, replaced by an oppressive quiet that felt more menacing than any storm. The true omen, however, wasn't in the sky or the trees. It was in the faces of the men gathering in Moorhead. Election day was approaching, and it felt less like a civic duty and more like a muster for war. The flow of whiskey, always a tool of political persuasion in those days, began to run more freely than usual, loosening tongues and sharpening tempers. Craig Tolliver's men walked the town's boardwalks with a certain swagger, their hands resting near their hips, while the Martin men who rode in from the country were grim-faced and watchful, their eyes scanning every alley and doorway. A deep sense of dread, a cold knot in the gut, became a shared secret among the people of Rowan. Wives watched their husbands clean rifles that hadn't been fired since the last deer season, a silent question hanging in the air between them. Men who had been neighbors their whole lives now passed each other on the road with a curt nod, the old bonds of communities straining under the weight of political hatred. This wasn't just another election, it felt like a final reckoning was at hand. They couldn't have known what was coming, not exactly, but they could feel the pressure building, a charge in the air that promised not rain, but lightning. Election day, August 4th, 1884, dawned hot and suffocating. At a polling place just outside Moorhead, the air was thick with more than just summer humidity. It was charged with whiskey and years of bottled-up hatred. Men from both factions gathered, their political affiliations worn like uniforms. Votes were being bought with liquor, and every conversation was a low growl of intimidation or defiance. This wasn't democracy in action. It was a standoff, a test of nerve where everyone was waiting for the first man to flinch. The spark came in the form of a drunken slur. John Martin, Floyd Martin's own son, got into a heated argument with a fervent Tolliver supporter named Solomon Bradley. The exact words were swallowed by the noise and the heat, but they were likely the same insults that had been traded for years. Taunts about the war, about family, about honor. But this time, fueled by cheap whiskey and the tension of the day, words were not enough. Shouts turned to shoves, and shoves exploded into a vicious, desperate brawl. It was over in a flash of chaotic violence. The crowd surged, men yelled, but no one dared to intervene. In the midst of the scuffle, in the dust and the confusion, Solomon Bradley fell to the ground, mortally wounded. Whether a knife flashed in the sun, or if he was simply beaten to death, the accounts would forever conflict. But the result was brutally clear. Bradley lay dying, and John Martin stood over him, his knuckles raw, the grim reality of his actions beginning to dawn on his face. The cheering and the jeering died instantly, replaced by a stunned, horrified silence. The news ripped through the county faster than a telegram. For the Martin clan, it was a tragedy, but a defensible one. They called it a fair fight, a drunken brawl that went too far, provoked by Tolliver's men and their liquor. John Martin was arrested, and his family prepared for a legal battle. But for Craig Tolliver and his faction, this was no accident. This was a declaration of war. It was the son of their political enemy striking down one of their own on election day. They saw it as a calculated act of aggression, an assassination meant to send a message. The law might have had John Martin in a cell, but the code of the mountains now demanded a different kind of justice. The political quarrel had been baptized in blood. It was no longer about who would control the courthouse, it was about vengeance. The first drop of blood had hit the dry Kentucky dirt, and a war was about to bloom from it. There was no going back now. What followed was not an open war, but a slow, creeping plague of violence that lasted for 3 years. The law of the gun replaced the law of the land, and Rowan County became a place of shadows and fear. Death could come from anywhere, at any time. A man might be plowing his field, the only sound the harness creaking and the birds singing, when the tree line would suddenly erupt with a volley of gunfire. He would simply fall, another life erased without a word. A riderless horse returning to a barn at dusk became a common and dreaded sight, a silent messenger of another ambush. The first major act of retribution was aimed directly at the head of the Martin clan. As Floyd Martin rode along a quiet country road, a section of woods he'd passed 1,000 times before, the trees themselves seemed to explode. A hail of lead tore through the air, and Martin was thrown from his horse. He lay grievously wounded, but by some miracle, he survived. The message, however, had been delivered in smoke and lead. No one was safe, no place was sacred. The war of assassination had begun. This shadow war culminated on a blistering summer morning, June 22nd, 1887. The Martin faction, now an army of over 100 determined men, descended from the hills and laid siege to Moorhead. The morning calm was shattered by a sound like rolling thunder, a sound that sent townspeople scrambling for their lives, diving into cellars or hiding behind anything that could stop a bullet. For hours, the air was filled with a constant, deafening roar as hundreds of rounds were fired. It was a storm of lead. The high-pitched whine of bullets was everywhere. Wooden storefronts splintered, sending shards of timber flying through the air. The windows of the Galt House Hotel, where Craig Tolliver and his men were cornered, shattered one by one. Through the thick haze of gunsmoke, you could see the muzzle flashes from doorways, from rooftops, from behind wagons. The Martin men weren't brawling. They were conducting a methodical extermination, tightening a noose of rifle fire around the heart of Tolliver's power. Then came the final, desperate act. Trapped, his men falling around him, Craig Tolliver made a run for it. He burst from the hotel, a flash of motion against the chaos. It wasn't a single shot that answered him, but a deafening, instantaneous chorus of rifles firing as one. The unstoppable town boss, the man who had ruled Rowan County with an iron fist, simply collapsed in the middle of the street. And in the moment his body hit the dirt, the thunder of the guns stopped. A deafening silence fell over Moorhead, broken only by the ringing in men's ears and the sight of the dead man lying in the dust. The war was over. To understand the 3 years of terror that followed, We must try to look at the world through Craig Tolliver's cold, calculating eyes. In his own mind, he was no villain. He was a king, and Moorhead was his kingdom. The Galthouse Hotel was his castle, the Monarch Saloon his throne room. He believed in order, but it was his order. He provided jobs, settled disputes, and kept the peace, all so long as his authority was never questioned. He didn't see the Martins and their allies as a political opposition. He saw them as rebels, as a disease threatening the body of his carefully controlled world. When Solomon Bradley was killed on election day, Craig Tolliver didn't see a drunken brawl gone wrong. He saw an assassination. He saw the son of his chief rival striking down one of his loyalists in a blatant act of defiance. To him, this was an insurrection, a declaration of war against his rule. A king cannot allow such a challenge to go unanswered, or the throne itself will crumble. The moment he heard the news, a switch didn't flip from anger to rage. It flipped from political maneuvering to calculated extermination. The Martins had chosen the weapon, and he would simply prove he was a master of it. The decision to ambush Floyd Martin wasn't made in a fit of passion. It was a cold, strategic move, a piece being moved on a chessboard. Tolliver would have seen it as a regrettable but necessary act of statecraft. In his logic, removing the head of the rebellion would cause the movement to collapse. After the ambush failed, he wouldn't have felt frustration or panic, but a grim resolve. It was simply a problem that now required a more thorough solution. For 3 years, as the bodies fell on both sides, it's unlikely Tolliver felt guilt. Each report of another Martin supporter shot from ambush would have been received not with glee, but with a sense of grim satisfaction. It wasn't murder, it was management. It was the slow, methodical process of cutting a cancer out of his county. He was the only man, in his own view, strong enough to do what needed to be done. This is what makes his evil so chilling. It was not the product of madness, but of a terrible, unwavering certainty that he was the hero of his own story. When the final volley of shots faded, a silence fell over Moorhead. It was a silence so deep and heavy, it felt louder than the gunfire that had preceded it. A thick, acrid haze of gun smoke hung in the humid summer air, burning the eyes and throat. For a long moment, nothing moved. The only sign that the world hadn't ended was the sight of Craig Tolliver's lifeless body lying in the dusty street, a final stark punctuation mark at the end of a bloody 3-year sentence. Slowly, cautiously, the town began to emerge from its hiding places. Cellar doors creaked open. Shopkeepers peered out from behind barricaded windows. The faces of the townspeople were pale with shock, their eyes wide as they took in the scene. The main street looked like a battlefield. Bullet holes pocked nearly every building. Windows were shattered, and the ground was littered with spent shell casings. The bodies of Tolliver and his lieutenants lay where they had fallen, silent testament to the terrible finality of the fight. The Martin faction, victorious, did not flee back to their hollows. They were no longer an invading army. They were the new power in Rowan County. They stood in the open, rifles held loosely in their hands, their faces grim and streaked with sweat and gunpowder. They had come to Moorhead to kill a king, and they had succeeded. With Tolliver and his closest men dead, their political machine, built on years of intimidation and control, had vanished in the space of a single morning. The reign was over, but news of a private war travels fast. When word reached the state capital of Frankfurt that a county seat had been seized by an armed force and its leadership exterminated in the streets, the reaction was one of pure shock. This wasn't a feud, this was an insurrection. Governor J. Proctor Knott didn't send a sheriff, he sent the army. For the first time in Kentucky's history, the state militia was called out to quell a local war. Days later, uniformed soldiers marched down the main street of Moorhead, their polished boots kicking up the same dust that had soaked up Craig Tolliver's blood. They came with bayonets fixed, under orders to restore order by force if necessary. They were a foreign power, an outside authority that neither the Martins nor the Tollivers had ever answered to. Their arrival marked the true end of the war. The law of the mountains had finally been silenced by the law of the state. The arrival of the state militia did not bring peace to Rowan County. It simply put a lid on a boiling pot. The gunfire was replaced by a tense, suffocating quiet, enforced by the cold steel of soldiers' bayonets. But beneath this forced calm, the community was more fractured than ever. The war wasn't over. It had just moved indoors, into the whispers in the general store and the fearful glances exchanged over church pews. The town of Moorhead and the surrounding hollows broke into two camps, with a terrified majority caught in the middle. For the Republicans and the families of the Martin faction, it was a moment of liberation. They saw themselves not as killers, but as patriots who had overthrown a tyrant. They had stood up to Craig Tolliver's machine and won, restoring what they believed was true justice to the county. They were the heroes of their own story, and they expected to be treated as such. But for the friends, allies, and business partners of the dead Democrats, the Martin clan was a mob of savage murderers from the hills. They saw the great gunfight not as a battle, but as a massacre, and they now lived in mortal fear of the men who had perpetrated it. This fear gave birth to a powerful conspiracy of silence. When the state authorities began their investigation, they were met with a wall of sealed lips and downcast eyes. Men who had witnessed the entire 2-hour battle from their shop windows suddenly claimed they had been hiding in their cellars and had seen nothing. Others, who surely knew the names of every man who marched on the town, would only shrug and say they couldn't recognize anyone through the smoke. To speak the truth was to choose a side, and in the shadow of such violence, choosing a side was a potential death sentence. Fear of Martin retribution was a more immediate threat than a distant state court. Yet, in this atmosphere of terror, small acts of courage and cowardice defined the true character of the people. A former Tolliver deputy who once walked with a confident swagger would now cross the street to avoid meeting the gaze of a Martin man. But a doctor who had been a friend of Tolliver's would still ride out to a Martin farm to tend to a sick child, his oath as a healer overriding the politics of hate. A widow of a slain Tolliver man might find a sack of flour left on her porch in the dead of night, a silent offering from a neighbor who dared not show support in the daylight. The war had moved from the streets into the hearts of the people, and every small decision, who to trade with, who to talk to, who to help, became a declaration of allegiance in a conflict that was far from over. The hunt for the killers of Craig Tolliver was not a chase with hounds and rifles through the dark hollows. The killers weren't hiding. They were walking the streets of Moorhead in broad daylight, confident and victorious. The hunt that followed was a different kind of pursuit altogether, a methodical and dangerous game of wits waged by outsiders in a land that guarded its secrets jealously. The posse was not made of vengeful neighbors, but of state prosecutors and detectives from Frankfurt, city men who wore stiff collars and carried law books instead of Winchesters. Their prey was an entire faction, over 100 men bound by blood, politics, and the shared secret of the final gunfight. The mountains that had once hidden Tolliver's ambushes now served a new purpose. They hid the truth. The state's men rode from one isolated farm to the next, asking questions that were met with blank stares, convenient memory loss, and a steadfast, unnerving silence. The people of the hills, loyal to the Martins or simply terrified of them, created a fortress of ignorance. The investigators found themselves lost not in the woods, but in a fog of fear and clan loyalty. But the state had a power that Tolliver never did: the full weight of the law and the endless patience of bureaucracy. Slowly, painstakingly, they pieced together a list of names. Whispers were gathered, deals were offered, and cracks began to appear in the wall of silence. Finally, the state felt it had enough. Indictments were issued for the leaders of the Martin faction, charging them with murder and insurrection. The question that hung over the entire county was, would they come peacefully? Or would the state's lawmen have to fight a second war to bring them in? The moment of capture was not a bloody firefight, but a scene of quiet, surreal drama. Faced with warrants from the state, the very authority they claimed to respect, the Martin leaders made a calculated choice. One by one, they came down from their hill farms, met the lawmen, and surrendered their rifles. There was no resistance, no desperate last stand. They walked into custody with their heads held high, not as cornered fugitives, but as men who believed utterly in their own righteousness. They were confident that any jury of their peers would see them not as criminals, but as liberators who had done the county a necessary, if brutal, service. Their war was not over. It was simply moving from the battlefield to the courtroom. The courthouse in Moorhead was not a hall of justice, it was a fortress. State militia, with bayonets fixed, stood guard at every entrance and lined the courtroom walls. The room was packed to suffocation, split down the middle as if by an invisible wall. On one side sat the grim-faced farmers and families of the Martin faction, their expressions hard and unyielding. On the other, the remaining allies of Craig Tolliver, their faces a mixture of grief, fear, and a desperate hope for vengeance. Every person in that room understood this was not just a trial. It was the final battle of the Rowan County War, fought not with rifles, but with words and law books. The prosecution, sent from the state capital, laid out a clear and brutal case. This was murder, plain and simple. A conspiracy of over 100 men who had taken the law into their own hands, sieged a town, and executed their political rivals in the street. They painted the Martin faction as a lawless mob, a threat to the very fabric of civilized society. But the defense lawyers, shrewd men who understood the ways of the mountains, told a different story. They portrayed Craig Tolliver as a ruthless tyrant who ruled Rowan County through fear and corruption. The Martin men, they argued, were not murderers. They were patriots, Minutemen, who had risen up to liberate their community from a despot when the law itself had failed them. The trial became a spectacle of fear. One by one, witnesses were called to the stand. Men who had seen the whole bloody affair unfold would stare at the floor, their hands trembling, and mumble that they couldn't be sure of any faces they saw that day. The smoke, they'd say, was too thick. The chaos was too great. And you can imagine, my friends, the pressure in that room. You can imagine the silent, heavy gazes from the Martin supporters, a non-verbal promise of a long memory. The conspiracy of silence that had protected the killers in the hills now followed them right into the courthouse. Throughout the proceedings, the accused leaders of the Martin clan sat in their chairs with a quiet, unshakable dignity. There was no remorse in their eyes, no plea for mercy. They listened to the testimony with the stoicism of men who had made their peace with their actions long ago. They had done what they believed was necessary, and they put their faith not in clever lawyers, but in a jury of their peers, men who knew the land, who understood the grievances, and who had lived under the shadow of Craig Tolliver's rule. Finally, the day of the verdict arrived. The jury, 12 men from Rowan County, filed back into the silent, tense courtroom. They avoided the eyes of everyone, their faces pale and unreadable. The foreman stood, a single piece of paper trembling in his hand. He cleared his throat and spoke the words that would echo through those mountains for 100 years. On the charge of murder, on the charge of insurrection, the verdict for every single man was the same: not guilty. A roar erupted from one side of the room, a wave of triumphant relief. On the other side, there was only the dead silence of disbelief and defeat. The Martin men walked out of the courthouse as free men, acquitted by a jury of their neighbors. The law of the state had spoken, but was it justice? Or was it fear, wearing a judge's robes? The Martin men walked free from the courthouse, but the war had left a scar on every soul in Rowan County. For the allies of Craig Tolliver, the verdict was not just an acquittal, it was an eviction notice. Their leader was dead, their power was shattered, and the men who had killed him now held all the cards. There was no future for them in a county run by their mortal enemies. A quiet, grim exodus began. One by one, they sold their businesses and their land for whatever they could get, packed their families into wagons, and disappeared from the county, seeking a life in a place where their name was not a mark of defeat. For the victorious Martin faction, life after the verdict was not a simple return to peace. They had won the war, and in the following years, they took control of the courthouse and the sheriff's office, just as they had set out to do. But their victory was a heavy crown. They were no longer simple farmers. They were the men who had laid siege to a town and killed its leader. They were respected by their allies, but forever watched with fear by others. They had to live with the ghosts of what they had done, and the silence of their neighbors was a constant reminder of the blood that had been spilled. They had freed Rowan County from a tyrant, but in doing so had become figures of awe and terror themselves. The community, caught in the middle, made a silent pact to forget. It was a wound too deep to be discussed, a memory too painful to be preserved. The bullet holes in the storefronts were patched with new wood. The Galt House Hotel, the blood-soaked epicenter of the battle, stood empty and decaying for a time, a grim monument to the war, until it eventually burned to the ground, taking its ghosts and stories with it in the smoke. People stopped talking about the feud. A generation grew up knowing only a sanitized version of the story, or perhaps none at all. The great gunfight became the county's dark secret, a history that everyone knew, but no one dared to speak aloud. For the sake of peace, Rowan County buried its own past under a thick, heavy blanket of collective silence. If you walk the streets of Moorhead, Kentucky today, you won't see the scars of a battlefield. You'll see the campus of a bustling university. You'll see traffic and commerce, a modern town moving at a modern pace. The old wooden storefronts are gone, replaced by brick and pavement. The thunder of the 1887 gunfight has been replaced by the everyday sounds of life. It would be easy to think that the Rowan County War was just a tall tale, a ghost story whispered by old men. But if you look in the local phone book, you will still find the names Martin and Tolliver. The descendants of the men who fought and died in that war still live on the same land, still walk the same streets. The blood has thinned, the old hatreds have cooled into a shared, complicated history. They are no longer armies, just families. A Martin and a Tolliver might work together. Their children might sit next to each other in school, most of them knowing little of the war their great-grandfathers waged for the soul of this very ground. The physical landmarks of the war are nearly all gone. The Galt House Hotel is a ghost, its location now just a spot on a modern street. But if you know where to look, you can find the final chapter. In the Old Town Cemetery, you can find the grave of Craig Tolliver. There is no grand monument to mark the resting place of the man who was once the untouchable king of Rowan County. There is only a stone, weathered by more than a century of Kentucky rain and sun, his name slowly being erased by time. It's a quiet, humble end for a man whose life was so loud and violent. People have tried to forget. For generations they buried the story, hoping silence would heal the wounds. But in Appalachia, the land has a memory longer than any person's. The mountains that surround Moorhead stood as silent witnesses to the ambushes and the final bloody siege. The waters of Triplet Creek still flow as they did when they ran dark with rumor and fear. The buildings are gone, the guns are rust, and the men are dust, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question we asked at the very beginning around this digital campfire. Was this a feud, or was it a war? The story of Rowan County gives us a clear and chilling answer. This was not a petty squabble between families. It was the final bloody battle in a political war that had been simmering since the end of the Civil War. It's a brutal lesson in what happens when the law serves one man instead of all men, and when an entire community feels it has no recourse but the rifle. The great tragedy of the Rowan County War is that there were no simple heroes. To defeat a tyrant like Craig Tolliver, who had wrapped the law around himself like a shield, the Martin faction had to become a mirror of his own ruthlessness. They had to abandon that very law and become an army, delivering a verdict with a volley of lead because they believed a jury never would. This story forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth, that the line between a liberator and a killer can sometimes be as thin as a puff of gun smoke. This is a story of the indomitable and sometimes terrifying Appalachian spirit. It is a testament to a code that says a man's honor is his own to defend, and that power taken by force can be taken away by force. It is a dark and violent chapter in our history, but one we must remember, for it reminds us that beneath the quiet surface of our towns and our histories, there are sometimes wars that have never truly ended. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. In a quiet Memphis cemetery, there's a gravestone for a respectable old woman named Frida Lincoln. But the woman buried there lived another life, under another name. 60 years before her peaceful death, she was known as Laura Bullion, the thorny rose of the Wild Bunch gang. They captured her not in a hailstorm of bullets, but in a respectable city boarding house, with a fortune in stolen banknotes hidden in her luggage. Was she a ruthless outlaw, the financial mastermind for America's most wanted criminals? Or was she just a desperate woman, forged in the dust of the dying West, trying to survive in a world that gave her no quarter? The truth, as it always is buried somewhere between the legend and the law. Today, we're going to peel back the years, find the real woman behind the myth, and tell the ballad of Laura Bullion. Laura Bullion wasn't born in an Appalachian holler, but the world that made her was cut from the same rough cloth. Imagine West Texas in the 1870s. The Civil War had bled the country dry, and the land that was left was vast, empty, and unforgiving. This wasn't a place for quiet farmers and picket fences. It was a landscape of dust and desperation, where the line between the law and the outlaw was often just a puff of gun smoke. This was the world that welcomed Laura into it, a world where survival was the only sacrament. Her father wasn't a preacher or a politician. The whispers said he was a bank robber, a man with German roots who rode with his own small, forgotten gang. For young Laura, a life of crime wasn't a choice she made one day. It was the air she breathed. She didn't learn about honesty and hard work leading to prosperity. She learned that the straight and narrow path usually led straight to an early grave, and hard work just made you somebody else's mule. The lessons she learned at her father's knee weren't from any schoolbook. She learned the quiet language of a coded telegram. She learned the feel of a fast horse, the difference between the sound of a curious neighbor and a coming posse. Most importantly, she learned the cold, hard calculus of the outlaw world. That money, real money, wasn't something you earned by the sweat of your brow. It was something you took. There's no single documented event, no diary entry to point to, but you can feel it in the story of her life. You can imagine a young girl, no older than 10, looking a suspicious sheriff dead in the eye and lying with a placid calm that would make a saint sweat. A girl who learned to patch a bullet wound before she learned to properly mend a dress. She wasn't just taught this life, she had a talent for it. The ice in her veins ran colder than a winter creek. This is where her spirit finds its kin in the Appalachian Mountains. The folks in those hills understood. They understood what it meant to be forgotten by the government, to be squeezed by the coal companies, to live by a code of family and survival that outsiders called lawless. Laura Bullion may have been a daughter of the Texas plains, but her soul was forged in that same fire of defiance. It was a fire that would soon catch the attention of the most dangerous men in the country. By the time she was a young woman, Laura Bullion was no longer just a bandit's daughter. She was a legend in the making. Her path crossed with William News Carver, a man as handsome as he was deadly, a core member of Butch Cassidy's Wild Bunch. In him, she found a partner, and in the gang, she found her calling. This was her prime. This was the time before the Pinkertons and the prison cells, a brief, glittering moment when she was the undisputed queen of the outlaw world. She wasn't just a camp follower who mended shirts and waited for the men to return. Laura was the gang's quiet genius. While men like Butch and Sundance were kicking in bank doors and blowing safes off trains, Laura was playing a far more delicate game. She was the one who could take a stack of scorched, blood-stained banknotes and make them clean. She was the expert scout, the ghost who could drift into a town, learn its rhythms, map its banks, and disappear without a trace. Her greatest skill was transformation. She could shed her identity like a snake sheds its skin. One week, she was a dusty figure in a remote Wyoming hideout. The next, a respectable cattleman's wife in a San Antonio hotel, turning stolen gold into legitimate currency. She was the calm eye in their hurricane of chaos, the cool-headed strategist who ensured their violent raids actually turned a profit. Without her, they were just thieves. With her, they were an empire. And with Will Carver, she had found her king. You can imagine them together, two dark-eyed, intelligent people who saw the world for what it was and decided to take their share. Theirs wasn't a romance of whispered poetry. It was a partnership forged in adrenaline and shared secrets, a bond of loyalty that was the only law they recognized. They were a team, moving seamlessly between the rugged outlaw underworld and the polite society they were bleeding dry. This was the world she had built for herself, a world of dangerous freedom, flush with money and devoid of rules. A life lived on her own terms, where her intelligence was her greatest weapon and her courage was her shield. She had respect, she had love, and she had a level of independence that most women of her time could only dream of. It was a life balanced on a knife's edge, but it was hers. But every legend has a crack in their armor, a single thread that, when pulled, can unravel everything. For Laura Bullion, it wasn't greed or a quick temper. It was a professional pride as cold and sharp as a honed knife. Her success wasn't just about the money. It was about proving she was smarter than the bankers she robbed, the lawmen who hunted her, and the Pinkerton agents who put her name in their ledgers. She didn't just want to win, she needed to dominate the game. For years, this pride was her greatest asset. It made her meticulous, patient. She would never rush a plan, never take an unnecessary risk. While the men of the Wild Bunch might get drunk and boastful, Laura remained a ghost in the machine, her movements precise and calculated. Her pride demanded perfection, and that perfection kept them all one step ahead of the gallows. It was her signature, this flawless execution. But things changed. Will Carver was killed in a shootout, a bloody end to her first great partnership. Her new man was Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan. Kilpatrick was a formidable outlaw, a giant of a man, but he lacked Carver's cool finesse. He was a hammer where Carver had been a scalpel. And in her relationship with him, Laura's pride began to shift. It morphed from a cautious professionalism into a dangerous overconfidence. Perhaps she believed she was smart enough for the both of them, that her intelligence could shield his recklessness. This is where the armor cracked. After the Great Northern train robbery, they were sitting on a fortune in stolen banknotes. The old Laura, the one whose pride was rooted in caution, would have known those notes were poison. She would have burned them or buried them. But the new Laura, the one who had outsmarted the law for years, saw a challenge. Passing those notes wasn't just a necessity, it was the ultimate proof of her superiority. It was a direct taunt to the entire system of law and order. Her pride had become hubris. She began to believe she was untouchable, that her will alone was enough to bend reality. She convinced herself that she could walk into a city like St. Louis and through sheer audacity make those hot banknotes spendable. This fatal pride, the very thing that had fueled her rise, was now blinding her to the simple, deadly truth of a telegraph wire and a circulated serial number. The boom of dynamite on July 3, 1901 didn't just split open a train car. It split Laura Bullion's life in two. Near Wagner, Montana, Ben Kilpatrick and the remnants of the Wild Bunch pulled off their last great score, stopping the Great Northern Express. They escaped with a fortune, over $40,000 in fresh, unsigned banknotes. When Kilpatrick brought that haul to Laura, he wasn't just bringing her money. He was bringing her a challenge that struck at the very core of her identity. Now, you have to understand, this wasn't like fencing stolen gold or laundering old bills. Unsigned banknotes from a national bank were a special kind of poison. Within hours, the Pinkerton Detective Agency, the most relentless manhunters in the country, would have telegraphed the serial numbers of every single missing bill to every major city. Every bank teller, every shopkeeper, every hotel clerk would have that list. Trying to spend one of these notes was like lighting a signal fire on a dark plain, screaming, "Here I am, come and get me." For a woman whose entire reputation was built on being smarter, quieter, and more careful than the law, this was an intolerable situation. It was a direct affront from the system she had so long outwitted. The humming of the telegraph wires was like a personal taunt. They weren't just protecting the money, they were challenging her. They were daring the great Laura Bullion, the financial wizard of the Wild Bunch, to make a move. For a lesser criminal, the answer would be simple: bury the money and run. But Laura's pride wouldn't allow it. In that moment, faced with a mountain of toxic cash, her fatal flaw took the reins. The cautious strategist was silenced by the arrogant master. This wasn't a trap to be avoided. It was a final exam to be aced. Her mind didn't see the risk. It saw the ultimate validation of her genius. The decision was made not in a heated argument, but in a cold, quiet certainty. She and Kilpatrick would go to St. Louis, a major city teeming with police and Pinkertons, and they would pass those notes. This was her point of no return. It was a declaration of war. By choosing to launder that money, she was telling the entire world that she believed she was infallible. It was the ultimate act of professional hubris, a gamble fueled by years of success. She wasn't just trying to get rich. She was trying to prove, once and for all, that no lock was too complex, no system was too smart, and no law was a match for her mind. The train ride to St. Louis was a long, slow journey into the jaws of the trap. With every mile of track they covered, the world of the Wild Bunch, a world of open plains and hidden canyons, grew more distant. They were plunging into the modern age, a world stitched together by telegraph wires that hummed with their descriptions and serial numbers. Every newspaper they passed at a station stop felt like a wanted poster. The world itself was screaming a warning, but Laura Bullion wasn't listening. You have to believe that the ghost of her old self, the cautious strategist who had survived so long, was whispering in her ear. That voice of reason must have been pointing out the folly of it all. This isn't a cattle town where a sheriff can be bought, it would say. This is a city. They have police departments, detective bureaus, and telegraph offices on every corner. The game has changed, Laura. This is a losing hand. Any other outlaw would have felt that cold dread, the instinct to turn the horse around and ride for the Badlands. But pride is a powerful anesthetic. It numbs the fear, and it silences the voice of reason. Her hubris answered every doubt with a simple, arrogant reply. They expect us to run. They expect us to hide in the dirt like animals. They will never expect us to walk right into their world, dressed in fine clothes, and look them in the eye. She was convinced that their audacity was their greatest camouflage, that her intelligence was a shield no lawman could penetrate. So they didn't hide. Arriving in St. Louis, they didn't seek out some back alley flophouse in the criminal underworld. No, that would be too obvious. Instead, they took a room at a respectable boarding house on Locust Street, playing the part of a wealthy Texas couple enjoying the city. Each decision was an escalation, a deliberate step deeper into enemy territory. She was surrounding herself not with allies, but with potential witnesses, isolating herself from any chance of a clean escape. This path of no compromise led to a single, final choice. It wasn't enough to have the money, to possess it in secret. Her pride demanded that she prove she could master it, tame it, and spend it. She stood in that quiet boarding house room, a fortune in stolen paper at her fingertips, and made the decision. She would personally go out and pass the first note. It was the ultimate act of defiance, a final rejection of every warning, both internal and external. She was no longer just breaking the law, she was daring it to stop her. And so we come to the final moment, the last quiet breath before the storm. Picture Laura in that St. Louis boarding house room. Outside, the city hums with streetcars and commerce. Inside, the air is thick with the smell of old paper and new money. The trunk full of banknotes sits in the corner like a coffin filled with treasure. She's dressed in the finest clothes money can buy, a respectable lady about to go shopping. In her hand, she holds a single, crisp, stolen bill. This is the off-ramp. This is the last chance for peace. Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan, a man who feared no gunfight, was spooked by this city. He wasn't a fool. He could feel the eyes on them, the invisible web of the law tightening around them. Imagine that giant of a man looking at her with genuine fear in his eyes. "Laura," he might have said, his voice a low rumble. "This don't feel right. Let's just burn 'em. Let's take the gold we got and ride south. We don't have to do this." For a single fleeting second, the world holds its breath. This is her final crossroads. She can hear the sense in his words. The old Laura, the ghost of the cautious girl who survived the Texas plains, is screaming at her to listen. She can see the two paths laid out before her. One leads south to Mexico, to a quiet, anonymous life, a life of survival. It's the smart play, the safe play. The other path leads right out the door and onto the streets of St. Louis. It's a path of pure ego, a path that leads either to ultimate triumph or a prison cell. She looks from Ben's worried face to the banknote in her hand. The internal struggle is a silent war. To run would be to admit defeat, to concede that the system had finally outsmarted her. It would be an admission that she was nothing more than a common thief, forced to hide in the shadows. But to walk out that door, that was to prove she was who she always believed herself to be, a master of the game, a queen in her own right. And in that quiet room, her fatal pride won the war. She gave him a look that wasn't meant to be cruel, but it was. It was the look of a queen who has already decided the fate of her kingdom, pitying the soldier who still feels fear. "They're looking for outlaws, Ben," she said, her voice calm and steady. "They're not looking for us." And then she opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, closing it quietly behind her. With that soft click, the last chance for peace was gone forever. The walk from the boarding house was the longest of Laura's life, but she felt no fear. She felt only the cold, exhilarating thrill of the final move in a long game of chess. The city of St. Louis wasn't a threat. It was a backdrop for her masterpiece. The clang of the streetcar, the drone of voices, the smell of coal smoke and roasted peanuts, it was all just noise. Her world had narrowed to the crisp, stolen banknote tucked in her purse and the mission ahead. She was a predator walking through an unsuspecting herd. She chose a small, respectable dry goods store. Not too big, not too small. A place where a woman of means might purchase a pair of fine gloves or a spool of silk thread. She walked in, the little bell over the door announcing her arrival with a cheerful jingle that felt like the opening note of her triumph. She browsed for a moment, the picture of casual wealth, her mind a steel trap of calculation and calm. She selected her item and approached the counter. The shopkeeper was a balding man with a friendly, unassuming smile. This was the moment. She laid the stolen banknote on the polished wood. The world seemed to hold its breath. For a second, the transaction was perfectly normal. The man took the bill, his eyes registering its high denomination without a flicker of suspicion. A wave of pure, triumphant pride washed over Laura. She had done it. She had beaten them all. Then the world tilted. The man's friendly smile didn't disappear, but it froze on his face. It became a mask. He looked from the bill to her face, and for a fraction of a second, she saw something in his eyes that wasn't there before. Recognition. He mumbled an excuse, something about needing to get change from the back room, and disappeared behind a curtain. The cheerful jingle of the bell had become a warning. The air in the shop grew heavy, thick, and silent. The game was over. She knew it. The bell jingled again, but it wasn't the shopkeeper. Two men, large and dressed in plain, heavy wool coats, stepped inside. They didn't look like customers. They didn't draw their weapons. They didn't need to. Their presence was a cage that had just been locked. They moved with a quiet, practiced certainty that was more terrifying than any shouted command. Her heart, which had been so steady, began to beat a frantic, trapped rhythm against her ribs. One of the men stepped forward. He didn't speak her name, the one whispered in outlaw camps and Pinkerton offices. He spoke to the shopkeeper, who had reappeared from the back room, his face pale. "Is this the woman who tried to pass the note?" The words hung in the air, absolute and final. The world, which had been a vast chessboard for her to command, had shrunk to the space between her and these two men. Then came a sound, not loud, but it echoed louder than any gunshot. It was the quiet, metallic click of a pair of handcuffs being opened, then another as they closed around her wrists. The cold steel felt like a brand, a permanent declaration of her defeat. The argument she had been having with the entire world, her silent insistence that she was smarter and untouchable, was suddenly, permanently over. The thorny rose had finally been plucked. As the cold steel of the handcuffs locked around her wrists, there was no explosion of violence, no desperate struggle. There was only a cold, quiet finality. The intoxicating pride that had carried her out the boarding house door, that had felt like an impenetrable shield, simply vanished. In its place was a vast, hollow emptiness. The world, which had seemed so sharp and clear moments before, was now a dull, grey blur. In that instant, she saw her mistake with a clarity that was more painful than any bullet. It wasn't the law that had beaten her. It was her own damn self. They led her out of the shop into the afternoon light. A small crowd had gathered, drawn by the sight of the lawmen's coats. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity and judgment. But Laura Bullion did not look away. She held her head high, her back ramrod straight, and walked to the waiting police wagon. Her face was a mask of stone. This was her last performance. She would not give them the satisfaction of seeing her break. She would not let them see the terror and regret that was now a frozen lump in her chest. Her silence was the only weapon she had left. At the police station, the questions were inevitable. The lawmen weren't fools. They knew a score this big wasn't a solo job. They knew about the Wild Bunch, and they knew about Ben Kilpatrick. They laid it out for her in the dim light of an interrogation room. "Where is he, Laura?" For a moment, the old code of the outlaw, the code of loyalty, flickered inside her. But it was just an ember. The fire was out. The game was over. Protecting him now was pointless. It would only delay the inevitable by a few hours. For Laura, this was the last move on a board where she had already been checkmated. It was no longer a question of honor, but of cold, hard logic. The strategist in her, the part that had been silenced by hubris, made one final, pragmatic calculation. With a voice devoid of emotion, a voice that sounded like a stranger's, she gave them the address on Locust Street. It was a simple statement of fact that ended an era. As she sat in a barren holding cell, the lock clicking shut, she knew what was happening across town. She could picture it with perfect, agonizing clarity. The quiet approach of the agents, the splintering wood of the boarding house door, the look of utter shock and betrayal on Ben Kilpatrick's face as he was caught completely unaware. Her capture hadn't just ended her freedom, it had been the Judas kiss that sealed his fate too. Her active role in the story was over. The thorny Rose, the queen of the outlaws, was now just another name on a jailer's list. The first and most brutal ripple from Laura's capture slammed into Ben Kilpatrick. He wasn't caught in a gunfight or a desperate chase. He was caught sitting in a boarding house room, waiting for his partner to return from a shopping trip. The splintering wood of the door and the sudden rush of lawmen was an ambush he never saw coming. And in the cold silence that followed as they snapped the cuffs on his wrists, he must have understood the simple, devastating truth. She had given him up. The outlaw code, the bond of loyalty that was the only real law in their world, had been broken. Her pride didn't just cost her freedom, it cost Ben Kilpatrick his. But the wreckage spread further than one man's cell. With the capture of Bullion and Kilpatrick, the Wild Bunch, as a functioning entity in America, ceased to exist. Butch and Sundance were already ghosts on their way to South America. Will Carver was in his grave. Now, 2 more of its key figures were gone. It wasn't a spectacular end in a hail of bullets. It was a quiet, almost pathetic dismantling. Their capture was proof that the world had changed. Telegraphs and detectives had finally strangled the life out of the horse and revolver outlaw. The legend of the Wild Bunch died in that St. Louis boarding house, leaving behind nothing but a few scattered members who were now just ghosts haunting a dead campfire. The Bullion name itself became a kind of curse. Any family she had, distant cousins or even her shadowy outlaw father, were now tied to the sensational story of the outlaw queen. Her choice to live in the spotlight of infamy cast a permanent shadow over them. They would have to live with the whispers, the pointed fingers, the suspicion of every local lawman. She hadn't just sacrificed her own future. She had severed her own roots, making herself an orphan of her own creation and staining the name for anyone who had to carry it. And finally, there was the wreckage of the truth itself. The newspapers had a field day. They didn't tell the story of a complex, intelligent woman who made a fatal error in judgment. They told the story of a gunslinging queen, a caricature of a woman driven by greed and a lust for violence. The real Laura Bullion, the quiet strategist, the master of disguise, the woman who lived by a code of professional pride, was lost forever. She was replaced by a cheap headline. The tragedy wasn't just that her life of crime came to an end, but that the real story of who she was and why she did it was buried under a mountain of newsprint. When Laura Bullion stood trial, it wasn't just a woman facing a judge. It was a clash of 2 separate Americas. You can just imagine her, a creature of dust and wind, standing perfectly still in a polished St. Louis courtroom. Her world was one where justice was decided by a fast horse and a firm trigger finger. This new world was a sterile place of paper and ink, of lawyers in stiff collars speaking a language of statutes and precedents she neither knew nor respected. She faced the machinery of the modern legal system, and she did not flinch. The prosecution's case was a simple, brutal piece of clockwork. They had the stolen banknotes, they had the testimony of the shopkeeper, they had the arresting officers, and most damning of all, they had Ben Kilpatrick, captured because of the information she provided. They painted her as a parasite, a cold-hearted criminal mastermind who fed off the veins of honest society. To them, the case was black and white. A law was broken and a price had to be paid. But Laura's defense wasn't spoken by any lawyer. It was in her silence, in the cold, unblinking way she stared down the judge and jury. Her very presence in that room was an argument. She was a product of the outlaw code, a belief that the real criminals weren't the people who robbed the trains, but the railroad barons and bankers who had already stolen the country from the common man. Her silence screamed that their laws were a convenience, a set of rules made by the rich to protect their own spoils. She had simply played their game with a different set of tools. The press and the public couldn't get enough of it. They weren't seeing a common thief in the dock. They were seeing a legend. She was the outlaw queen, a dime novel heroine brought to life. To the respectable citizens of St. Louis, she was a terrifying symbol of the chaos they were trying to pave over. But to others, Watching from the cheap seats or reading the breathless newspaper accounts, she was a symbol of something else. A wild, defiant freedom that was being systematically strangled out of the American West. She wasn't a martyr, not really, but she was a spectacle, a last, beautiful monster from a dying age. The verdict was never in doubt. The machinery of the law is not designed to understand different codes of honor. It is designed to crush them. The jury found her guilty. The judge, looking down at this unrepentant woman, sentenced her to 5 years in the Missouri State Penitentiary. The gavel fell with a sharp crack, like a rifle shot ending a long standoff. But was it justice? The law had been served, a criminal had been punished. But in that courtroom, one world had simply proven it was more powerful than another. The America of telegraphs and legal codes had finally, officially, conquered the America of open ranges and personal justice. Laura Bullion wasn't just sentenced for passing a stolen banknote, she was sentenced for being on the losing side of history. So what became of the great forces that Laura Bullion had provoked? What was the fate of her true antagonist? It wasn't a single man, but a vast, sprawling system. The railroads, the banks, and their relentless enforcers. The Pinkerton Detective Agency. And the chilling truth is this. While Laura's life was shattered, the system she fought against barely registered the blow. The Great Northern Railroad didn't miss a single scheduled run. The National Bank of Montana, having had its stolen banknotes taken out of circulation, simply printed more. The $40,000 that had cost Laura and the Wild Bunch their freedom was, to these corporate giants, little more than a rounding error in their ledgers, an inconvenient line item in an annual report. They were not wounded, they were annoyed. Their power didn't diminish, it grew. The very forces of industrial America that she had tried to bleed continued their march, paving over the Wild West she represented without even looking back. And the Pinkertons? They didn't celebrate a grand victory over a worthy foe. For them, Laura Bullion was not a legend or an outlaw queen. She was a case file. Her capture was a professional success, a testament to their modern methods of information sharing and relentless pursuit. They closed the file, collected their fee, and moved on to the next train robber, the next union organizer, the next threat to their clients' profits. Her personal tragedy was just a statistic that proved their system worked. This is the ultimate bitter irony of Laura Bullion's story. It was never a fair fight. She wasn't a rebel fighting a tyrant. She was a woman with a revolver and a sharp mind standing in the path of a locomotive. The outcome was never in doubt. Her antagonists, faceless, impersonal, and impossibly powerful, didn't need to seek revenge or meet some form of cosmic justice. Their victory was simply to continue existing, to keep growing while she was locked away, forgotten. It wasn't a story of good versus evil. It was the story of an individual versus an institution, and the institution always wins. In 1905, after serving 3.5 years, a woman walked out of the Missouri State Penitentiary. She was 30 years old, but the fire in her eyes had been banked to a cold ember. The world she walked back into was not the one she had left. The whine of the telegraph wire had replaced the howl of the coyote. Automobiles were starting to appear on city streets. The Wild West, her Wild West, was not just dying, it was dead and buried. The ghosts of the Wild Bunch, her only real family, were scattered to the four winds. Butch and Sundance had vanished into South America, destined for a bloody end in a Bolivian village. Ben Kilpatrick was still languishing in prison, and when he finally got out, his old instincts would lead him straight to another train robbery and a grisly death by an ice mallet. The community she had once ruled hadn't rebuilt. It had been systematically exterminated. There was nothing left to go back to. Laura Bullion understood this with a cold, absolute clarity. Her name was now a permanent fixture in the ledgers of the law. To continue as Laura Bullion was to live as a hunted animal, a relic waiting to be put in a cage for good. So she made the most audacious choice of her life. It wasn't to rob a bank or a train, It was to commit the perfect murder, the murder of her own identity. Laura Bullion died sometime in 1905. In her place, a new woman was born, Frida Lincoln. She moved to Memphis, Tennessee, deliberately choosing a quiet southern city far from the dust of her past. There, the outlaw queen, the financial genius of the Wild Bunch, became an interior designer and a seamstress. She lived a life of deliberate, crushing anonymity. She joined a church. Her neighbors knew her as a respectable, if quiet, widow. No one in her new life ever suspected that the polite woman who helped them pick out curtains had once counted scorched money for the most wanted men in America. Her past became a ghost that only she could see. Her legacy wasn't a family to carry on her name, but a silence she had to maintain every single day for over 50 years. The outlaw community hadn't buried the memory of its glory days. She had buried her own, digging a grave for it so deep that no one would ever find it. She survived, but she did it by becoming a ghost in her own life. And yet, if you go looking for Laura Bullion today, you won't find much. There is no crumbling cabin bearing her name, no remote canyon called Bullion's hideout. For 60 years, she worked tirelessly to erase every physical trace of herself from the American landscape. And she succeeded. The only tangible piece of her that remains is that quiet gravestone in Memphis, a final, perfect disguise in stone, bearing the name Frida Lincoln. But the ghost of a name is harder to kill than a person. Laura Bullion's story didn't die. It mutated. It escaped the prison of fact and became a legend. Her name is still whispered by historians of the Old West, a fascinating footnote in the saga of the Wild Bunch. She has become an archetype, the outlaw queen. In this legend, she's often stripped of her true, quiet genius, her skill with numbers and disguises, and is instead reimagined as a pistol-packing hellcat, riding alongside the men with guns blazing. It's a more exciting story, perhaps, but it's a paler version of the truth. Her life has become a different kind of cautionary tale, one not told to scare children, but one that fascinates adults. It's a story about the awesome, terrifying power of self-reinvention. It asks the question, can you ever truly bury your past? Can a life of such thunderous rebellion ever find peace in the quiet hum of anonymity? For 56 years, she proved that it could. But her death and the rediscovery of her true identity proved that the past is never truly dead. It just waits. So while the woman is gone, her spirit does haunt the landscape of our history. She haunts the gaps in the story, the spaces where women were ignored or forgotten. She is the ghost that forces us to look closer at the old photographs of the West, to look past the famous men with their guns and mustaches, and to wonder about the silent, watchful women in the background. Her story is a crack in the glossy, romantic myth of the Old West, a reminder that behind every famous outlaw, there might have been a woman who was smarter, quieter, and far more dangerous than the history books ever let on. So in the end, we come back to the question we asked at the start. Was Laura Bullion a hero or a villain? The truth is, she was neither. She was something far more rare. She was a brilliant mind born into a world that had no place for her ambition. She was a queen in a kingdom of dust and gunpowder, a kingdom that was already sinking into the sea of the modern world. To call her a hero is to ignore the wreckage she left behind. But to call her a simple villain is to ignore the courage and genius it took to live the life she did. Ultimately, this isn't just a story about robberies and getaways. It's a story about pride. It's a chilling lesson in how a person's greatest strength can curdle into their most profound weakness. Laura's meticulous, arrogant pride was the engine that drove her success, allowing her to outwit and outmaneuver the entire system. But that same pride blinded her to the fact that the system was bigger than she was, and it made her believe she was infallible. She was a master strategist, brought down not by a Pinkerton's bullet, but by a fatal move of her own making. She survived, yes, but only by killing the most vibrant part of herself. She traded a life of thunderous rebellion for one of silent, lonely penance. The story of her two lives, one as an outlaw queen, the other as a quiet seamstress, is the story of a woman who was at war not just with the world, but with her own nature. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Thorny Rose, a woman who proved you can escape the law, but you can never truly escape yourself. On the morning of March 20th, 1906, the modern steel of the Walnut Street Bridge in Chattanooga, Tennessee, was host to a medieval horror. Dangling from a thick rope tied to a girder was the body of a man riddled with bullet holes, a silent silhouette against the rising sun. This wasn't a secret crime hidden in the shadows. This was a public spectacle, a brutal message left for the entire city and the entire nation to see. The victim was a man named Ed Johnson, and just hours before his death, he had been granted a stay of execution by the United States Supreme Court. He was, by law, under federal protection. So what happened on that bridge? How could a mob tear a man from his cell and lynch him in open defiance of the highest court in the land? Today, we will answer that question. We will unravel a story of a city's rage, a sheriff's betrayal, and an injustice so profound it sparked an unprecedented legal battle for the very soul of America. Before he was a name in a Supreme Court case, Ed Johnson was just a man trying to find his way. He was 24 years old, a handyman, and a member of the Second Baptist Church. He wasn't a troublemaker. By all accounts, he was quiet, unassuming, and known for his steady work. In the segregated world of 1906 Chattanooga, a city trying to brand itself as a progressive hub of the New South, men like Ed Johnson lived a precarious existence. They were the backbone of the city's labor force, yet they were afforded none of its protections and lived under the constant unspoken threat of a racial hierarchy enforced by both law and tradition. His world was one of separate entrances, separate water fountains, and a carefully maintained social distance. He had hopes and fears like any other man, but his were filtered through the lens of Jim Crow. He sought stability, a bit of peace, and the quiet dignity of a life well lived within the narrow confines society had drawn for him. He was, in short, an ordinary man, which made him the perfect blank canvas onto which a city could project its deepest fears and hatreds. Miles away, in another part of that same city, lived Nevada Taylor. She was a young white woman, and her world was the mirror opposite of Ed Johnson's, defined by a different set of rigid expectations. Her life was meant to be one of protected virtue, of church socials, and a future promised within the safe confines of her community. She was a symbol of the Southern purity that the white power structure was obsessed with defending. The city they both called home, Chattanooga, was a place of deep contradictions. It boasted of its industry, its economic growth, and the grand Walnut Street Bridge that stitched the city together over the Tennessee River. But beneath this veneer of progress was a simmering cauldron of racial animosity. The memory of the Civil War was still fresh, and the rigid social order of the Jim Crow South was considered sacred. The slightest perceived transgression against that order, especially the ultimate taboo of a black man being accused of harming a white woman, was enough to make the city's civilized facade crumble into dust. In this tinderbox, Ed Johnson and Nevada Taylor were strangers, their lives running on parallel tracks that were never meant to intersect. But on a cold January night, in the darkness of a cemetery on the edge of town, those tracks would collide in a catastrophic event. One of them would become the victim of a brutal assault, and the other the victim of a city's ravenous, indiscriminate rage. Both of their lives and the world they knew were about to be destroyed. The crime scene was not a room with four walls, but a sprawling, cold expanse of earth and stone, the Forest Hills Cemetery. By day, it was a place of quiet reflection. But on the night of January 23, 1906, this sanctuary for the dead became a stage for a living nightmare. The air was still, the only sounds the rustle of winter leaves and the distant whistle of a train. It was in this profound and unnerving silence that Nevada Taylor was found, terrified and disoriented. There was no physical evidence to speak of, no footprints that could be trusted on the hard, cold ground, no discarded weapon, no clear signs of a struggle that told a specific story. The only evidence was Nevada Taylor's own harrowing account, a story pieced together from the fragments of trauma and the blackness of the night. She couldn't see her attacker's face. She couldn't describe his clothes. All she could offer was a voice in the dark and the terrifying assertion that her assailant was a black man. From the chaos, investigators clung to a single flimsy piece of information. Miss Taylor mentioned that she had grabbed at something during the attack, a small leather strap, which she thought might have come from her assailant's weapon. This tiny, ambiguous detail became the cornerstone of the entire investigation. It was not a clue that pointed to a specific person, but a desperate anchor in a sea of uncertainty. The scene of the crime quickly expanded beyond the cemetery gates and into the very heart of Chattanooga. Whispers turned to shouts, and fear curdled into rage. The city's white populace didn't see a mystery to be solved. They saw an outrage to be avenged. The lack of a clear suspect didn't inspire caution. Instead, it created a vacuum that was instantly filled with suspicion directed at every black man in the city. The investigation began not with a question, who did this, but with a conclusion. A black man was responsible, and he would be found. The wilderness of the cemetery had offered no easy answers, but the mob-minded certainty of the city demanded one, and it demanded one immediately. The hunt was on, not for a specific individual, but for any man who could be made to fit the crime. The city's fury needed a face, a name to attach to its collective rage. That pressure fell squarely on the shoulders of Hamilton County Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp. A man of his time and place, Shipp understood that justice in the Jim Crow South was often secondary to maintaining order, and order meant placating the white majority. His personal vendetta wasn't against any one man, but against the threat of chaos and the political damage an unsolved crime of this nature could do to his career. He needed a culprit, and he needed one fast. The investigation became a brutal dragnet. Deputies swept through the black neighborhoods of Chattanooga, rounding up men by the dozen. It wasn't about finding clues. It was about creating a lineup of potential sacrifices. And in this trawl, they found Ed Johnson. He wasn't caught red-handed, nor was he found with any incriminating evidence. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, a known figure in the community who suddenly found himself ensnared in a nightmare. The flimsy clue of the leather strap was now given a purpose. A rumor began to circulate, likely started by the authorities themselves, that Johnson had been seen with a similar strap. It was a lie, but a powerful one. Suddenly, the community had something to latch onto. Ed Johnson fit the profile not because of evidence, but because he was available. He was a black man, he was young, and he was powerless. The entire weight of the investigation now shifted onto him. Every aspect of his quiet life was re-examined through a lens of presumed guilt. His unassuming nature was twisted into sullen secrecy, his work as a handyman seen as a cover for a darker character. The community didn't have a motive rooted in personal animosity, so they invented one for him. The racist, monstrous caricature of a black man driven by uncontrollable lust. A vile stereotype used for a century to justify racial violence. The mob had its villain. The Whispers had found their target. In the face of a lynch mob and a hostile legal system, a man has one last line of defense: his own lawyers. They are supposed to be his sword and his shield, the one party in the room bound by oath to fight for him, no matter the odds. For Ed Johnson, this sacred trust was placed in the hands of two court-appointed attorneys, W.G.M. Thomas and Robert Cameron. But this is where the story takes a chilling turn. The deepest betrayal wouldn't come from the mob in the streets, but from the very men sitting beside him at the defense table. There was no hidden affair or secret greed driving these men. Their motive was something far more common and far more poisonous. They simply did not believe their client was innocent. They were products of their time, white men of standing in a society that had already condemned Ed Johnson in its heart. To them, defending him was not a pursuit of justice, but an unpleasant professional obligation. A vigorous defense would mean alienating their peers, the judges, and the entire white community of Chattanooga. It was a battle they had no intention of fighting. Their actions in the courtroom, when re-examined, tell a story not of a failed defense, but of a defense that was never truly mounted. They met with Johnson only once, for a few minutes, before the trial began. They called no witnesses to the stand to testify to his character or to help establish an alibi. They offered only a timid, half-hearted cross-examination of the prosecution's witnesses. The trial was a sham, and his own lawyers were willing participants in the charade. The final, damning proof of their betrayal came after the inevitable guilty verdict was handed down. Ed Johnson, terrified but resolute in his innocence, begged them to file an appeal. They refused. In their eyes, the case was closed. They had performed their duty as they saw it, and now they were washing their hands of the condemned man. This wasn't just legal malpractice, it was an act of profound abandonment. Ed Johnson's supposed guardians had delivered him, bound and gagged, to his executioners. He was utterly and completely alone. Just when Ed Johnson's fate seemed sealed, a new and unexpected force entered the fray. It did not come from within Chattanooga's white power structure, but from outside of it, from a quarter no one had bothered to consider. Two local black attorneys, Noah Pardon and Stiles Hutchins, stepped out of the shadows. This was not just a legal maneuver, it was an act of almost unimaginable courage. In a city where they were considered second-class citizens, where their very ambition was seen as a provocation, they chose to stand up for a man everyone else had left for dead. Their motive was not profit or personal gain. It was a radical belief in the promise of American justice, even when America itself had broken that promise time and time again. They saw a sham trial, an innocent man railroaded, and a violation of the most basic constitutional rights. Their interest clashed directly with the unwritten law of the city, which demanded a swift execution to satisfy the mob. Pardon and Hutchins were not just fighting for Ed Johnson, they were challenging the entire corrupt edifice of Jim Crow justice. Their presence created an immediate and dangerous unease. They were threatened, intimidated, and ostracized. But they refused to back down. When the Tennessee Supreme Court slammed its doors in their face, they made a decision that would change legal history. They decided to appeal to an authority far outside the state, a power that the Chattanooga mob could not control, the Supreme Court of the United States. This was the ultimate external threat. The news that two black lawyers were taking their case to Washington, D.C. was seen as an outrageous act of defiance. To Sheriff Shipp and the city's leaders, this wasn't an appeal, it was an invasion. It was the federal government, the same force that had crushed the Confederacy 40 years prior, once again threatening to meddle in their affairs. The conflict was no longer just about Ed Johnson. It was a battle for control, a struggle between local mob rule and the supreme law of the land. The entire official investigation into the assault of Nevada Taylor was, from the very beginning, a grand and tragic false trail. The objective was never to find the truth, but to secure a conviction. The so-called clues that led to Ed Johnson were not discoveries, but constructions, red herrings deliberately laid to guide public opinion toward a predetermined conclusion. The central piece of evidence, the small leather strap, was the most potent of these fictions. Investigators treated it like a smoking gun, a direct link to Johnson, despite the fact that no one could ever definitively prove it belonged to him or that it was even connected to the crime. The trail led from this flimsy object to the Hamilton County Jail, where the most crucial piece of misdirection was staged. The identification of Ed Johnson by Nevada Taylor was not a moment of clarity, but of manufactured certainty. She was brought into a dim room where Johnson was the only suspect presented. Her initial hesitation, her uncertainty, was brushed aside by the forceful suggestions of the lawmen around her. Under immense pressure, she gave them the identification they wanted. This shaky, coerced statement, which should have been a dead end, was instead treated as an irrefutable fact. Meanwhile, any path that might have led to the truth was quickly blocked off. Ed Johnson had an alibi. Witnesses in the black community could place him at a saloon far from the cemetery at the time of the attack. But these leads, the only ones that actually pointed toward his innocence, were never pursued. The authorities simply weren't interested. Every testament to Johnson's good character, every inconsistency in the timeline, was ignored. These promising trails didn't evaporate. They were deliberately buried under the weight of the official narrative. This created a strange and dangerous kind of frustration. For Sheriff Shipp and the white mob, the frustration wasn't that the case was stalled, but that the legal process, however flawed, was taking too long. They had their man, their simple answer, and the appeals filed by Pardon and Hutchins were seen as infuriating obstacles. For the black community, the feeling was one of growing terror. They were watching a legal system actively lead itself down a false path, and they knew that at the end of this trail lay not justice, but a hangman's noose for an innocent man. In Chattanooga, the truth was not buried by a lack of evidence, but by two formidable walls of silence. The first was a wall built by the white community, not of quiet whispers, but of a deafening, unified roar. It was an unspoken agreement that Ed Johnson was guilty, a conclusion reached before the trial even began. This wasn't just about one crime, it was about defending a fragile social order. To question Johnson's guilt was to question the very foundation of their world, to suggest a white woman could be wrong and a black man could be innocent. Any white person who harbored doubts learned quickly to keep them to themselves, lest they be branded a sympathizer, a traitor to their own. The second wall was built by the black community, and it was a wall of pure, unadulterated terror. People knew Ed Johnson. They knew his character. Some even knew where he was on that fateful night. But the code of the Jim Crow South was brutally simple. You saw nothing, you heard nothing, and you knew nothing that contradicted the white mob. To come forward as an alibi witness for Johnson would not have been seen as a civic duty, but as an act of suicidal defiance. The price for speaking the truth was the firebombing of your home, the destruction of your business, or a rope thrown over a tree limb with your own name on it. This silence was born from a deep and justified distrust of the law. The police and the courts were not seen as protectors, but as the enforcement arm of the white power structure. To go to Sheriff Shipp with information proving Johnson's innocence would be pointless and perilous. The system was not designed to find the truth. It was designed to produce a result, and that result had already been decided. The psychological toll on those who dared to breach this wall was immediate and severe. Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins were the ultimate examples. By taking Johnson's case, they shattered the silence. In return, they were marked men. Their lives were openly threatened, their reputations dragged through the mud. They were hunted in their own city, forced to flee for their very survival. The message sent to the rest of the community was chillingly clear. This is the fate of those who speak. After that, the silence became absolute. With the Tennessee courts turning a deaf ear and the execution date looming, all hope seemed to be lost. The legal road had run out, and the gallows were being prepared. But in the small office of Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, a discovery was made that would change the course of American legal history. The forgotten clue they unearthed wasn't a misplaced letter or a hidden diary. It was a fundamental principle that the state of Tennessee had chosen to ignore. It was the United States Constitution. Their argument was as simple as it was revolutionary. They contended that Ed Johnson had not received a trial by a jury of his peers, but had been condemned by a jury of intimidated hostages. A courtroom surrounded by an armed, bloodthirsty mob, they argued, is not a court of law. It is a stage for a legal lynching. This was not a failure of evidence, but a failure of the entire process, a gross violation of Johnson's right to due process under the 14th Amendment. This was their forgotten clue. The trial itself was the crime. With this powerful argument, they did the unthinkable. They bypassed the entire state judicial system and took their appeal directly to the highest court in the land. It was a desperate, audacious gamble, two lone black lawyers from the South petitioning the 9 most powerful jurists in America. And then, the impossible happened. The Supreme Court listened. Justice John Marshall Harlan, a man who had famously dissented in the Plessy versus Ferguson case that enshrined separate but equal, saw the profound injustice. On March 19, 1906, he granted a stay of execution. A telegram was dispatched from Washington, D.C. to Chattanooga. It was a single piece of paper, but it carried the full weight of the United States government, ordering a halt to the execution. The forgotten clue had not just opened a door, it had kicked it off its hinges. For a fleeting, miraculous moment, the law had prevailed. The case was no longer about one man's life. It was now a direct confrontation between the rule of law and the rule of the mob. The telegram from the Supreme Court should have been a shield, an impenetrable barrier of federal authority protecting Ed Johnson. Instead, in the charged atmosphere of Chattanooga, it acted like a lit match tossed into a powder keg. The news spread through the city not as a call for lawful patience, but as an intolerable insult. A distant court in Washington, they felt, had stolen their justice, robbing them of the vengeance they so desperately craved. The city began to simmer, and then to boil. The central mystery was no longer who attacked Nevada Taylor, but who would dare to defy the United States Supreme Court. The answer was not some shadowy figure hiding in the back alleys. The mastermind of the lynching, the man who held the keys to both the jail and to the mob's fury, was Hamilton County Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp. His unmasking came not from a forgotten clue, but from his own deliberate, chilling actions on the night of March 19th. His motive was a toxic cocktail of wounded pride, political calculation, and pure racist ideology. The Supreme Court's stay of execution was a direct and public humiliation. It was a declaration that he, the sheriff, had overseen a failed and unconstitutional trial. In his mind, his authority, his honor, and the honor of his community had been trampled by an interfering federal power. Faced with a choice between his oath to uphold the law of the land and his allegiance to the unwritten code of the mob, Sheriff Shipp made his decision. He would side with the mob. The unmasking is found in the sequence of his orders that night. First, he sent the vast majority of his deputies home, leaving the county jail, which held a man now at the center of a national firestorm, almost completely unguarded. Then, he personally disarmed the one remaining jailer, a man named Nicholson, leaving him with only a single, useless key. He had effectively laid out a welcome mat for the violence he knew was coming. The mob that gathered that night was not a spontaneous eruption of chaos. It was an organized force, its leaders emboldened by the silent, implicit permission of the sheriff. They marched on the jail, not with the uncertainty of a riot, but with the confidence of men who knew they would face no resistance. When the sledgehammers began to ring against the jailhouse doors, the sound was not just breaking steel, but the shattering of the rule of law. The true culprits were unmasked, a furious mob acting as the fist, and the county sheriff, the man sworn to stop them, acting as the calculating, treacherous mind. The night air of Chattanooga filled with the rhythmic, brutal clang of steel on steel as the mob's sledgehammers beat against the jailhouse doors. Inside, a terrified Ed Johnson listened as his last line of defense was systematically battered into submission. When the doors finally gave way, a river of angry shouts and menacing faces flooded the corridor. Rough hands seized him, dragging him from the relative safety of his cell out into the cold March street. They marched him through the city, a grim procession lit by flickering torches and street lamps. The mob was a beast with 100 heads, and it was parading its victim towards the altar of its rage, the Walnut Street Bridge. The modern steel structure, a symbol of Chattanooga's progress, became a stage for its most medieval impulse. The dark, swirling waters of the Tennessee River flowed silently below, an indifferent witness to the horror about to unfold. On the bridge, under the vast, starless sky, a thick rope was thrown over a steel girder. In this final, terrifying moment, Ed Johnson was granted a chance to speak. His voice, clear and steady, cut through the jeers of the crowd. He did not beg for his life. He proclaimed his truth. "I am an innocent man," he declared to the faces surrounding him. "I am not guilty of this crime. I have said it all the time and I say it now. God bless you all. I am ready to go." Then he was pushed into the void. The rope snapped taut, but the fall did not bring a swift end. As his body twisted in the air, a leader of the mob raised a pistol. A single sharp crack echoed across the river, and Johnson's body went limp. It was followed by another and another. From the bridge above, a fusillade of gunfire erupted. The night was filled with muzzle flashes, each bright spark followed by the sound of a shot, over 50 in all, each one a punctuation mark in a statement of pure defiance. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A ringing silence descended upon the bridge, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the steel girders and the distant bark of a dog. Ed Johnson's body hung motionless, a haunting pendulum suspended between the city and the dark river below. The mob, its terrible work done, quietly began to disperse, leaving their gruesome message hanging in the night for all the world to see. News of the lynching in Chattanooga was not just news of a murder, it was news of a rebellion. The mob, aided by the sheriff, had not just killed a man, they had openly defied a direct order from the United States Supreme Court. The insult was so profound, so audacious, that it shook the halls of power in Washington. President Theodore Roosevelt himself condemned it as a hideous crime. The Supreme Court, its authority fundamentally challenged, decided to do something it had never done before and has never done since. It resolved to hold its own criminal trial. The atmosphere was unlike any other in American history. The case of United States versus Shipp was not held in a Tennessee courthouse filled with angry locals, but before the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. The defendants, Sheriff Shipp and several leaders of the mob, were summoned to the nation's capital. They walked into the proceedings not with the demeanor of contrite men, but with a quiet, stubborn defiance. Back home, they were heroes who had upheld the Southern Code. In Washington, they were seen as insurrectionists. They were not on trial for murder. The federal court had no jurisdiction for that, but for something just as fundamental, contempt of court, for spitting in the face of the highest law in the land. Shipp and his men maintained their innocence, claiming they were simply overwhelmed by a spontaneous and uncontrollable mob. They presented themselves as hapless peacekeepers, not willing conspirators. But the evidence, painstakingly gathered by federal investigators, told a different story. A story of deputies sent home, of a jail left intentionally unguarded, of a sheriff who had promised the mob they would not be stopped. The verdict, when it finally came down in 1909, was a thunderclap. The Supreme Court of the United States found Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp and 5 of his associates guilty. It was a seismic moment, the first time the federal government had successfully prosecuted the participants of a lynch mob. But then came the sentence. For orchestrating the murder of a man under federal protection and for defying the highest court in the land, Sheriff Shipp was sentenced to serve just 60 days in a federal jail. Justice, it seemed, had been both served and denied in the very same breath. The verdict established a monumental precedent. The rule of law could and would reach down to challenge mob violence, but the punishment was so laughably light that it felt like a slap on the wrist. Shipp served his time and returned to Chattanooga not as a disgraced criminal, but as a celebrated martyr, his reputation enhanced by his brief and comfortable imprisonment. The verdict was a landmark victory for the principle of law, but a bitterly hollow one for the cause of true justice. The lives of everyone touched by the tragedy of Ed Johnson were permanently fractured, their futures sent spinning in new and often tragic directions. For the 2 men who fought for him, Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, the price of their courage was exile. They were hounded from the city they sought to better, their legal practices destroyed, and their lives under constant threat. They became fugitives from the very mob they had tried to defeat in a courtroom, forced to rebuild their lives in the anonymity of the North, their names whispered in Chattanooga's black community with a mixture of reverence and fear. They had won a moral victory, but suffered a devastating personal defeat. The opposite was true for Sheriff Joseph Shipp. He did not return from his 60-day sentence in shame. He was welcomed back to Chattanooga as a conquering hero. He walked the streets not as a convicted criminal who had defied the Supreme Court, but as a champion of Southern honor who had stood up to federal overreach. His complicity in the lynching did not end his career. It solidified his legacy among the white majority. He became a living symbol of the South's defiance, his life a testament to the fact that in the Jim Crow era, some crimes were not only tolerated, but celebrated. Nevada Taylor, the young woman whose assault was the catalyst for the entire nightmare, retreated into a life of quiet obscurity. The trauma of that night in the cemetery was compounded by the horror of what was done in her name. She never spoke publicly of the events again, living out her days in the long shadow of a crime she survived and a murder she inadvertently caused. Her life, like Johnson's, was irrevocably defined by that one terrible night. For the black community of Chattanooga, the lynching of Ed Johnson became a ghost story told for generations, a brutal lesson in the consequences of defiance. It cast a pall of fear that lingered for decades, reinforcing the city's rigid racial hierarchy with the haunting image of a body hanging from the Walnut Street Bridge. But a seed of resolve was also planted. The fight for Ed Johnson's name did not die with him. It was a slow, stubborn pursuit of justice that spanned nearly a century, a legal and moral reckoning passed down through the years, waiting for a time when the city would finally be forced to confront its past. If you walk across Chattanooga's Walnut Street Bridge today, you will see a city reborn. It is now a pedestrian walkway, a beautiful expanse of blue steel where families stroll, cyclists glide by, and tourists take photos of the Tennessee River below. It is a symbol of the city's vibrant present. But the steel beneath your feet tells a different story. The massive girders that support this scene of modern leisure are the very same girders from which a noose was hung in 1906. The bridge is not just a landmark, it is a monument to a murder, a tangible physical remnant of a night of profound horror. For nearly a century, the official story of Ed Johnson was a ghost, a tale whispered in the black community but largely erased from the city's public memory. But ghosts have a way of demanding to be seen. In the year 2000, 94 years after his death, the Hamilton County Court officially overturned Ed Johnson's conviction, a stunning and long overdue admission of the injustice that had been done. The echo of his last words, "I am an innocent man," had finally found its way back into a courtroom and been affirmed as truth. Today, not far from the foot of that very bridge, a new monument stands. It is the Ed Johnson Memorial, a solemn and powerful space dedicated to his memory and to the courage of Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins. It is a deliberate act of reclamation, a place where the story is no longer whispered but told in bronze and stone for all to see. It stands as a counter-narrative to the silence, a permanent testament to a history that the city is finally beginning to confront. The mountains that cradle Chattanooga have seen empires rise and fall, and the river has carried 1,000 secrets to the sea. They were the silent witnesses to the crime, the trial, and the lynching. For decades, the world tried to forget what happened on that bridge, to pave over the past with progress. But the steel remembers, the river remembers. And now, thanks to the tireless pursuit of justice, the city is finally being forced to remember too, ensuring that the echo of Ed Johnson's story will never again fade into silence. So we return to the question that hung in the air with Ed Johnson's body. How could this happen in open defiance of the nation's highest court? The answer, we now know, is as simple as it is terrifying. The law is not a fortress of stone. It is a fragile agreement, utterly dependent on the integrity of those sworn to uphold it. On that night in Chattanooga, the man with the badge decided the mob's will was more important than the court's word, and in that moment, the law ceased to exist. But this story is more than just a chronicle of a failure of justice. It is a profound lesson in the slow, stubborn, and often painful pursuit of it. It teaches us that the arc of the moral universe may bend toward justice, as the saying goes, but it does not bend on its own. It must be pulled, inch by painful inch, by the hands of courageous and often forgotten people. Men like Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, who risked everything for a man they knew was innocent, pulled on that arc. Their fight seemed lost in 1906, but it started a conversation that refused to die, a quiet echo that grew louder with each passing generation. The story of Ed Johnson is a reminder that history is never truly in the past. It lives in the steel of a bridge, in the names carved on a memorial, and in the ongoing struggle to reconcile our ideals with our actions. The Supreme Court's verdict was a landmark for the rule of law, but the real justice, the clearing of an innocent man's name, took nearly a century to arrive. It is a story that teaches us that the loudest shouts for truth often come from the quietest graves. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. You know how the law can be both a shield and a sword, and how sometimes it is simply a whisper in a storm of rage. For the law can be written on paper, but justice must be carved into the heart of a community. And that is a task that is never truly finished.